Welcome to the ePremier League Finals 2020, live from the Gfinity Arena in London. Over the next few hours, you'll see 8 of the country's top FIFA players battle it out to be crowned the EPL champion, take home this lovely trophy, and win a very cool £20,000. There is so much at stake. So we started with 40 players, 2 from each Premier League club, and now we are down to just 8 from 7 clubs going in today's competition, which starts at the semi-finals. And joining me to cast his expert eye over all the action today is pro FIFA player for Manchester City, Ryan Pessoa. Ryan, thank you so much for being here. Are you excited for this one?
Yep, I'm happy to be here. Definitely excited. We've got 8 top performers already ready to perform. You could say there's probably a clear favourite on either console, but I'm interested to see if there's going to be any upsets. We'll
get into the players in a little bit more in a little bit, but let's just talk about the competition. It's only the second time the Premier League has ever been held, and it's just getting bigger and better, isn't it?
Yep, definitely. Compared to last year anyway, there wasn't prize money, and this year we've got £40,000 up for grabs, which is always going to be a major incentive as a player. So I'd say that's probably something that will push the players to perform a little bit, I guess, better than last year, you could say, or just pushing themselves to the next level. Yeah, for sure. £20,000 the winner and £10,000 the runner-up. We'll talk about prize money a little bit later as well. And let's go into the fact that the final should have happened in March of this year. Obviously, with everything going on in the world, they unfortunately couldn't. They are now here today. But what is that time frame, do you think, done for the players? I'd say from my perspective anyway as a player, when you have such a long gap between competitions, or maybe you qualified for a tournament and it ends up happening several months later, I'd say there's one way to look at it. You could maybe use that time off just to practice, to try and tune your game a little bit better, do research on your opponents, or you could maybe drift off a little bit, maybe take time off of the game and not play as much, maybe, I guess, drop down in terms of performance levels. But as I said, I'd be interested to see who's at the peak of their game. But you could say for #Tom, he played in the Summer Cup series. Fnatic Tech's also played in that tournament as well on Xbox, and he also won the eChampions League Invitational last week. So he's had a lot of experience going into, or he does have a lot of experience coming into this tournament.
Well, we hope the players have been grinding it out, but the journey to get here started way back at the end of last year in December for these players. So let's find out finally who's made it through to today. We saw the players in action just there, but let's look right now and see who's playing a who. So in the PS4 side of things, we have Watford taking on Tottenham. That is #Tom taking on Callum. And then we have that London derby. It's Chelsea taking on Arsenal. And it's Hammond taking on FaZe TAS. And then if we head over to the Xbox side of the draw, that's coming up a little bit later. We have Liverpool, the reigning champions, taking on West Ham, and that is Fnatic Techs, of course, for Liverpool, taking on Jambu. And then in our last Xbox semi-final, we have Watford taking on Bournemouth. It's Shuri, #Shuri, taking on Mark Marley. But, as I mentioned, it is all about the PlayStation side of things firstly. So let's go straight into who we have. And Ryan's here just to tell everyone at home who doesn't really know the FIFA scene too well exactly who these players are. OK, let's talk about #Tom first, taking on Callum. In Watford going up against Tottenham. Hashtag Tom on paper looks like the guy to beat. Just tell everyone who doesn't know a bit about his pedigree. Here he is, sitting at home in his nice Watford top.
Yep, I'd say Tom has had a fantastic year. He's been around the scene for several years. I believe his first tournament was in FIFA 17. And in my opinion anyway, this year, I think he's been the best PlayStation player. And again, he'll be someone that's going to be, in my opinion, regarded as the favourite for this tournament on PlayStation. And his opponent, Callum, I don't know too much about him. I know that he's been in and around the scene perhaps for maybe a year or so, competing in other smaller tournaments. But again, I believe that Tom is probably going to be the favourite.
Yeah, you can see Callum on the screen there. He's only actually been playing competitive FIFA for about a year now, so he's maybe the underdog, but let's see what happens. And hashtag Tom as well. I think he was sitting in the hashtag kind of office, let's call it, down in Essex, but he's actually an E-Lion as well, which means he's the England representative, which is obviously a great achievement to have, I guess. But let's go... Moving on to the game we're actually going to show on camera as well. This is the London derby. Chelsea taking on Arsenal. We've got Hammond, who, again, he's the underdog, but he's taking on... Here we can see him on the screen now. This is Hammond. He is taking on FaZe Tass. I just had a look at the rankings. Hammond, 1,113th in the world, guys, taking on FaZe Tass, who is 51st. I mean, if that doesn't say something, I don't know what does. Ryan?
Yeah, that's surprising. I didn't even know that he was ranked that low in the leaderboards, but it's a testament to how well he's performed in the previous rounds. He defeated so many opponents previously, and yeah, we see Tass on the screen here. He'll probably back himself going into this game as the favourite, and again, ranked 51st versus 1,000 odds. You definitely back yourself to win.
Well, it obviously is a kind of London derby. And I was looking at the facts from the actual Premier League as well, from last year. Obviously, that's finished now. This one is still going on. Arsenal, they couldn't defeat Chelsea. Do you think they can do it on the virtual pitch?
Well, we saw them actually win in the final, but in the league, they were unable to. But I think this game is hard to tell, in my opinion, because Hammond, he defeated 3 top players to get here. He beat Fnatic Harry, he beat Shells from Manchester City, and also Fully as well. So those are players that, in my opinion, could perhaps even go the distance, let alone be eliminated that early on. So he definitely would have some confidence going into this game against Tass, and it could go either way. But I'd probably say Tass probably edges it, maybe, just about.
Oh, OK, Tass potentially edges it right there. Well, I want to see what our casters think of that, because we have here today Dan Gaskin and Mark Hatcher to call through all these games. Guys, what do you think? The fact that Ryan there said that Tass may edge it out. Arsenal, are they going to do it?
I mean, we're both Arsenal fans here, so we're gonna agree with it. But bias aside, obviously, this is a huge game and a great one to kick off the start of the ePremier League as well, Dan. And an interesting one, because you've got Tass, who's got a lot of achievements in the game, a lot of trophies in his cabinet as well, coming up against someone, like Ryan mentioned, not too high up on the global leaderboards, but has got to this stage of the tournament now and could be a little bit of a dark horse here.
Yeah, considering the opponents he's actually beaten in the run-up to get here, I think that really shows that he does have a chance of taking down Tass. And I'm sure that Tass is looking at this game and saying, look, I can't take this for granted. I can't take the fact that I am the favourite and just expect a walkover, because it's not going to be a walkover whatsoever. When you look at who he's beaten, he took down Shells 4-1, Ryan's teammate in Man City. Ryan also played for Chelsea last season in the ePremier League. So Ryan's mind is boggled right now. I mean, think about it. He's an Arsenal fan. He's got the team he played for last year and he beat his teammate. It's terrible for him.
It's a difficult place to be if you're in Ryan's shoes right now. However, I'm sure that he's going to have a keen eye on this one. And I think for Tass, this is an interesting tournament as well, because he's had one of those years where he's been a little bit quieter than maybe he would have wanted to, right? He hasn't kind of had the performance of the trophies in FIFA 20 that he has in some previous tournaments, but like we've of year, but this big 5,000 just to win this particular game. So I'm sure you do semi-finals, get that comes to final, if I ground your back pocket, and that is certainly nothing to be sniffed at. For Tass, though, 51st in the world rankings. You're completely right. This isn't where we'd expect to see him. We know he can be achieving a lot more. I'm sure when he goes into FIFA 21, he will want to beat his FIFA 20 season. But if he can wrap it up with a bow, like you say, then he's going to be more than happy. Yeah, and he's got that Arsenal shirt on as well. And like you say, he's a massive, massive Arsenal fan, Tass. So it means more to him, probably, than some other tournaments as well. Just knowing that you've got a jersey on, that you're
representing Arsenal and everything that goes with it. And if he could have Thierry Henry in his starting lineup, I can guarantee you that he would. He's the biggest Henry fan that you could possibly imagine. But speaking of players and lineups, Dan, the ePremier League, we have a set of rules, right? We don't have the icons, etc., that you have available for a lot of other tournaments. It's Premier League players only. So we're going to see some interesting picks that maybe we haven't seen through the rest of the year.
Yeah, and because we didn't play this tournament in March, I mean, playing it now here today, it means we've had new players that were introduced.
So happy about this.
Well, yeah, you've got some summer heat players that were added during that kind of venture into the game, and it means we get players like Trezeguet, the left winger, who is 5-star weak foot, 5-star skill moves, one of the best players that you can use right in the Premier League. I think he'll feature in the majority, if not all teams. And I'd say, like, people will be pretty happy with the teams they've been able to achieve, because last year when we looked at the Premier League and some of the players, I mean, yes, okay, you've got your team of the years, etc., but there were a couple of weak areas. I'm looking across the lineups that these players are bringing, and there isn't really any sort of weak area whatsoever.
Well, let's see what happens in our first game then. We're underway here at the ePremier League finals. This is the first semi-final of the day, of course. You can see the players on the left-hand side of your screen there. You've got Chelsea's Hammond, and you've got FaZe Tass representing Arsenal. Well, no surprise here, no confusion in this game. You can see both players will be playing in their respective clubs' kits, as Kevin De Bruyne is going to be dropping deep early on to pick up the ball, as David Luiz gets a little touch on it for Tass.
Yeah, that summer heat, David Luiz really shot his way into teams as well. Not just these Premier League teams, but also I saw a lot of people using him in the in-game weekend league. I do just want to touch upon the big dent behind Hammond's head there on the left-hand side of the wall. Love that. Love to just see a little bit of rage that's obviously coming to things.
Maybe a late equaliser, a late loss in weekend league is committed to that. We can't. This is pure speculation, Dan. You know, we don't know the reasons for it, but it's definitely something that jumped out to us a little bit. Well, here's Masuaku, plays that ball down the line to Sadio Mane, and he is one of the highlight players, you would say, that a lot of players are going to be using and looking to get involved in that goal-scoring area of the pitch. And Virgil van Dijk in at that centre-back position, no surprise to see him, Dan. He's a staple in every single player's lineup.
Nice ball down the right-hand side, but I think the first goal is going to be huge here, Mark. If Tass is able to gain the lead, we know what he's like. He can just dominate possession. He can really throttle his opponent and ensure there's very little chances to go against him.
Well, here is Trezeguet. There's a little elastico coming in from Hammond as well, showing that he's got some technical flair as he moves forward now with N'Golo Kante. Maybe not the play that you want to strike it, but almost finds a little double tap pass there, a lofted pass into the striker to create our first chance, but well defended there by Tass.
And Hammond does have goals in him in his lead up here. He actually played more games than the majority of other opponents because he had to come from the first round, whereas players like Tass, they were in the second round based off how many games they won during the early qualifiers. He beat Bournemouth 6-1. Eddie Gary lost that one. He beat #Harry 4-3, so taking down Everton. Some massive goal-scoring lines for him, and I really think he does have a chance here today.
Well, Tass is going to be moving forward in his typical way, just tiptoeing his way forward, looking to drag a few players out and look for that killer ball into the striker. Here's Paul Pogba, one of those summer heat players that we were mentioning previously, alongside Kevin De Bruyne in there, the team of the season so far, but given away there as he does look for that ball in. And I have to say, pretty even at the start of this game, Dan. Both players with one attack each and both fizzled out in a very similar way.
And unsurprisingly, Hammond just playing a little bit defensive, maybe just playing against the name of Tass right now. 10 men behind the ball, trying to absorb all of the attack power and then hoping to catch him on the counter-attack perhaps. And this is going to be a great way to do so. If he can steal the ball, get away, maybe an over-the-top through ball on the right-hand side here to St. Maximin, this could be a chance.
St. Maximin has managed to get in behind N'Golo Kante here, who's fighting back and nicely fighting back, winning the ball back there for Tass. So a little mistake on that far side, rectified almost immediately by the Frenchman. And now Tass has found a little pocket of space, and Bobby Firmino in there with that 5-star weak foot as well. Excuse me, 5-star skills. And a 4-star weak foot is going to be a player that's going to be vital to a lot of these competitors here in the ePremier League.
I think it's just key for Tass not to get frustrated at the fact he is going to struggle getting into that kind of final third, get into the box, get those shots away. But eventually, he will get a shot on goal.
Well, here is that shot potential. Trezeguet almost managed to pull the trigger there, and at the last second, it was David Luiz who stepped in, and you mentioned him beforehand, a huge upgrade to that centre-back position with that summer heat foot iron coming in. But there was the first real kind of almost opportunity on goal that we have seen, but snuffed out at the last second.
Tass more than happy to bring his players back, though, and say, look, if you can play defensive, so can I. But this is where it gets a little bit scary for Hammond. If he loses the ball in the middle of the pitch or in his own half, Tass can really capitalise on that. He just needs to make sure he gets enough players running forward just so he has options.
Wan-Bissaka's going to be dispossessed here by Kante, and you have to say defensively, both players have been superb so far. And there is the Frenchman again to pick the ball up. St. Maximin gets the ball into Trezeguet, and he's the danger man here for a lot of these competitors in the ePremier League. But Virgil van Dijk, we said he's a staple in a lot of players' teams throughout the year, the season, and yeah, you can see exactly why there.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of these players have featured not only in the ePremier League, but also some of the bigger major tournaments around in FIFA esports. So when you get the chance to also use them in a restricted tournament, it's going to be beneficial.
Here's Sadio Mane, gets the ball inside, puts the ball across, and David Luiz gets the cut. And that was a little worrying moment there, because there was a little bit of space there for Mane as he got inside that box. Now the corner in towards David Luiz. Cleared away here by Tass, but a little bit of prolonged pressure here coming in from Hammond, and a beautiful little step over. Puts that ball in, but Pope in between the sticks. He's going to pick that one up, and again, one of those summer heat players that's been added to the pool, doing his job in between the sticks.
Tass has had a couple of tight games in his lead up to this semi-final, beating Fredo from Crystal Palace 2-1 in the quarter-final, and then we go back further into the qualifying stages. He took down Ethan 2-1, Ethan who was representing Brighton. Before that, he did have a 5-3 victory against Norwich when he was up against Michael Fisher. So Tass can score goals, but it's going to be that first goal mark. If he can get a goal lead, I feel like he's really going to thrive on his opponent.
Well, here's St. Maximin dropping into space, and there's a little move forward here as De Bruyne almost gets the ball back. Well, once again, Hammond is timing those tackles extremely well on the edge of the box, and that's what you've got to do against a player like Tass. He's only looking for that half a yard down just to find that ball into his strikers.
I mean, Chelsea versus Arsenal, of course, such a huge history, it being a London derby, and we're only mere minutes away from the Chelsea Stadium. I'm sure Hammond would love to get an upset here and march on, get that $5 grand. Maybe a chance here.
Firmino, Trezeguet's going to get the ball back to the Liverpool man, little Elastico, and forces the save there from Pope. But nervy moments here for Tass, and Hammond's starting to grow into this game as he now has the corner on this far side. Kante tries to turn inside Kevin De Bruyne, the Belgian. And the Frenchman having a battle, and it will be the Belgian who comes out on top with the ball.
And really, when you look at the global rankings and the fact that Hammond is plus 1,000, think of all the competitors that are ahead of him. Yet he is here today against Tass in 51st. When you look at it like that, I mean, the odds and everything is surely against him.
Winter stoppage hit time here at the end of the first half, and he needs to be careful here, Hammond, because Tass is coming forward once again, but that should be the referee's whistle being blown. And at half-time here, 0-0 between these two competitors, and very similar playstyles, I have to say, Dan. Just unreal chance for Hammond towards the end of that first half. But there have been some goals from some of the other games that we've got going on at the moment. And here is the first one, and I believe here it might have gone to the hashtag man.
Yeah, so hashtag Tom going up against Callum, hashtag Tom playing for Watford and going up against Spurs. Tom being a Spurs fan as well. That's what I think is really funny about this ePremier League. All these teams kind of being represented by players who support other teams, and something real footballers would have to deal with when they grow up and they're fans of like Arsenal and then they go on to play for Tottenham, for example.
Yeah, it's very, very true. But there's also a lot of players who are representing their boyhood clubs, like Tex, for example, like Tass, and there was the Elastico into that finish from a Liverpool. Is going to Watford's
of Tom versus Callum, so we will keep you updated and show you those goals when they do come in. But you're completely right about these two players having a somewhat similar play style, but I think at the end of FIFA 20, when you get to this point in the game, the meta is somewhat similar.
Well, here is a chance here for Hammond once again. Goes for that accelerated fake shot inside the box. Wan-Bissaka strong in the tackle, but a little nervy moment there. And I have to say, as the game's gone on here, Dan, Hammond certainly is a little bit in the ascendancy for me.
He's just been able to hit Tass on the counter-attack. He's been waiting, he's been biding his time, putting enough players behind the ball to frustrate Tass ever so slightly. It's just going to be a case of whether he can have that moment in the final third where he comes up with a little bit of genius. He's, of course, tried a couple of Elasticos, does beat the man, but the shot hasn't necessarily done enough to get past the goalkeeper. Just needs to have a little bit of extra spice on it if he is going to take a goal lead.
A slow build-up here from the Chelsea man once again, just waiting for someone to commit here from Arsenal. Masuaku now comes inside. And who's the hero going to be for one of these players in this first leg? Trezeguet stops up. Good tackle again by Tass. Maximin is going to be pushed off the ball there. And now it's going to be St. Maximin on the other side of things, looking to create something. Kevin De Bruyne now strikes down at the near post and just flies wide of the upright. But scary moments there for Arsenal and TAS. A real chance there for Chelsea.
And that is a shot I don't think you would typically see from a top-level pro player. They would try and play the percentage game. They would try to play an extra pass, go for a skill move and beat that man before they try and get the shot away. But Hammond just prepared to take a little bit of a risk and say, you know what, I've got 99 rated Kevin De Bruyne. He can hit them. 5-star weak foot. Why not go from here? We saw Tex in the in the box, and you do find the through ball to counter.
Speaking of quick, I think I've just seen Eric Aubameyang brought onto the pitch. I believe it was for Arsenal. So we'll have to see if he can have an impact on the game. But I believe that there's been another goal going in as well from around the grounds. It's going to be a third here for Watford's Tom, and the hashtag man's doing a heck of a job in his first game here, Dan.
Yeah, I mean, 3-0 already at this point. Mahrez just slotting it in on the finesse with his left foot. It's looking like hashtag Tom is clean sailing through to the final, the console final on the PlayStation side.
Well, Kante's managed to wriggle his way through here for TAS. Back to our live game between Chelsea and Arsenal. There's a pocket of space here for Trezeguet, and just at the last second, Virgil van Dijk went to ground and made that block. A great interception there. And tackle from the Liverpool man, but straight up the other end. And it's going to be Kante having to come across to deal with St. Maximin. He does it well.
That's that over-the-top through ball, just all the way down the wing that can be so punishing. As we get to the latter stages of FIFA 20, that is probably the best way to try and score. It's like send it down the wing, then cut inside and try and get your way into the box. Just a simple pass then across the box to an oncoming player. But it's easier said than done when you've got some of the defensive items that have been added FIFA 20 as well. They're so quick and pacey, they can usually keep up with these strikers.
Here's Riyad Mahrez then. He's fresh on the pitch here for TAS as well. Pogba goes out wide now to Wan-Bissaka, the fullback, looking to get involved in the attacking areas of the pitch, and a beautiful ball into Trezeguet. TAS starting to look a little bit more dangerous towards this game as Rashford's going to get pushed off of that ball, and Firmino now on the counter-attack once again. Just waiting for that ball in behind, but Hammond going to recycle play here.
Whilst we're getting closer to the 70th minute, this is only the first leg. It will be 2 legs played, and the aggregate score will take the winner into the console final. If both players are tied after both legs, we go to golden goal until we find a goal, Mark.
Certainly going to provide for some exciting finishes should we go that far in some of these games, which I'm sure that we will with the calibre of player that we have here in the ePremier League. But with just 20 minutes left in this first leg, is there going to be a goal to break deadlock between Chelsea and Arsenal? Here comes TAS. Wan-Bissaka again going inside. Pogba trying to turn away from De Bruyne, which he does. A little pocket of space here for Mahrez, but chooses to recycle. TAS looking more and more dangerous. Trezeguet into that near post, and Pope makes the save.
Just needs one of those to go in, and this will be a completely different game for TAS, but frustration is going to start to build up. Very good idea. He did wait. He kind of sucked Hammond out of his defence a little bit, and as soon as he did find that gap, he definitely tried to exploit it. Trezeguet just not doing enough to get past Pope.
Well, TAS really starting to put the pressure on now. It's a real test of concentration here for the Chelsea man. Can he keep him at bay for the rest of this game? There's Pogba. Trezeguet tries that little double tap pass as well to lift it over the leg of the defender, but still 0-0 for Hammond. This is good news. He's managed to withhold this pressure that's coming from TAS.
Yeah, I think he can not make mistakes like that. He might be looking good for second leg.
De Bruyne is coming forward, and is it going to be a mistake? A little lapse in concentration that cost the Chelsea man. He's done so well up to this point to keep TAS at bay in this second half, but with just 10 minutes left, it could well be that one lapse of concentration that costs him that lead. De Bruyne. Kante, space here for Trezeguet, little scoop turn, you can see the run from Pogba, but defended exceptionally well again.
Yeah, and Hammond's probably got in 2 minds now. He wants to slow this game down, probably get into the second leg at 0-0, but also every time he wins that ball back, he is going to have the man advantage at the other side of the pitch, so he has to decide every single time, do I want to go for this, do I want to wait and slow things down? He's found space here.
Oh, he's found space, and he's found the shot as well, and Pope makes a save at the other end. And the goalkeepers at both ends have been called into late action in our first leg here, and both Doing a superb job of keeping this game at 0-0, but what a chance that was for Chelsea.
Yeah, several chances for both players now. We really could be looking at 1-1, even 2-1 realistically, but it shows that summer heat hope just is incredible between the sticks. In the last few minutes now, in terms of pressure, Tass is used to being in this situation. For Hammond, however, this is a 5 grand game, and he would not have been playing before.
So inside the last few minutes, is there going to be a last gasp goal here in this first leg for Tass? Pogba going back inside. We're into the 90th minute now. De Bruyne picking that ball up, little half drag back from him, and attempted back heel, but again the breakaway now. It might be the last attack of the game going to Chelsea.
He's done well here, and we know how detrimental a last-minute goal can be going into that second leg. Needs to go forward, though. At least he's got Alexander-Arnold, who can stretch his legs.
Great pace here from Alexander-Arnold, and Hammond, the last seconds of this game, might have a chance to potentially take a lead in. Mane, great tackle again from Van Dijk, and that will be the final whistle. We'll jump over to the other game we've got going on at the moment, though.
Oh,
and,
my.
I mean, you didn't have goals in that game, but you certainly do here.
Yeah, certainly two very different games. A bit of a gulfing difference, it would seem, between these two players. Tom playing for Watford and Callum playing for Spurs. And I mean, to be fair to Callum, he did take down Tom Stokes, who was representing Burnley, to get here. He beat him 5-2. But it seems like Tom is just a cut above right now. And maybe this is hashtag Tom's tournament. We've been saying it for so long. When is he going to have that ever-elusive victory? We saw him come so close in Bucharest at the end of FIFA 19, where he won the PlayStation side but didn't win the overall trophy. Maybe he could be our ePremier League champion.
That first trophy on the shelf is the best of feelings for a player. Like Ryan was saying on the desk a few moments ago, he's arguably been the best PlayStation 4 player in the world so far this year on FIFA 20. And you can't argue with that logic with a 5-0 lead in the first leg between the two players. He goes back to his goalkeeper, but for Callum, it's kind of a difficult one here, right? You need to go forward at this point because, you know, you're 5 down, but you can't leave any more space there, make that comeback essentially impossible. 5-0 is a mountain in itself, but if you can pull one back, 4 is very doable.
I've always said throughout FIFA 20 that any top player shouldn't throw away more than a 3-goal lead. I feel like 5 is too much to try and achieve in terms of getting back into a game if you're playing against someone who's switched on. Hashtag Tom is definitely a player who will always stay switched on. He very rarely switches off. He's very good at staying focused.
And he could find a 6th here. Unfortunately there for Bobby Firmino is his Liverpool teammate Virgil van Dijk, who made that block at just the last second there. But what a performance from Tom and Watford. I'm sure Watford fans are watching right now are going to be over the moon with Tom and what he's just produced in that game. But in the other game, of course, is a much different story, Dan. 0-0 between the two, and a game of few chances, but 2 big ones on either side, you have to say.
Yeah, it's going to be whoever can get that first goal, because they're clearly both defending well. They're both doing well to kind of stick the majority of players behind the ball as FIFA 20 meta has developed, but it's the counter-attacking capabilities they both offer as well. Those quick through balls down the right-hand side to Saint-Maximin, they are actually finding space. They are getting into the middle and getting a couple of shots away with the likes of Trezeguet, and being able to turn on either foot is very beneficial for them. However, they've just not been able to get past Pope. I mean, it shows like having a good goalkeeper is definitely going to help you between the sticks. One little mistake, though, and this game can really turn on its head.
Yeah, and as those seconds tick past, especially for a player like Hammond, who maybe hasn't, like you mentioned, been in these high-pressure situations before with the money on the line, with the tournament prestige on the line against a player like Tass, the pressure just goes up even more for him as those seconds tick past. You get to those last moments and you're worried about, you know, giving the ball away or not making the most of that chance. It's so difficult to deal with as a player.
It's very difficult to deal with, especially when you think about when you're trying to shoot in a last-minute situation and you could press shoot for too long. Like a little bit of nerve and your hand starts shaking, that
too narrow, just because I feel like when you're using that formation offensively anyway, you need the fullbacks to offer you that support going forward. You need the width going forward. So in terms of playing against Hammond, who's using a 4-2-3-1, could leave you a bit susceptible to counter-attacks. But again, both players are defending really, really well. 2 chances in the game. I don't think there's been a completely clear-cut, gilt-edged chance, but we'll see what happens in the second leg.
Well, let's see what happens then as we go straight into our second leg. And a great point there from from Ryan. Obviously, TAS employing the 4-1-2-1-2 down. Not one of the, I would argue, top 2 formations that we've seen used by pro players this year.
Yeah, usually we see 4-2-3-1 and 4-4-2 just because it is a little bit easier to defend, but TAS is a great defender as it is. It doesn't really matter what formation he's going to be employing. He has stepped up and tried to win the ball back on the halfway line a couple of times, but then hasn't really had the counter-attacking capability to bounce off of. So I'd like to see him maybe try and inject a little bit more pace into the game, but at the same time, that will maybe benefit Hammond. So we'll see what happens as we jump into this second leg.
Well, TAS is going to be the first player to have an attack in this second leg as Kante once again dispossesses. This time Alan St-Maximin. He was coming inside there for TAS, and a little touch of the ball here. Just regain the composure and just make Hammond feel comfortable for Chelsea. But we always talk about the first goal in FIFA 20, Dan, and how important it is because you can kind of rely on it a little bit and sit back if you need to. And in this position, when the game is so tight, the first goal could be the one to decide it. There's the ball inside. Great work from Hammond again in there to get into that position, but just that final ball letting him down.
Almost giving it away there, TAS. Yeah, a couple of step-overs there from Hammond just to try and bide his time, try and make his decision as to where he wanted to go, but TAS reading it very well. And that, again, is just a demonstration of how TAS is going to respond to a little bit of pressure here. Even when he's coming up against several players in the box, he still is defending well.
There's a little bit of space here, and TAS has managed to get inside and tries that scoop turn around Virgil van Dijk. But as we all know, and anyone that's played FIFA 20 will know, that is a long, long way around the Dutchman, and not many players are able to navigate their way around him. And that was a prime example of it there. Firmino's going to be caught in possession here. TAS might be able to counter-attack, but once again, just value in possession, slowing things down. Well, there's 2 men up front. And with that cam in there, St-Maximin, the 4-1-2-1-2 certainly does give you options to break down.
I mean, I personally like having 2 strikers and being able to play the 1-2s around the defenders, but you mentioned it, Virgil van Dijk is going to be one of the main issues. I'm going to need more than fingers and toes to count how many times he makes influential defensives.
Well, there's a ball through, but unfortunately it kind of just falls into no man's land there for TAS, but Louise alongside him. Great ball out there from Hammond to find Sadio Mane on that left-hand side. Given away again, though, by Hammond. Do you think nerves are starting to play a little bit of a factor here, Dan? That's a couple of times now he's given it away.
Not just nerves, but I think he's trying to get the ball up the pitch a little bit quicker now, recognising there is a lot of possession on the side of TAS.
St-Maximin gets that ball inside. Here's Trezeguet. He can go either way, of course, with that 5-star weak foot. Goes all the way back instead to Van Dijk, and again, just slow build-up here from TAS.
TAS doesn't mind playing possession football, but at the same time, this is almost a taste of his own medicine, really. Going up against someone who is more than happy to just sit, wait, bide their time, and just absorb all this pressure.
So TAS still trying to break him down. Firmino, again, tackled by Virgil van Dijk, and that's one thing that kind of stood out for me. Looking at the lineups of the Premier League players that have to be used here in the ePremier League, you would say maybe that centre forward, that striker position is one area that potentially is lacking in comparison to, should we say, with all of the players available in the game. You haven't got the likes of the Team of the Year Mbappe's, you haven't got R9 Ronaldo. It can be a little bit of a problem area when you're going up against centre-backs with such high statistics.
Yeah, certainly having several players with that 5-star weak foot is going to be so beneficial to you. The fact that Trezeguet is a winger means that you can almost... It's hard to get him in those areas where he's right on the edge of the box and he does twist and turn and hit it on either foot. So I think you're completely right. It is one of the weaker areas. It's not as weak maybe as last year, but certainly is not going to be as scary when you see one of those strikers on the edge of it in comparison to the icons that are available, Cruyff or R9, for example.
Still no goal here between Chelsea and Arsenal. The goal will completely change things. Will force the player who's chasing the game to step forward a little bit more. And speaking of stepping forward, it's De Bruyne who makes the tackle there for Hammond, but maybe a chance here for Trezeguet. You mentioned him. Can he be the difference maker between the two players? Kante with the interception, and TAS is just kind of getting closer and closer, and I think a bit of frustration might be actually falling into his camp now, as now he's leaving a little bit of space, pushing players forward. David Luiz had to make that interception and did so.
Such a good read there from TAS. He played it perfectly, almost manipulated the pass to go exactly where he wanted. He saw the run coming from St-Maximin through the middle.
Well, here's Pogba then trying to overlap, and there's a battle of 2 strong boys there as David Luiz and Pogba run into each other, and Luiz will come out on top, but given away here by Hammond again, and Tass has completely controlled this first half. You have to say that one chance on the breakaway is all that Hammond really has to write home about. Here's Tass inside the box again, but there's another mistake from him. Tries to get that ball in, and no. Another mistake. Surely not. Pogba inside the box. Pope gets enough of it. But Hammond really struggling here. A couple of mistakes in a row. I think Tass is going to be frustrated. He hasn't made the most of that.
Hammond's just trying to play out of the box a little bit too calmly, just trying to pass it around when really get rid. You're already under so much pressure at this point. Don't hesitate to just lump that ball up and go again. Try and get possession in a more comfortable area, because otherwise you could have been a goal down there, and we know what will happen if you go a goal down. Things are going to get a lot more difficult. You're going to have to attack more. You're going to leave yourself a little bit more vulnerable. But maybe this could be the opportunity, that counter-attack that Hammond's been looking for so desperately, but no, Tass is there again.
Yeah, great work from Tass again to win that ball back, and likewise from Hammond here, and just a few moments away from the half-time whistle going in this second leg. And you mentioned the rulings of the ePremier League with the golden goal. Well, the way this is going, we might be going to golden goal pretty early on.
The way this is going, we might be here all night. We cannot separate the two. After 2 legs, does go to golden goal, and it's a continuous golden goal as well.
St. Maximin twisting and turning, finally got the better of his man. There's a little ball roll there. Kante gets across, and right at the end of the first half here, a chance for Chelsea. A chance for Hammond, maybe to take the lead. Kante inside the box. De Bruyne will dispossess, and that's been the story of the game so far.
Well, that's half-time. From the corner, I would have liked to see him maybe just try and whip one in, see if he could get away with a cheeky little header. Instead, just ran into being dispossessed by Tass. I think that's going to be the difference maker of who is going to try something a little bit different going into this second half of the second leg. As we do check in to the other semi-final that's going on. It was 5-0, of course, after the first leg, but 42 minutes in and no goals scored. So Callum doing a lot better to hold back #Tom here.
Oh, 100%. But however, Tom is stepping forward now, and that might change very quickly if he can link together a few passes. But you're quite right. Much different story here in that first game, and issue with tournament players. If you don't get it right in that first game, then the second one almost is out of your hands before it's even started. And there's an example of it now, as we are just a few moments away from half-time. If you're just joining us, of course, like Dan just mentioned, it is Watford and #Tom who are 5 to the good after their first leg performance.
Yeah, against Spurs and Calamity, who has represented them, and he's done so well to get here, beating Leicester 7-2, Calimade, then beating Hammond, who we're seeing in the other semi-final, beat him 2-1. And, of course, as I mentioned, beating Stokes 5-2. Stokes, who was representing Burnley. Stokes, the Xbox playoff champion from FIFA 19. So it was crazy to see him eliminated. But we're going to go back to our feature game then between Chelsea and Arsenal. And this one really is just so closely contested. I think this is the reason why we wanted to focus on it, because we knew it could be one of those games where one simple mistake or one moment of brilliance could separate these two.
Yeah, it is on a knife edge. I completely agree. Who's going to be the first player who can finally butter their bread going forward? Because it's been a game of few chances. Nobody's really been able to create that clear-cut chance, like Ryan was saying on the desk a few moments ago. But when it comes, who has the composure to put that chance away? It's been the big deciding factor in a lot of games recently, Dan. When that chance comes, can you put it away?
Both players have been able to successfully score goals in their previous games, but when you get further and further into this, and when you know that one goal is probably going to win things, everything changes.
Well, here's Firmino, forced to drop deep by the pressure from Van Dijk. A little pocket of space here for Trezeguet. Again, Masuaku with that tackle, and seems no one can get comfortable in and around that 18-yard box at the moment. No one wants to take that risk. Maybe link together a few skill moves to try and burst past the player, but now it's going to be Chelsea coming forward, and Hammond almost managed to find a little bit of space, but once again, just giving away in that final third.
We are seeing Hammond playing a little bit more attacking now. All three of his front players are waiting on that halfway line, waiting for that ball. The counter-attack possibility is definitely going to be there. He wants to take this game to Tass. Just deciding to maybe switch things up as we get into the latter stages of this second game, saying, look, enough is enough. I've sat back. I haven't been able to get the counter-attack that I hoped for. So instead, let's push up my left winger. Let's push up my right winger. He's almost playing a 4-3-3 at this point.
Well, here's Trezeguet coming forward for Arsenal and Tass. Again, just marshalled by one of the centre-backs. This time it's David Luiz. Basaka on the hour mark now. 30 minutes to go until we head to extra time and that golden goal ruling that you were talking about a few moments ago. There's a potential of a ball inside, but Firmino gets back, doing the defensive work. Could be the opportunity to go forward here on the near side with Sadio Mane, but again, recycle the play.
Tass is just doing so well, though, to watch all these runs and position his defenders to a point where Hammond has to make a quick split-second decision as to whether he wants to make the pass or go for the run. Tass is making him split the difference, and it's very difficult to attack when someone has a brain like that.
Well, here's Mane. Kevin De Bruyne now. Great ball out wide. Spreading the play, and that's one of the weaknesses here, the 4-1-2-1-2. That width can lack a little bit going in those defensive positions. So good idea there from Hammond to try and expose that. But again, Tass defensively really hasn't made any kind of mistake so far in the game.
And apart from that one chance we saw in the first leg, we haven't really seen too much clear-cut chances from Tass. Okay, there's been a couple of slip-ups at the back on the other side that he hasn't really been able to capitalize on, but I'm sure a player of his caliber would have liked to have made more chances in this matchup.
Well, you only need one chance to score that one goal, and maybe it's going to come right now. St. Maximin's going to pick the ball up on the edge of the box. There's the ball inside. Trezeguet with a strike. But disappointing from the Villa man. It's going to go wide of the target, and a goal kick here for Chelsea. And now you're going to see some changes.
You kind of snatched it a little bit as well, and I think you kind of have to when you've got David Luiz and Van Dijk as your two centre-backs. They are so quick at pressing, so strong at taking you off the ball, that if you try and take a touch with that striker, you're just going to get muscled off. And I think that's the big difference. The likes of R9, Cruyff, maybe more R9, they can muscle off those defenders, even the top echelon of defenders, whereas the likes of Trezeguet, they kind of get overpowered a little bit and taken away from that ball. And that's maybe why we're not seeing as many chances created when we do get into that final third and into the box. But with only 20 minutes left, it is looking like it's going to be golden goal at the moment. I honestly couldn't tell you who's going to win this game. And that is great news for Hammond and Chelsea, because all the odds were against him when you look at the rankings.
Yeah, and the longer the game goes on, the more his confidence is going to grow, and he's going to feel like he deserves to be here and wants to make a big statement here in the ePremier League. Not just for now, Dan, but for going forward as well in the rest of his FIFA career. You take down Arsenal, you take down Tass and everything he's done in FIFA, and everyone's going to be talking about you. A little bit like Ryan was before this show actually kicked off. He was saying he really could cause some upsets here, and you can see why.
And whilst we were able to see Arsenal take down Chelsea in that FA Cup final, how amazing it would be for Hammond and Chelsea to cause a huge upset here as Aguero on the ball.
Oh, gets the ball inside, and there is the first goal of the game! And it comes with only around 15 minutes left as well. Trezeguet, the scorer. And it kind of came out of nowhere from the restart. A pocket of space on that right-hand side. And you can see the reactions of the two players. Hammond ecstatic, and Tass can't believe what he's seen.
And then for 16 minutes now, Hammond just has to hold on, and he's going to guarantee himself $5,000 and get into that console final where he can start to play towards the prize pool. Of course, 40 grand in total, 20,000 for first place. And this is not what we were expecting. At no point were we thinking, when we looked at this game on paper, that Tass would be behind. But then you start to think about it. When you look at the amount of games that Hammond's actually played, the people he's taken down, hashtag Harry, Shells, two massive names in the FIFA scene, and it looks like Hammond, at the moment, is going to continue to be a giant killer if he can hold on for just 15 more minutes in game.
He's already taken some scalps, like you mentioned. This one would be another to the collection. 15 minutes to go for Chelsea. 15 minutes to go for Arsenal as well to get an equaliser and send this one towards golden goal. And you talked about revenge for the FA Cup final. Well, this might go some way for Chelsea fans watching, just to remind the Arsenal fans they can get the job done as well. But here comes Tass looking to answer back straight away, and Mahrez goes down. Nothing from the referee apart from a corner here. Mahrez gets inside the box once more. Tass looking more and more dangerous, forced forward now into this position, tries to strike. Masuaku with the block, but it stays in, but the linesman's flag will go up.
And we're going to see two things now. We're going to see whether Hammond can deal with the pressure that he's under in these final 10 minutes, but also when we look at the competitive history of Tass and what an amazing FIFA player he has and is, what can he do? How deep can he go in the playbook to try and get a goal here, or has he just run out of options?
Tass is going to have to be a little bit more direct with his play as well. Just doesn't have the time to slowly build these attacks up. Needs to be aggressive, needs to get inside the box. Here's Mane. Oh, and great tackle again from Hammond at the last second. And he will feel like every tackle where he wins that ball back is as good as a goal. As Mane now is going to try and get past Pogba. A big tackle there from Tass. He needed to make that.
And Tass is going to want Hammond to play these over-the-top through balls. He wants Hammond to actually attack him here. So very good from him to just step up the formation, get attacking, apply a bit more pressure, try and generate that possibility of a counter-attack.
Well, Tass just looking for a hole in the defence, but it's been so steady from Hammond for the entirety of this game. But for Arsenal and for Tass, they need to make something of this attack, and they need to make it now. Rashford just looking for a pocket of space once more, which he's found now. Turns away from his man. Can he find the ball across? Virgil van Dijk with a goal-saving tackle, but still pressure here from Arsenal.
Yeah, went for two different turns, and in the end had to shoot just because there was no passing opportunity. But time running out now for Tass, but you can just feel the pressure here.
Pogba with a little half drag back. Here's Trezeguet, gets inside one. Kante with the tackle though. And that might be it here for Arsenal. And Chelsea. And Hammond might have the chance as Aguero bullies Luiz off the ball to finish this game off. But smartly, Hammond recognising the game situation, just running the clock down. He has the lead. He doesn't need to do anything here.
And he's got the throw in as well. Just needs to hold on to the ball for a few more seconds here, and he will be going through to the console final.
Time has elapsed here for Arsenal. It's been a tight game, but at the end of the day, it's been Chelsea who have looked so good. Hammond has done it. Surely he has. The final whistle goes, and Hammond and Chelsea will move through to the next round. Ryan predicted it. He said it's going to be upsets. Hammond's the first one to do it for Chelsea.
Yeah, that's going to be the first upset. We said it was going to be that first goal that could really change things. And I mean, Tass tried his best to break through, especially in the last final 15 minutes. There were a couple of opportunities there where if that pass had gone slightly a different way, maybe if the defender hadn't been able to block it as successfully, could have been an equaliser. But I mean, Hammond goes through. He's probably going to be playing #Tom, judging by the scoreline that we saw previously. And that is a tasty console final on the PlayStation. Then, of course, if you win that and you're the console winner, you still have to play the grand final to be the ePremier League champion.
And just list some of those players again that Hammond has taken down on his route here, because we're adding Tass to that list. But I mean, it's incredibly impressive what he's done so far in the ePremier League.
So Fnatic Harry, I think I called him #Harry earlier, but of course the move now to Fnatic, very easy to do. It's only been mere weeks. Shells as well, Man City Shells he took down. So those are two massive names, and then to add FaZe Tass to that list, who's representing Arsenal. And I mean, yes, okay, sometimes I have questioned whether Tass really wants to play a couple of games when it gets to the end of a FIFA, but when he's representing Arsenal, you know how much that means to him. He's a huge Arsenal fan. He'll be very disappointed not to get a result here, but we've just got to give credit where it's due. Hammond defended very well. He played a game knowing he was the underdog. He was able to counter-attack. He was able to get that one chance, and now he's through to the console final.
Well, congratulations for Chelsea and Hammond. It's an amazing performance from them, but we want to hear from Rachel and Ryan, of course, on what they thought that first game.
Wow, well, an upset. We said there were going to be a few, Ryan. Well, you did, and that one was the biggest yet. We mentioned a little bit earlier the, I guess, the rankings. 1,113th there, Hammond, taking on 51st in the world. Tass, I mean, it was a bit of a cagey affair, wasn't it? 1-0 all the way to 75th minute in the second leg. How impressed were you, though, of what Hammond managed to do?
I'd say both players defensively were superb in that game. They limited each other to, I guess, few and far between. There was barely any chances, basically, in that game. And in my opinion, whoever scored first was going to end up winning it, because if Tass scored first, he'd be able to rest on his laurels. And we saw Hammond score first. It was, I'd say, a trademark FIFA 20 goal where they build up play towards the edge of the side of the box and just an inward pass to create, because so much space has opened up in the centre of the park. They play it across goal, and it's a simple finish, in my opinion, anyway. And in my opinion, defensively, as I mentioned, he was superb. And I feel like that's something he can build on. He could get confidence from that. Offensively, probably not up to scratch. Maybe he went into this game probably with some nerves, because there's a lot at stake, as we mentioned, but he should take many positives from it.
Yeah, we saw he changed things up quite a lot, though, didn't he, in that second leg? Like you mentioned, really defensive in the first leg, then went more offensive in the second. That paid off, and then he had to obviously just kind of keep the ball and just kind of wind down the clock, which he did so perfectly as well. Just to mention what we were kind of saying off camera, we were talking about the fact that that game was worth £5,000.
Yeah.
And Ryan, you know what it means to these players. You were once in their position of not being a pro player and then having that money. What will it do for someone like Hammond?
It changes a lot, because I remember, from my perspective anyway, the first tournament where I earned prize money. And it's something where you can use it to reinvest maybe into next FIFA, because, as you said, this tournament is taking place in August. So the next FIFA is out in just over a month's time. So he could use it to reinvest, purchase some FIFA points maybe towards his next year's Ultimate Team. And advancing to the finals, it puts his name out there, especially if he goes on to win it. But it just shows teams that he's a player that can perform at the highest level. He can go far in tournaments, and he should get confidence and hopefully maybe represent a bigger team. Yeah, well, I think Chelsea will be over the moon with that result, and so will Hammond, who's representing them. We can go to him right now. Hammond, welcome.
Right,
we just
cool.
watched that amazing victory there over FaZe TAS. 1-0, though. It was difficult. How did you find it? It looked pretty stressful.
Yeah.
Not sure if you can hear us or not, but Hammond, I just kind of said that it looked like a hard-fought victory.
Yeah, it's a very close game, like very little chances either way. It's going to be one of them games, like a 1-0, 1-0. I
think we're having a few problems there, but
yeah, right.
we will...
It's very quiet, I'm not going to lie.
He can't really hear us, so we'll go to Ryan. He just said he thought it was going to be a very kind of tough game. It obviously was. And we're talking about the club there, Chelsea, obviously, he was playing for. It's so great for them as well to have someone now into the finals. And I was saying to you as well, just before, if it had waited a little bit further, we'd had some even better players for Chelsea. We know who they've just signed recently, haven't we?
Yeah, so I'd say anyway, it's a fantastic accomplishment to be representing Chelsea. Me? Oh, I think he's coming in just now. I think I can hear him.
Well, if we do get him, we'll try and interview him. I think, though, right now we can go and speak to the other semi-finalist, #Tom, who had a bit of a different game. You can see him now. He's obviously in the #HQ over in East London, kind of Essex way somewhere. 5-0 there, Tom. It looked like it kind of was all one-sided. We didn't get to see the game that much, but talk us through it from your perspective.
Yeah, it was good. It's something that I've worked on, like starting my games a bit quicker. When we played 2 weeks ago, I was slow out the blocks and I nearly shot myself in the foot. I nearly lost my first game. Yeah, it started quickly today, managed to perfect that. And I think it was like 3-0 by half-time the first leg. And you could obviously, Callum then has to change the way he plays and he was being aggressive. And I managed to get a few more. It was 5-0 in the first leg. And then, yeah, second leg was just all about not conceding, really. If you keep a clean sheet, you're more likely going to win.
Yeah, absolutely. So it did end up 5-0 for Tom. You can see them just now. Tom, I mean, what does it mean, though, to be at this stage in the competition? You just got yourself a cool £5,000 as well.
Yeah, it means a lot. Obviously, coming in like the highest seed on PlayStation, you feel like you should be in this sort of position. But, yeah, every game as it comes now, there's a final to focus on. And then the cross-console final, of course. So it's good to be here, but obviously the main aim is to win the whole thing. So no one really remembers the finalists, and hopefully I can be a winner this time.
Yep, and Tom, I just have one more question. What would you say in terms of... I'd say, have you ever played Hammond before? And I was going to say, what would it mean to be or to win the tournament representing Watford?
I haven't played Hammond before, but I go in with a lot of respect for him. He's obviously a lot of good pros to get here. This isn't by luck. This isn't by coach. He's worked really hard since being in the ePrem, and he's shown his results, beating everyone in his way at the minute. So I go into the final with a lot of respect for him. I'm not taking anything for granted. It would mean a hell of a lot to both of us to win such a prestigious tournament. So mainly just focused on the game. I'm not really worried about the outer circle of like being the winner and all of that. I'd rather just focus on what's going on in the game. But I go into it with a lot of respect for Hammond, the player, and he deserves to be in the final.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on getting there as well, Tom. We'll talk to you a little bit later. Go and have a little rest before that final in a few hours' time.
Thank you.
Right, I'm just going to talk to you again and just say, he said he didn't know Hammond very well. Is that a good or a bad thing?
Oh, it can work in your favour and it could also work against you. For me personally, I like playing players who I don't really know, because sometimes you overthink it. You do things where you might watch their gameplay, see their tendencies and how they attack and defend, and you could try and counteract that, but behind closed doors, they might be aware that you're going to do that and change up their play style, so it could cause you to second guess yourself and cater away from your game plan. And the key thing is, in my opinion, when playing FIFA competitively, is you want to be the person that sets the tempo in the game. You want to start on the strong foot and make sure that you, I guess, put your foot forward first. You want to be the first person to score, ideally anyway. And if it doesn't work against you, you don't want to have something in the back of your mind thinking, all right, is he going to do this? Is he going to do that? I kind of like going in with just a blank canvas.
Well, Tom is doing that. He is showing the way. 5 goals there sends him through to the finals. But it's time now for a break. But don't go anywhere, because coming up, we'll see who's going to make it through to the Xbox final. Can't wait for that one. Welcome back to the ePremier League Finals 2020. The semi-finals have been played on the PS4 side of things, meaning we have one of our finals confirmed. Now it's the turn of the Xbox guys. Okay, so Ryan Pessoa is still with me right now. Ryan, just a quick nod again backwards to what we just saw. Great, I guess, first 2 matchups.
Yeah, definitely. I'd say I would expect Tom to win that game. So the Hammond game is probably a surprise. I mentioned it, that there might be a giant killing that could happen. And on Xbox, we've got Tex versus Jambu again. Tex, in my opinion anyway, is probably favourite to win the whole tournament. And we've also got Shuri, #Shuri against Mark Marley. A game I think will be tightly contested. I can't really call that game, but I think Tex should win against Jambu. That's not a discredit to Jambu, but just how good Tex is, he's a hard opponent to play at any time.
Yeah, for people who don't know, let's get a few more facts about Tex. So he's the reigning champion, of course, with Liverpool. He's absolutely obsessed with Liverpool Football Club. So obviously they won the title, so it'd be great for him to do the double. They haven't done it, but Tex could do it on the virtual pitch. He won the eChampions League last week. He's won, I think, 7 major trophies now in FIFA. He's the one to watch. He's taking on Jambu, though, from West Ham. And I did read that Jambu said on his day, he reckons he could beat Tex. Is it going to be his day today? Here is Jambu right now. What do you think? Does he look confident? Does he look like a man who could beat Tex?
It's a difficult one. As he said, anyone on their day can win a game of FIFA, and especially at this level, and on FIFA 20, where you saw Hammond versus Tas, you could get tightly contested affairs. So if a game is that tight and you edge it, whether be it by a fortunate opportunity or you you create a well-worked opportunity, anything can happen, but against Tex, you have to be at the top of your game and hope that he's not at the top of his. And playing him first today, you could perhaps catch him off guard. So that's probably the best way I'd see Jambu winning this tie.
Well, he is at the top of his game at the moment, because I've just mentioned last week he won the eChampions League, which was a great, obviously, achievement for him. Let's have a quick look at the other game we're going to see as well. That is Watford, and that's hashtag Shorey. It's another hashtag chat. We just saw hashtag Tom going through on the PS4 side of things. He's taking on Mark Marley of Bournemouth. Again, on paper, doesn't always go to plan. We just saw that in the PS4 side of things. I'm going to say hashtag Shorey would be the player to beat.
Yeah.
But Bournemouth's Mark Marley, 7-1 in the club playoffs. 17-1, sorry, in the club playoffs to reach here. I mean, he's obviously got goals in him, hasn't he? That's Shorey right there.
Absolutely, and I'd say this game, as I mentioned, is probably going to be a lot tighter, just because I feel like both players, it kind of depends who turns up. Both players are fantastic going forward. I know how well Shorey has improved defensively this year specifically anyway. And Mark Marley, I haven't played him myself, but I've seen him throughout the year. He's been in qualifiers, he's progressed late in tournaments as well, or late in qualifiers to reach tournaments. So it kind of depends who turns up on their day. It could go either way.
Yeah, and I know that hashtag Shorey, his granddad is a massive Watford fan, so he's kind of doing it for him if he is to go further. This is Marley. This is your Bournemouth player. Obviously, Bournemouth no longer in the Premier League, but obviously, of course, was last season, 2019-2020 season. He looks pretty chilled there, sitting at home, doesn't he, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I'd say so. I'd say that's the key, though. Some players are quite nervy when they play. They're shaking, they're restless, or some players are just sitting back, they're chilled, they're relaxed. But I don't think it's a testament on how you're going to perform, because some players, you could say being nervous maybe might give them a negative thought going into the game. Maybe they're overthinking things, or maybe someone who's chilled out could be a bit too complacent. You never know. But again, I don't think body language or those type of features it doesn't determine your FIFA ability or how you're going to perform. Yeah,
and for a player like Mark, I guess, as well, the fact that he's already gone one step further than he did last year in this competition. He only reached the knockouts. Now he's here at the grand final stage. I'm sure he's more than excited to be here and playing for £5,000. That is what this game is for. We just saw it in the last matchup. So there's so much to play for. Obviously, we talk about the title, winning it for your team. You get a lovely trophy. And if you win the entire thing, you get £20,000. So much. I bet you wish you were in it, don't you, Ryan?
Absolutely. 20,000 is a lot of money, especially for some players who perhaps maybe don't compete in a lot of other tournaments where the prize money is as big. So winning 20,000, as I mentioned, going into the next edition of FIFA where maybe you want to reinvest some portion of that money into your ultimate team to give you that kickstart is always going to be something that's beneficial and a lot of players will look to. But I don't think we'll see an upset, I'll be completely honest. I think Tex will win this game quite resoundingly. Again, that's not a discredit to Jambu, but I just think Tex is on a level now where it's really hard to stop him, especially when he's performing so well. Coming off of the eChampions League invitation as well, so that'll give him an extra boost of confidence. Not that he needs any more confidence, but he should be performing at the top of his game.
Yeah, and something that I always think gives these players extra confidence as well is the fact they're representing the Premier League clubs of their choice or who they support. And obviously, Jurgen Klopp, Liverpool manager, kind of probably already knows who Tex is, because we know he knows who Mo Alba, the FIFA world champion, is. We saw him at the Best Awards last year. He kind of went to Van Dijk, Jurgen Klopp did, saying, Van Dijk, do you not know who this player is? And that was the FIFA world champion. So these guys, they are known to the top managers in world football and the top players. So for, I guess, a club like Liverpool to tweet out to Tex saying, good luck here today, he's on their radar, which I'm sure gives him that extra boost, doesn't it?
Of course, and when you go into tournaments like this, if you're representing the club that you support or a club that has a deeper meaning to you, you're always going to want to perform at the highest level. And we spoke about how Tex is a massive Liverpool fan. They won the league, they won the Champions League the previous year as well. So, and he also won this competition last year. So I'll be looking to build on that performance just to see if he can do back-to-back years. And again, it's going to take a lot to stop him. He's probably my favourite to win the whole thing. I say either him or Tom, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's time now to go to our semi-final. Of course, we're going to go to the Liverpool taking on West Ham one. Tex taking on Jambu. Dan Gaskin thinks on his day he can beat Fnatic Tex. I mean, really, Mark, what do you think of that?
No chance. Sorry, mate.
Yeah.
Like, with all due respect, you ain't getting near. But anyway, there's a reason for it, and there's a reason for me saying that, and it's not because Dan Gaskin isn't good at FIFA, because he's a very talented FIFA player.
Thank you.
Something you didn't expect me to say.
Wow.
It's just that Tex is a champion. He's a 7-time major champion. Most recent championship he won was just a week ago, the E-Champions League, one of the most prestigious tournaments that we have in FIFA esports. He is on form, on fire. Plus, he is the reigning, defending, undisputed ePremier League champion, and he's not going to want to let that go to anyone else.
10-time major champion. And before I was thrown under the bus, and I feel like my comments were taken completely out of proportion, Jambo has said that on his day, he feels like he could beat Tex. And I would agree that throughout the majority of players in FIFA Pros, on their day, they could take down Tex, because it depends which Tex turns up. Does the 10-time major winner, E-Champions League Invitational winner, turn up? Or is it the Summer Cup Series Tex, who looked pretty naff, if I'm completely honest? But we did see when he's playing in the Fnatic studio, when he's alongside new teammate Fnatic Harry, he looks like a different player. He's found that buzz, he's found that energy once again. If that Tex is playing, then I'm terrified for Jambu.
Yeah, I think the fact that he's got that Liverpool shirt on as well, and I'm sure that if it's not on his body, it will be definitely in the background somewhere close to his heart. You know, he's like Rachel mentioned, a huge Liverpool fan, one of the biggest Liverpool fans, and he does have the Liverpool shirt on. So that's what it means to him, right? He's got that extra edge to him, and that's what sometimes you need to find from Tex. Give him that extra edge, that little bit of motivation. But for Jambu, it is an uphill task. But we've already seen one upset, Dan. There's no reason we can't see another.
This would be an even bigger upset, and it sounds bad on Jambu because he, in terms of rankings, is a lot higher than what Hammond was. However, with all the accolades that Tex has, all the trophies he's been able to win, he's expected to win this whole thing.
We might get the first goal of the game here, but almost isn't the goal. It's close, but it's no cigar here for Tex, the first attack, but already promising signs for the Liverpool man, almost breaking through on goal in the first 5 minutes.
In terms of getting here, Tex had a very comfortable run, a 6-0 victory versus Sheffield United, and that was Gorilla playing for Sheffield United, previous world champion back in 2017. They did also face up against each other in the E-Champions League Invitational recently, and Tex was able to get a victory there. So a couple of decent results for him. He then went on to beat Spurs Sculptor 7-3 and Everton's Fierce Cat 3-1. So no one has really tested Tex just yet in the E-Premier League.
And as you say, full of confidence, not just from those results, but from adding another championship to what is a growing and, to be honest, probably needs a secondary trophy cabinet as he goes forward here with Trezeguet. He's going to be feeling very good about his game, about himself, and still wanting to impress new teammate as well, Fnatic Harry, with what he can do on and off the ball. Well, here is Kevin De Bruyne on the ball into Trezeguet. Looks like that little Cruyff turn, but David Luiz, good tackle there from Jambu.
No Fnatic Harry in the background, though, and I think that does play somewhat of a part. Having a coach behind you is always going to be beneficial, but having a hype man is going to be even better. But I'm hearing he is just out of shot, so he is there, maybe just hyping up Tex off screen. But for Jambu, however, he is a player who can definitely play at the top level of FIFA. So even though he has said, like, on his day, he thinks that he will be able to take down Tex, and yes, he is the underdog. He was able to beat Jonesy's Man United player 4-3 in his previous game. He took down Arsenal 2-1, that was Billy, and he did play against #Shuri as well in the group stages, only losing 1-0, but still was able to get through that group in second place. So I do think there is a chance here for Jambu. A lot of it is going to come down to that first goal. If Tex takes the first goal, the floodgates usually open, and he usually just completely destroys and annihilates his opponent. So we'll see how it develops.
And of course, we've got another semi-final going on as well. You've got Shuri representing Watford going up against Marley of Bournemouth, another player who we haven't seen too much this year in FIFA 20, but a big opportunity for him here in the E-Premier League. As going back to this game and the action that's going on, St. Maximan is trying to cause some problems here as Tex gets inside the box. Beautiful run there from Rashford. Tries to play the return ball to the Frenchman. But Jambu positioned that defender superbly well. But dangerous times there for the West Ham man. Tex looking dangerous.
Yeah, so many times you see that cutback available, but it's always denied by Virgil van Dijk. And this is such a dangerous over-the-top through ball.
Richarlison is on the end of it. Manages to muscle one player off the ball. And Jambu now inside the box. Trezeguet, a cricketer from him, and almost manages to beat the man, but David Luiz strong in the tackle once again, and there's been chances at both ends to get a strike away on goal, and here might be another one. Luiz is going to have to come across to deal with the Liverpool man, Sadio Mane, but eventually it will be done, and they can now come forward again as Alexander-Arnold will go out wide once more.
Tex trying to pressure with his fullbacks, which is almost kind of vintage Tex at this point, but this is always the downside to it. If you don't win that ball, it generates so much space on the wings for your opponent. But Tex does very well to bring men back and also regain possession there, even though he presented Jambu with the opportunity to push forward. And just look at all the red shirts that are flowing forward for Tex, and he's not scared to play those over the top through balls. We know he can play that slow, methodical build-up as well, but he's also willing to take those risks, go for the through balls, try and penetrate the defence a little bit earlier.
On the stroke of the half hour here in the first half. Of course, 2 legs to play in this game. We'll go to golden goal if needed. As Alexander-Arnold, the Liverpool man in the Liverpool shirt for the Liverpool player, will step forward. Kevin De Bruyne now on the edge of the box, twisting, turning. There's that ball in, and this is where Tex is so dangerous. You could see what he was trying there, almost just trying something very, very simple, just stepping away from the centre-back. But unfortunately for him, he couldn't make that interception.
Yeah, if Tex gets that ball in the final third, just on the edge of the area or even in the area, we know how dangerous he can be. He kind of created that drag back into Elastico combo that has been so deadly throughout the FIFA 20 season. And if he can win the ball back in these areas, he is always going to be able to find chances, even with David Luiz hunting him down.
Well, here's Mane then playing that ball inside to Rashford, and there is a real opportunity here for Tex, and you don't need to ask him twice. As Saint-Maximin is found at that back post, Tex will take the lead. Liverpool 1 to the good.
Yeah, Saint-Maximin is just so quick and pacey. He can get on the end of those. As soon as you see him making that run, it's going to be an easy finish for him. And now this is what I was talking about. When Tex takes that lead, usually we see him flourish and he grows and he scores goal upon goal upon goal. Jambu has to be very careful here not to allow that. He doesn't need to go gung-ho straight away and just throw everything forward. He can continue to play the way he was, play a little bit defensive if he needs to, try and play a bit of possession football, slow this game down. Don't allow Tex to think that he's already won the game, because as soon as that's in Tex's brain, you're gonna lose.
And it isn't like Tex doesn't give you opportunities to score as well. Sometimes we know, like you mentioned, he is aggressive in his defending. He does try and put pressure on the ball. He can leave those little spaces for you to exploit. As Richarlison manages to find just a half yard of space against David Luiz, and there's a little mistake there from Tex, and for Jambu, a chance to go forward, but again, what a tackle from Van Dijk. That wasn't an easy one to make for Tex, but he did it superbly.
It's all smiles on the face of Tex. He has been enjoying his FIFA lately. I know there was a period throughout the middle of FIFA 20 where he openly said he wasn't really enjoying it that much. He took a little bit of a break. He did take a little bit of slump in terms of online results through the pandemic, but ever since the E-Champions League Invitational, he has looked like the Tex of old, back to enjoying the game, back to his old smiley self, and back to the incredible FIFA player that he has always shown.
So just before half-time, then stoppage time at the end of the first half. Can he double that lead as Trezeguet turns inside? A second goal here for Tex, and he will be feeling very, very comfortable, but Kante will make that interception, and at half-time, it will be 1-0 to Liverpool and 1-0 to Tex. We'll hop over to our other game, though, between Watford Shuri and Bournemouth's Marley, and no goals to report here, Dan.
Yeah, 0-0, and I mean, this one, when Ryan was speaking about it on the desk, saying that Shuri probably the favourite, but Mark Marley, of course, no, we've seen him already in the ePremier League last year, and he can make an upset, I feel, here. Hashtag Shuri is just one of those players that does like to play attacking football, but does leave himself a little bit vulnerable defensively at times. So if Mark can get that first goal, then that might just generate a little bit of the heebie-jeebies and make nerves just settle in for hashtag Shuri ever so slightly. But this could be a huge tournament for Shuri. Has been fluctuating, I would say, in the Global Series rankings, had a couple of okay tournaments, qualified here or there, but hasn't really had that big tournament that we were speaking about. The same really for Tom. Even though Tom's been a bit more consistent, both of these hashtag players would love to be able to put a trophy up.
Oh, absolutely. There's nothing that says success more than having a trophy. We're going to jump back over to our other games. We're into the second half straight away between Liverpool's Tex and Jambu from West Ham. And if you just join us, of course, 1-0 after that goal about halfway through that first half from Alan Saint-Maximin is what separates the two players, as Mane's on this far side now. Jambu looking to answer back. A little bit of space there for Kante, but well done by Tex. to win that ball back again, and now Maximan's going to be in behind, and you can see maybe De Bruyne thinking about releasing him, but no, Tech slows it down once more and switches the play.
Yeah, Tech's more than happy to go for the fake. He saw how many players of Jambu were shifted towards the left-hand side of that pitch there, so he manipulates the pitch in a way where he can have more space on the left-hand side, just trying to open things up so he can ensure those pockets of space develop.
Well, there's a ball into the front man. It's going to be Trezeguet and Rashford linking up, and here's a ball into Mane. Can he play that ball back? It's beautiful, it's wonderful from Tex, a big save, but the rebound will fall back to Marcus Rashford, and it's 2-0 now to Tex. He's going to double his lead, and Liverpool are looking strong.
Yeah, somewhat fortunate to get the rebound, but you feel like he deserved the goal, being able to generate such a good chance like that. And Jambu, things are going to start to get a little bit more difficult, even though he has been able to get behind Tex's back four, and he's been able to get plenty of space on the left and right-hand side. It's just getting that final pass into the box. It hasn't really worked out for him.
There's Robertson then coming forward for Jambu, and he's going to need a goal back here ahead of this second leg, and there is an opportunity to do here. So here, Kante gets inside the box, and you almost thought that was a guaranteed goal. But a last-minute heroic block from one of the centre-backs means that it isn't. The goal that halves the deficit here for the West Ham man, and now for Tex, having won this ball back with Virgil van Dijk, he's going to keep going forward with the Liverpool captain.
Yeah, and you know what Tex is like as well. When he starts to get a couple of goal lead, he likes to put on a show. He likes to try and score with these Liverpool players as well. But for Jambu, that should have been a goal, and you saw his reaction in his webcam as well. He knows that that was an opportunity to get back into this game, and he's not going to be presented with many more clear-cut chances like that.
Well, here's Mane, and there might be a clear-cut chance for him, but look for the pass inside instead. Switch of the play here from Jambu. We'll find Sadio Mane in a little bit of space on the far side. Van Dijk now in a more familiar position for the centre-back, opposed to what Tex had him doing a few moments ago, sprinting his way up that left-hand side.
Well, that's typical Tex, right? Trying to go against the norm and do something a little bit different. But he has still been consistently pushing up and getting aggressive with these fullbacks, and Jambu is starting to notice that and is taking advantage of it.
There's a bit of space on the edge of the box here for Kante. Massive chance, but Greenwood cannot get away from Van Dijk, who recognised the danger well. That was a little bit of a mistake there from Tex. You can see trying to pressure, use that offside trap, but the offside trap was sprung and beaten by Jambu, and now that ball over the top isn't going to cause any danger. Pope will distribute this one out wide.
I think the positive for Jambu here is there are chances. He is getting into that final third. He does have that possibility to get back into this game. Tex is letting him get behind the back four.
Richarlison goes back inside here to Trezeguet. Chance here for Jambu, and again, at the last second, somehow or other, Virgil van Dijk will make a tackle that didn't look possible to win the ball back, and you can see a pause being queued up here by Jambu as well. He's going to be pretty happy with how this second half has started, I believe, Dan. He's had a few opportunities on goal, he's had a few positions which he will be very happy that he's managed to get himself into. Just that finishing touch not being able to be found, as every time the centre-back's been there at the last second.
He did have more possession as well, but as soon as Tex has seen that possession statistic pop up in the corner, he just suddenly started holding on to the ball a little bit more. He's like, oh, wait, I'm being beaten in something? I can't allow that to happen. But for Jambu, yeah, I mean, he's going to be happy that he's getting these chances, but at the same time, frustration is going to start to kick in, because he should at least have one at this point. He would have that ticket back into the game. However, it has been those last-ditch tackles that you talk about. That's why Van Dijk's so strong. That's why he's being put into not just these teams, but other tournaments, teams where any player is available. As a reminder, you can only use Premiership players in the ePremier League, but as we are in August, we have got to the point where the majority of players now are phenomenal. They've all had those upgraded items, whether it be through Summer Heat, or whether it be Team of the Season so far, Team of the Year. There are plenty of options to choose from, and you get a little bit of a display there of who is being played in these squads. Some very huge names in the Premier League, but also a few names that you wouldn't really expect to be there. Maybe the likes of Trezeguet, for example. He has shown up, and he has been a very impact player for a lot of these teams.
So you can see some changes there, and interesting to see that Tex, no surprise, looking for those players in the Premier League that do have that 5-star combo. You can see that Marcus Rashford foot item does have that. Like you mentioned, Trezeguet does have that. Heung-min Son has the 5-star weak foot, who's just been brought on as well, I believe, for Tex. So although he doesn't have the skills, he certainly has the ability to shoot on either foot, which is what these players are looking for at this level.
Yeah, I mean, being able to turn that quickly on the edge of the box is going to be one of the biggest factors in the majority of games. The Elastico is going to be very important. That's why you need to have skill moves on a player as well. We know that Tex likes to perform the Elastico on the edge of the box, although it did get to a point, I think, where a lot of people knew that Tex was going to go for the Elastico 9 times out of 10, so it became quite predictable.
The last few moments here of this first leg between these two players in our Xbox semi-final. Great tackle from Kante as well. And now maybe a chance to counter-attack right at the end of this half, and it is a counter-attack and a half. And the fresh legs here of Heung-min Son might be able to make this one 3. Tex is going to stop up. Son for Liverpool, and it is 3. Beautiful composure. And Tex is looking every bit the player we were talking about here. 3-0 to Liverpool. And West Ham and Jambu very much with an uphill battle ahead of them.
And once you stop up and you beat that man, it just becomes a scramble defensively to try and get that position back, try and block the shot. It was an easy finish in the end for Tex. Great composure, but also a fantastic ball, just being able to catch out Jambu on the counter. And that's exactly what Jambu didn't want. 3-0 now. This is a deficit that is very difficult for him to get back.
Great tackle again here from Tex, and Son, who's just come on the pitch and with pretty much his first touch has put the ball in the back of the net, is going to be looking for another one as well. Last attack of the game here as Mane tries to play that ball through. He's going to get a second bite of the cherry here for Tex. Mane powering through inside the box. Son's going to be there as well. It's a mess inside the box, and for Jambu, I think he kind of deserved that one not to go in a little. 3-0 to Liverpool, 3-0 to Tex, as we jump over to watch the goal that has come from our other semi-final between Shorey and Marley.
Yeah, Watford versus Bournemouth was 0-0 until we got into the 68th minute then, and it was Mark Marley for Bournemouth, just ball roll around the keeper, and that's what you need sometimes, Mark, just a simple ball roll. It's so easy and effective to beat the oncoming goalkeeper.
Amazing stuff then from Mark Marley. And Bournemouth fans, amazing stuff as you look at the top left-hand side of your screen. He is not only up by 1, he is up by 2. Over Shorey here, and Shorey is going to have to fire back. Pogba now, a little bit of space on the edge of the box. Can he find that goal to drag himself back into this game? But for Shorey, I think it could be unfortunate for him. A second name maybe put on that list of upsets so far.
Yeah, Mark Marley, Scottish, one of the best Scottish players around, really. I mean, we've seen him competing in a variety of tournaments now, and I think the further we get into FIFA 20 and as we start to progress into FIFA 21 as well, this is certainly a name we have to keep an eye on. He's played for some decent teams and decent clubs, and I'm sure that he will continue to sign for even better ones as he gets older and he grows, because he definitely has the skill, and we can see that here with the 2-0 advantage over #Shorey, a player who has been around the block a few times.
He's looking so confident on the ball as well here. Moving it quite comfortably around the pitch, not feeling pressured into making a pass. St. Maximin now, beautiful little step over from him, and inside the last minute of this game, an opportunity maybe for a third, and he is actually going to win the throw-in here. I thought that was going to be a Watford throw-in, but no. Marley's going to have a chance, like I said, to make it 3 potentially at the end of this game. And what a result that would be. 2-0 is impressive. 3, and you almost feel like this could be the game over as Trezeguet turns back onto that right and forces the save from Pope. Scary times here for Shorey.
You're completely right, though. 3 is just such a big mountain to climb. 2 is bad enough, really. But St. Maximin on the edge of the box. Maybe could be a third here. Doesn't quite get it through, though. David Luiz will clear, and that's going to be the final whistle of the first leg between these two, but that is not what I was expecting to see. I would have thought Shorey would be somewhat comfortable against Mark Marley, but again, I think that says more about how good Mark Marley is rather than anything against Shorey. Like, these are two competitors who are probably closer than we give up.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And I'm looking through Shorey's record coming into the semi-final. It's not been convincing results for him. It's been 1-0s across the board. So goal scoring hasn't been, amazing for him. He hasn't been scoring loads and loads of goals as we take a look at that second goal that he did concede. But he has been keeping it tight at the back. So this is even more worrying for him. The fact that he's going to have to push forward and look for those goals being down by 2. But beautiful stuff here, you have to say. That's a fantastic FIFA 20 goal.
Yeah, really nice drag back just to beat that final man. And I think you need to have that in the arsenal. You need to be able to be composed to make those decisions. Sometimes it's going to go against you. There's always going to be that little element of risk when you get into the final third. And you have to play the percentage game, which is what all these players do at a pro level. They need to find the best way to score. And usually they try and go for the drag back because it just gives you so much space and the keeper is going to be sold afterwards as well. But when we look at the other game, Tex with a 3-0 lead now against Jambu, I feel like this could be over. Unless Jambu gets an early goal going into that second leg, Tex is probably going to just be enjoying himself in leg number 2 here.
Yeah, first goal is absolutely vital here for West Ham fans and for Jambu as well, who's, of course, wearing that badge on his shirt right now. He needs to be able to claw this back. An early goal here in a 2-goal deficit becomes manageable, but like you say, Dan, 3 goals is difficult, 4... and you feel like that's pretty much mission impossible.
Well, I would say usually 3 goals is very difficult to go up against an opponent because they play quite defensive and they sit back, and that's the meta of FIFA 20. However, Tex doesn't really play that way. Tex is aggressive. He is going to try and win that ball back from you. He is going to go for goals because that's the Tex that has developed over the course of FIFA 20. There was a stage where Tex knew how to close out a game and he would hold on to the ball a little bit. But I feel like in this particular matchup, he probably feels like he doesn't have to. And instead, he can go for the entertainment factor.
We'll have to keep an eye on what Tex produces in this second leg. And I'm sure the West Ham fans will be hoping for a little bit more from Jambu in this second as well. But as I say, an early goal, and all of a sudden it completely changes the complexion of this time. With Mane getting in behind pretty early on here, there might be that opportunity for Jambu. Again, Virgil van Dijk. He really is instrumental in that defensive style that Tex plays. He just allows him to be a little bit more aggressive because he almost feels like he has that security blanket of Van Dijk at the back.
He might as well be a Dementor because he just sucks all of the life out of Jambu at this point. Every single time he gets through, final chance, instantly Van Dijk is there to ruin his day. Jambu could have had 2 goals, maybe even 3 when we look at the first leg. So the chances are there for him. Just hasn't been able to pull all the strings and get that final piece of the puzzle.
Well, Tex looking for that 4th now as Mane's going to get into a dangerous position once more. Masuaku back in. Beautiful passing play here from Tex. Trezeguet now twisting, turning, trying to get away from the attentions of Van Dijk at the other end of the pitch. And that's one way around him, just play that ball around. But David Luiz also so impressive in that centre-back position. We'll keep him at bay for now.
Jambu just switching play from left to right, noticing that there was a big cluster of players on the opposite side of the pitch, and generating as much space as possible is so important in FIFA 20 because otherwise you just find yourself passing into nothing, or you end up running into trouble where you're surrounded by 2 or 3 players. Well, Van Dijk's out of position here. And I was going to say, that is your best opportunity of getting a goal. If you can manage to get Van Dijk out of position and then find the space behind him, you're going to be in a good opportunity to do so, but so quickly recovered from Tex.
Yeah, won the ball back with Van Dijk. Say no more in that position, but you're completely right. If you can manage to pull him out and just get that position where you can work your way into that space, then you're going to be in a pretty good position. As now Tex is on the back foot and Jambu stepping forward once more. Here's Trezeguet. Manages to get that ball into Kevin De Bruyne and tries a little pop shot there down at the near post and will win the corner. But still, not really testing the goalkeeper as Mane now doing some defensive work here for Tex. Mane with the back heel inside the box, and David Luiz this time says, whatever you can do, I can do just as well, Virgil van Dijk, as now Marcus Rashford has plenty of space to work with.
And it's at what point Jambu does really throw everything and the kitchen sink at this point, because he knows he needs a goal, but he also knows if he does throw everything forward, Tex is going to be able to capitalise on that, make it 4, maybe even make it 5. And right now, I don't think he has to worry about saving face, but certainly if a couple of more goals go in, you start to think, well, actually, let's just look at the scoreline.
Well, here's Rashford dropping deep into Trezeguet. Tex, 1-2, and number 3 is the goal. And unfortunately for him, it's going to be offside, but what a move that was from Tex again, just showing how silky he can be in and around the box.
So close yet so far. There was a little bit of goalkeeper movement there from Jambu, but Tex read it perfectly. Didn't matter in the end with the offside. But that just shows if there is any sort of lapse of concentration and Jambu does allow Tex to get in behind, he is going to be punishing him. But if Jambu can just get one, I feel like there is life in this game just yet.
He needs to make the most of these positions. It's not the first time he's been in behind those fullbacks, but just not been able to create that opportunity to strike a goal. But maybe it's Kevin De Bruyne, but no. Again, just maybe a few decisions not being made correctly. It's tough to judge because of the fact that Tex is so good defensively. Jambu's doing everything he can in those positions, but having to get in those positions is one thing, making the most of them is another.
Tex does very well at consistently forcing his opponent to the edge of the box to ensure that he knows it's going to be a stop-up or some sort of skill move to try and turn on themselves, and then he can either go to block the turn or block the pass, and he does that so successfully.
Well, here's a chance here for Jambu. Rashford on that right foot, and he's pulled one back. And it's going to be Mason Greenwood, excuse me, who is the player who does get that finish. So 3-1, still 10 minutes left in this first half. Again, a lifeline here for West Ham.
Yeah, that Europa League item really is pretty terrifying, and Tex tried it again. He tried to push him out to the edge, tried to push him onto the left, but the turn in the end beat two men, and Tex is not used to seeing that happen, not used to being completely caught off guard, and maybe off guard here again.
Huge mistake here from Tex. It's Kante, maybe not the man that he wanted, but he puts it in the back of the net anyway. N'Golo Kante makes it 2 here to West Ham, and this is game on now.
I mean, you say it's Kante, and you don't really want Kante, but he's got 88 shooting. As soon as you add a chemistry style, suddenly his shooting's up in the 90s. He can put them away, does have a bit of a bullet on him. And I said we just needed the one goal, and suddenly it was life injected back into things, but now just a goal between these two.
Tex is looking to restore his 2-goal lead now. A little bit of shell shock on his part as now there's going to be a little mistake. Van Dijk, oh my word, Pope. Calm down, everybody. I've got the ball in my hands. We're good. Let's start on another attack from the back now. 5 minutes left until half-time.
Oh, and that's a big mistake there from Jambu as well. Maybe too much adrenaline pumping through him, but he is able to win it back. Otherwise, that could have been so detrimental for him. Just needs to stay calm now. He knows he's back in this game.
He's not just back in this game, Dan. He might be looking to tie it up now, right at the end of this first half. Richarlison gets past his man, goes back inside, tries to flick it round the corner. The other man will keep battling, though. He'll keep fighting into Trezeguet on that left foot. Van Dijk with the block initially. And Tex is under the cosh here.
Jambu, he said he can beat Tex on his day. Well, I wonder whether this is not just his day, but this is his leg, because he looks like a completely different player. Tex having to resort to going back to the goalkeeper here, holding on to possession. But Jambu is making something of this.
And for all the pressure that he's had, conceding right at the end of the first half would be a little bit of a heartbreaker for him, but what a comeback that is from West Ham's Jambu. This is the Watford goal, though, as we have seen Shorey get back into this game. 2-0 the result, of course, to Bournemouth in that first one, but now it's 2-1. Trezeguet here into Saint-Maximin. Beautiful composure from him onto that left foot, and that's a great finish as well.
Yeah, nice little freeze frame as we rejoin the game, and we rejoin the game at the perfect time because Mark Marley has been able to reinstate that 2-goal lead here for Bournemouth. Bobby Firmino tucking it away, the summer heat item, making it 3-1 on aggregate now.
So there you can see the score, like Dan just mentioned, in the bottom left-hand side of your screen at home. 3-1 after Shorey had managed to get his way back into this game for Watford. And cushion is re-established as we rejoin our live game. The other semi-final here on the Xbox. And this one is set up for a grandstand finish. Tex was up by 3-0, home and sailing. But 2 quick goals here for West Ham and Jambu. And it's completely changed the feel of this one.
I mean, it wouldn't be Tex if we didn't have a closely contested game in the ePremier League. Flashbacks of FIFA 19 last season in that console final against Diogo of Fulham. And he was down going into the final moments, and then he was able to, of course, score 2 goals in quick succession. A last-minute goal. Calvert-Lewin of all people.
Well, here's Greenwood, and he's got in here for Jambu. No! Trezeguet's blocked it. Trezeguet now! Oh, my word! And he almost expected that one to hit the back of the net, but the only problem for Jambu is one of his own players decided he wanted to block it. Heartbreak for him.
I mean, usually it's been Van Dijk that has been that final player to get in the way, but Trezeguet of all people, that was 3-3 there on a plate.
And now straight at the other end, Trezeguet walks around the goalkeeper, and it's heartbreak here for West Ham. And it's heartbreak for Jambu, because at the other end, he would have thought this game should be tied up at 3-3, but now it's 4-2 on aggregate. And Liverpool and Tex is a smile on his face, because I think he knows he's got away with one there.
Well, he's just seeing Jambu's Trezeguet block his shot, and then his own Trezeguet scores at the other end. That is just 2 nails in the coffin. And Jambu is going to be certainly frustrated, and that is something that can really change your mindset in a game, because your mind is going to be saying, well, I'm back into the game. That's 3-3. I should have scored that goal if it wasn't for my own player just getting in the bloody way. But now going into this, he's suddenly down by 2 yet again. He has to dig really deep. He's probably going to be changing formation at this point. But for Tex, this now gives him that cushion just to relax a little bit and reassess the game, because he was maybe giving Jambu a little bit too much space, was probably defending with too high a line. Instead, probably needs to focus on just holding on to possession and closing out this game at this point.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, and I think maybe that goal is going to give him that cushion, and maybe just, as I say, a little refresh mentally as well of what he needs to do in this situation to see the game out. I feel for Jambu, man. Like, look at him in the bottom left-hand side of your screen. It's easy to say, right? Just you have to forget about it. You have to move on, but something like that happens in a game as big as this as well. It's difficult to let it go.
Of course, £5,000 on the line for the winner of this game, and the chance for that first place prize of 20,000. Not bad for a day's work for these players. And for Jambu, I think it's a little bit more than that. Getting into a console final, continuing to show that you are a presence in the scene, and taking down the best, or at least one of the best in the world.
Kevin De Bruyne now comes back inside to Kante, as Jambu's still got something to say about this game. Heung-min Son! 4-2, 4-3. There's so many goals flying in, it's difficult to keep count.
And suddenly again, it is a game on for Jambu, and he's regained possession. Just needs to amp up the pressure a little bit, continue to make Tex a little bit nervous, continue to make Tex feel like he is under the cosh, and then there is going to be that chance to get back into things.
An update from the other game as well. It's looking like bad news for Watford fans in Shorey, because Mark Marley of Bournemouth is now 4-1 up on aggregate. He's managed to score another one in that, but back to this game. And this is end-to-end stuff between Liverpool and West Ham, and oh, Pope managed to get there at the last second. As it looked like Tex was going to re-establish that 2-goal lead, but for Jambu now, he's given the ball away from the goal kick. He's inviting pressure forward.
Yeah, needs to be careful he's not too predictable here. Tex knowing where he's going to go with these goal kicks, but every time Jambu gets the ball on the attack now, you feel like there is going to be something to come out from the other end. He knows how to get behind Tex's back four, but it's just a matter of putting it in the back of the net.
Well, Aubameyang's done extremely well here against Alexander-Arnold, but the final ball will fall to the Liverpool man, but one back almost immediately here. Kante into Son, surely not, no, he's done it, it's 4-4!
And it was 3-0 to Fnatic Tex for Liverpool, and he was absolutely cruising. And I said usually, any pro player, I would not expect them to throw away a 3-0 lead, but I had a very large but after that sentence, and that Tex, he attacked Jambu going into this second leg. He still was playing a high line. He was still trying to win the ball back with these fullbacks. And he's given Jambu chance after chance to get back into it. And realistically, when you look at the chances Jambu's missed and could have had, he could even be leading this game.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable scenes here in our Xbox semi-final. We thought this one was done after that first leg, but Jambu knows better. Jambu keeping his head on. And even with things going a little bit against him, you have to say, with that chance a little bit earlier, he's managed to pull this game back somehow or other. 4-4 now, and still 20 minutes to go here.
How does Tex pick himself up from this one? We've seen him so many times be able to dig deep and even have comebacks of his own, and also be able to have another comeback when someone is able to equalize against him. This, maybe, could be Jambu's day.
Well, here's Mane, Tex, Trezeguet. Oh, and I just thought he was going to pull the trigger there. Oh, what a last-second tackle that was.
And Tex has to be very careful with these fullbacks. Again, trying to win the ball back early, but that through ball manages to bobble on through, and it is hurting Tex every single time. And his concentration phase is very firmly applied at this point. 15 minutes left, and Jambu is certainly in the ascendancy.
What a game this has been in the ePremier League. Kevin De Bruyne out wide now to Alexander-Arnold. It's been a great comeback here from Jambu. Can he complete the comeback though? He's in on goal again, but what a save from the goalkeeper. Tex is hanging on. Jambu once more. No, cannot find his way through on goal.
And it was the double bluff from Tex as well. We've seen Jambu consistently go near post with those shots, and maybe he was expecting some goalkeeper movement from Tex, but Tex held strong with Pope, stayed in the middle, and he opted to go across goal, did Jambu, and it's hurt him here. 10 minutes left, and Tex has yet another attack.
At the other end now, it's Mane for Tex. Tackled again by Alexander-Arnold. And with the way this game is going, you feel like Jambu is the more likely to win now, and that ball in behind might just reach Bernardo Silva, and it does so. The Man City man going up against Masuaku, and my word, if adrenaline isn't pumping right now on these two players' veins, then I don't know what will.
And if we're all tied up after this 90 minutes comes to its conclusion, we do go into golden goal as well. But at this point, I think we're already in golden goal.
Mahrez now for Liverpool. Tex looking to get himself back into a winning position in this game. Son into De Bruyne. Jambu sticking to his task. Kante sticking to the ball here, looking for that pass into Son. Can he get there before the goalkeeper? No. Pope will pick that one up, and with just a few minutes left now, Dan, it's going to be Jambu who's going to be flying forward once more.
And if Jambu is sensible here, you want to hold on to the ball and just go for that final attack of the game, but instead Tex has regained possession here. And as I say that, possession dispossessed, and it means that Jambu will get this final attack before we go to golden goal, Mark.
Update from our other game. Shorey has pulled one back for Watford, but it's still 4-2 on aggregate to Mark Marley from Bournemouth. So even though Shorey's flying forward, he still needs more to get back into this game. It's Tex!
Oh, what is happening? How is that with a header?
The calmest man on the pitch right now is Pope in between the sticks, who in the last second of the game heads the ball away.
I thought it was going to be flashbacks to last season. Calvert-Lewin at the back post was the one that was able to win it for Tex. But Tex, who had a 3-goal advantage, you saw the statistics ever so slightly flash up on the screen there. He's only had one shot throughout the entire game, and he was able to get 1 goal. I feel like the stats didn't include that final shot with the header because it was a little bit fluffed. But still, it has all been Jambu. It's all been West Ham in this second leg, and we go to golden goal.
I just can't get over that save. Some things you just don't expect to see.
Just
I've watched a lot of FIFA 20 this year. A lot of FIFA 20. And the goalkeeper doing that in the last second he's full of confidence, isn't he? He's feeling good about himself. But look at that score on the top. I mean, 3-0 coming into this game. Tex had it all done. But 4-1 here in the second means that we do go to golden goal now. And this is a difficult one, right? Because Jambu's been flying forward. He's been creating chances. He looks the more likely to score a golden goal from chances. But the thing is, it's only 1 goal now. It's 1 chance. And the next goal will win.
See, this is the difference between the Premier League and the rest of the world. You might see scorpion kicks save goals elsewhere, but in the Premier League, you just get your face in front of it.
Well, this was the last goal that tied up this game. Aubameyang fighting with Alexander-Arnold. Mahrez picked the ball up here for Tex. He looked for that ball, but Kante with the interception. But it's the footwork here, Dan, that's beautiful. Son into Kante, back to Son, 5-star weak foot. He doesn't miss from there.
But it could have been 5, and it could have been the lead for Jambu. If I'm completely honest, there was another opportunity for Son, and instead of going near post, he opted to go across goal, and actually that was to his detriment. Otherwise, he could have been leading, could have been going into the console final. $5,000 secured. Start thinking about the ePremier League trophy, knocking out the current and reigning ePremier League champion, may I remind you. Tex is not just the best player, he is the best player in the world right now. He's been able to win the E-Champions League Invitational. He's the reigning E-Premier League champion as well. And he's taken him to golden goal.
It's an amazing comeback here, but the thing is, the comeback's great, right? But can you finish the job? That's the thing here for Jambu. And when you're going up against someone like Tex, as I mentioned, it's golden goal now. 1 chance is all it takes for these players now to progress into that final. And even though you've gone forward, you've scored goals, you're feeling really confident. To do that, Jambu's had to change the way that he's played. He's had to be more adventurous. He's had to be more aggressive. And when you're in a golden goal situation, Dan, That only has to go wrong once, but we're back into our other game now, our other semi-final, as we're going to see Mark Marley going through once again, and this looks like the end of the road for Watford and #Shuri.
Yeah, 5-2 on aggregate, just as we see the closing stages, just to confirm the result for everyone watching at home. Unfortunate for #Shuri, but his run in the ePremier League will once again come to an end here as he represents Watford this time. He represented Leicester last year in the ePremier League. But for Mark Marley, well, he's going to be marching on through to that Xbox final. £5 secured, and he can start thinking about maybe looking at the possibility of playing Tex, but it could be Jambu that he goes up against.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves right now. It's got golden goal to decide what's going on in that Xbox semi-final. But, I mean, I just want to get into the golden goal. Obviously, we're just setting up the game to get straight into it at the moment. But go on, who's it going to be? Put you on the spot. That is the definition of putting someone on the spot.
I think Jambo could take this, you know. I feel like if he plays defensive and he absorbs the pressure, Tex is offering up a lot of space with those fullbacks. Tex is desperate to win that ball back, and I feel like Tex is going to be angry. He's going to be frustrated. He's going to want to finish this golden goal quickly. He doesn't want to look weak in front of the rest of the field and feel like, oh, Jambu's taking him to 30 minutes of golden goal. He's going to want to finish this one, get on into that console final, and start thinking about progressing to the grand final. So it's going to be tough for Jambu, but I definitely think the opportunity is there.
It's going to be interesting to see who has kickoff as well. He gets that early possession, because that can be, you know, it's a huge part of the game. And here we go. It's going to be Tex who does have the kickoff here, and from the restart we'll have the first possession of the game. So if you're just joining us right now, you've just missed an amazing comeback from West Ham's Jambu. He was 3-0 down after the first leg. He won the second 4-1. Arguably could have won the game right there. But now it's golden goal, so next goal wins. Whoever scores next will go through to the final.
And just for a clarification, not necessarily your normal golden goal that you would see in real football. Instead, we will play until there is a goal scored, meaning we could have another 90 minutes of FIFA here.
Could have another 6 hours.
We could have another 6 hours of FIFA here as well. But considering we've just seen 8 goals in 2 legs, I don't think we'll get that far.
Well, Robertson's going to be dispossessed momentarily there. He will get it back, and Alexander-Arnold stepping in once more, and that's 2 tackles now that Tex has made. But pushing those fullbacks up means that Virgil van Dijk is going to have to do some work once again, and finally Tex will win the ball back, but gives it away almost immediately. I love the pressure that's coming in from Jambu here. He's not letting Tex settle in this game whatsoever.
But just one slip up from Van Dijk, and that is going to be Jambu's chance, because those fullbacks are being absolutely run around at the moment, and Jambu has so successfully been able to get the ball down the wing, but Virgil van Dijk has been the saving grace for Tex. It's defensively for Jambu where he does have to be careful with where he steps up here, because if Tex gets into that box, you know how dangerous he can be.
Well, here's Trezeguet then, Tex stepping forward. Next goal wins in this game. And here's Marcus Rashford with a chance to win it, maybe. Goes inside the box. Oh, my God, he's hit the bar. So Maximan with the chance to win the game for Tex, but he couldn't take it.
And every time you lose possession, every chance that is missed, that is going to be potentially a chance for your opposition. Jambu now can play the ball around. He can dictate the pace of play, and he can look to try and break down the defense of Tex. And Tex has to refocus and just reassess how he is going to be able to defend it. He does opt to step up and get aggressive, but this time he's rewarded.
Here's St. Maximan then on this near side. Rashford, Kante, De Bruyne getting involved. Everyone having a touch on the edge of the box here for Tex. The reigning defending ePremier League champion is not going to want to give up his title here. St. Maximan into Rashford! Oh. He's hit the post!
I think he was offside,
anyway.
It seems like at the moment there's a magnet in that ball, and the other magnet is attached to the upright. Tex consistently hitting the woodwork. And realistically, he should already be through here.
Trezeguet's in behind it. Great ball out wide here for St. Maximan. A man who hit the bar just a few moments ago. Tex piling on the pressure here in the golden goal situation. Goes near post, and finally he gets it done. Denied not once, but twice by the woodwork. And finally he finds the back of the net, and you can see what it means to the Liverpool man.
Yeah, no doubt in my mind the passion behind Tex in this one. I said, which Tex are we going to see? Are we going to see the one who kind of slumped off, had a couple of questionable online results, or are we going to see the E-Champions League Invitational winner, the current reigning E-Premier League champion? Well, we are seeing that man here today. Yes, okay, he made it a little bit difficult for himself, but throughout that entire golden goal, I mean, he was having the chances, he was hitting the post, he was hitting the bar. It just didn't look like Jambu was going to be able to get that chance.
A tough pill to swallow there for Jambu. Congratulations and obviously commiserations as well to him, the West Ham man. An amazing comeback in that second leg, but just unfortunate that he just couldn't make anything happen in that golden goal situation. But Tex, you can't argue, like you said, right? He created, what, 3 chances, golden chances in that final period of the game. He hit the bar, he hit the post. Finally, he was offside from the post one, yeah, fair enough. But finally gets that goal, and he marches on. And he always starts off with one of these close games in a tournament. He seems to, just keep everyone interested.
He keeps everyone worried, and I'm sure is making all the hearts of Liverpool fans go straight into their mouths. But he stuck to his guns. He still played very aggressive in his defence. He was pushing up with the fullbacks, and in the end, he was rewarded for it.
Amazing stuff. So Tex will move through, and of course, Mark Marley will move through in the other semi-final as well to play in our final. But for now, Rachel, what are your thoughts on that one?
I mean, that was something else. We did not expect that. Gutted, of course, for Jambu there, Ryan. But I guess it was expected that Tex is the one who marches further on in this competition. You can see it right now. Liverpool defeating West Ham. That was Tex Jambu. And then you can see on the other semi-final, Watford and Bournemouth. Bournemouth 5-2 over #Shorey. That was Mark Marley. Ryan, I'm going to go back to the game we just saw there. Gutted for Jambu, like I just said, but didn't he play so well?
Definitely. Congratulations to Tex, but you have to pay homage to Jambu. He came back fantastically well. He'd created a lot of chances. And we're seeing here the golden goal. It was patient from Tex on the edge of the box to work the chance with Trezeguet. And near post, he takes the chance and it gives him the victory. But you have to say, Jambu, in my opinion, had a lot of chances to, not in golden goals specifically, but in the second leg and the first leg, he got a lot more space than I'd anticipated he would get against Tex.
Why don't you think he could convert those chances? Because you kept saying, with me sitting on the desk, saying, why didn't he do X, Y, Z? Why didn't he?
It's so easy to say, looking at it from an outsider point of view, but I don't know, maybe he panicked. Or the thing is, when you play against Tex, right, you don't think you're going to get that space. So when the space is open up, you're kind of shocked, thinking, oh, wow, I didn't think this would happen, or I didn't think this opportunity would be available. And I feel like that happened frequently, but I don't know what clicked in the second leg for him to get that many goals, especially after the Trezeguet, or the chance where Trezeguet blocked it. I thought that was it. I thought game over, but he done well to come back into it. And again, homage to Jambu.
And were you... I think we're having a look right now at some of Jambu's opportunities we mentioned. I think he could have been 3 goals up, actually, at one point in the game. We can have a look at them right now. This was one of his chances. Again, Pope is being an excellent goalkeeper for everybody. I think everybody's using him, aren't they, Ryan?
Yeah, definitely. And I say some of the chances he did have came from pressing high up the pitch, where in the first leg he sat back quite deep. And I feel like for someone like Jambu, attack is the best form of defence. And we see here fantastic goals. He worked a lot of chances with Son, who's probably his best player, and created a lot of chances. And again with Son, this for me has got to go in. Like, he's had a lot of success at the near post, and I don't know. I feel like maybe Tex got in his head with the goalkeeper, or like he thought maybe Tex would move the goalkeeper. But again, it's so easy to say you should shoot this side of the goal when you're not playing. When you're playing, the intensity's high, the pressure, the adrenaline. And it was unfortunate, but you have to credit Tex for his performance.
Why do you not think we saw a Tex domination like we saw actually in qualifiers? He beat Gorilla, a former world champion, 6-0 to book his space here today. Why do you not think we saw that Tex today?
It's difficult to say. You could maybe say complacency, especially just after he won the Champions League Invitational last weekend or last week. You could say maybe he was a bit too cocky, maybe, because especially when you're 3 goals up, you're thinking you're cruising, your opponent's not creating, or when he does create the opportunities, he's not taking them. So I would say that probably gave him a boost of confidence, and it maybe led to complacency. And Jambu done well, as I said, to come back into the game.
Yeah, well, I think Tex wants this one for sure. He does want this title. He said it. Obviously, a massive Liverpool fan. He wants to do his club proud. I think we can talk to him right now, probably from the Fanatic HQ in Shoreditch. There he is, chilling out. Tex, congratulations, firstly, but it was so stressful to watch. Was it as stressful to play in?
To be honest, Rachel, I don't want to talk about it. That was, honestly, to be fair, Judy to Jambo, that was probably the best leg of FIFA anyone's ever played against me. Like that, he was crazy good, that second leg. And yeah, my heart is pounding.
Yeah, I'd say congratulations, of course, but I would say, is there something that you changed in the second leg? Or did you keep everything the same? Because it just looked like maybe he had a bit more space in attacking third.
Right, I have no idea. I was just playing my normal self. and he just decided to turn up in the second.
Yeah, that was a crazy leg.
I could barely keep the ball, to be honest, but then golden goal, I turned up a little bit more, so yeah.
You always do, Tex. Obviously, now we know who you're going up against in the Xbox final. It's Mark Marley of Bournemouth. Do you know much about that player?
Yeah, I'd rather be Shuri because I'd rather play my mate, innit? I feel bad for Shuri. Obviously, GG's to Shuri. We're getting to semi-final, but Marley, do I know anything about him? Yeah, I've played him quite a few times. He's really good. I played him in qualifiers earlier this year, and he was beating me like 4-1 in the first leg, and then I ended up beating him in qualifiers like 6-4 in the second. So yeah, he's good, but hopefully I can score some more goals.
Yeah, absolutely. And just one word, of course, you are the reigning champion. You're sitting there in your Liverpool top, in the Fnatic HQ. Obviously, that's your team. You're looking chilled, but is the pressure on, do you think?
Looking chilled, Rachel. You see my last performance? That's the opposite of chilled. Honestly, I'm scared, to be honest. But, yeah.
Scared, yeah. You're looking cool. Should we go with the word looking cool instead? And also, for people who don't know at home, you've got someone next to you. He's coming in now. That's Fnatic Harry. He's your teammate. Is he acting as a coach? Just tell everyone at home what he does for you.
If anything. What does Harry do for me? I don't know. Like, it's just I'm more relaxed during the game. That's what we'll go for. And like, if I say there's like a 50-50 decision and I don't know what to do, he'll just sort of tell me like what he would do, and I go, yeah. If I do what you say and I lose, it's not my fault. It's his fault.
I was going to say he's a Jurgen Klopp, but maybe not. We'll kind of park that, shall we? Right, Tex, thank you so much for chatting to us. Good luck in that final.
Cheers. No, thank you.
There we go. I mean, he looks like he's having fun. He loves being in his Fnatic HQ, like I mentioned in Shoreditch, because beforehand he was a little bit kind of, I guess, down, not in the dumps, I'm going to say, but kind of lacked a bit of motivation when they're playing these games offline, or online, I should say, because we weren't obviously allowed to go to these FIFA events. But he is playing Mark Marley. He mentioned that he's played him a couple of times before. You know him a little bit as well. You said you've seen him at some of these major events. What do you make of him as a player?
I think he's a top player. I think he's done well to reach this stage of the tournament. He's beaten top players. He just beat Shuri 5-2 as well, which is pretty comfortable. We didn't really see the game probably because it was focused on the Jambu Tex game. But to win 5-2 in a game like FIFA 20, where most of the games are tightly contested, so to win it that resoundingly, surely, I guess, shows how his attacking intent and defensively as well to stop someone like Shuri from scoring. It shows he should have some sort of confidence going into this, and especially playing against Tex, where Tex might be coming off of a game where his confidence might not be as high, and we'll see some of the goals he scored here. He's very composed with the ball roll around the goalkeeper, and he buries it with Roberto Firmino. And again, I feel like someone like Marley, Tex mentioned he won 4-1 against him previously in the first leg, and well, in another tournament. And if Marley or Marley can start off like that, you never know. Maybe he could favour himself. And again, fantastically worked chance with Mane, a drag back into the shot. And you see some of the goals. He's very composed. He's very clinical when the chances come. And against Tex, you need to be clinical. Maybe Jambu lacked that sense of being clinical in the final third, especially in the first leg. So it's down to Mark Marley to see if he can, I guess, contest Tex.
Absolutely it is. And I think we have Mark Marley right now to chat to us. Mark, congratulations. 5-2 there over hashtag Shuri. Just tell us exactly how it all went down and how pleased are you to make it to the Xbox final?
Yeah, well, also absolutely buzzing to get to the final. The first half of the first game was quite close. There wasn't a lot in it. Maybe Shuri had the better chances, and then I think from them it started maybe figuring them out a bit, and me and my coach, Adam Ryan, we came in with a game plan, and I think after that first half we executed it brilliantly, and I think we deserved to win in the end.
Just a question from me. Congratulations, of course, for advancing into the next round. I would say you probably obviously weren't watching the Tex game against Jambu, but probably knowing the result where he gave up a 3-goal lead, which is unlike Tex, does that give you some sort of confidence just going into it, thinking, all right, he does bleed, he is susceptible to maybe conceding a few goals, so surely that does give you confidence?
I don't think it really matters, to be honest. It's Tex. At the end of the day, he's the champion. He's wanted to defend his crown, but what more can you ask for a final where almost like a champion versus challenger type thing? So I'm looking forward to it. It's always good games versus Tex, and yeah, I can't wait for it.
Yeah, good luck.
Are you going to change anything up, do you think, Mark, for this game against Tex? What is your game plan?
I'm not sure I want to tell you that, to be honest.
He's not listening.
But no, I'll probably just try and play the way that I want to play, control the ball, and hopefully create more chances, because we have scored a decent amount of goals in this competition so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, good luck in that final, Mark. We'll chat to you a little bit later on. Go and get ready for that. Just quickly, he mentioned he's obviously scored a load of goals. 17, I think I mentioned, in qualification. So we know he's got goals in his locker. He is, though, going up against the reigning champion in Fnatic Techs of Liverpool. But join us after the break, because we will have the PS4 final, where we will crown the best PS4 player in the Premier League. Come back and join us. It's going to be brilliant. Welcome back to the Gfinity Arena for the ePremier League finals. We have our PS4 console finalists ready and waiting to go into battle for a shot at a place in that grand final and a chance to be crowned this year's champion and take home that top prize of £20,000. So much at stake. Ryan Pessoa carries on joining me right now. Ryan, let's just have a quick look at what we just saw. Obviously, the Xbox final is going to be a cracker, but let's move on quickly to the PS4 side of things. The fact that we've got #Tom 5-0 in his semi-final, taking on Hammond, who only won by 1-0. You can see those scores right now. Watford there, that's Tom, 5-0. Chelsea, that's Hammond, 1-0 over FaZe TAS. What can we expect from that? Because those, I guess, goal scores there don't really, I guess, describe what happened in the match. But is Tom the one to watch? Is he going to be dominant?
I'd say definitely. He's definitely take it.
I wasn't even putting you under pressure, but you've given me who you think's going to win now. I'll just, I guess, just say to the people watching at home, what quality player we have in Tom. Obviously, he got to the final of a Summer Cup series in Europe that EA Sports put on, so that was a great achievement for him. Obviously, he's one of the England representatives. He is an E-Lion. He's someone that you see at all these international tournaments throughout the season, because obviously we do have a series going on behind the scenes as well. So he's got so much pedigree, hasn't he, Ryan?
Yeah, and he is just missing the trophy. And this could happen today. Maybe he goes on to win his first trophy. But he's had performances across the years, not just this year, where even last year, I believe he was a PlayStation champion in Bucharest. I think it was one of the later events in the season. And he's performed, he's come on leaps and bounds since then. He's become an even better player. And at that stage, I thought he was amazing already. So he's just missing the trophy, which obviously doesn't mean that he's not a top player just because he doesn't have the trophy. But I feel like for him, it would just boost him and give him the extra boost going into next season.
We talk about these players, though, that are kind of, I guess, the giant killers, aren't they? That's Hammond right now. At the moment, he's taken down Fnatic Harry, and that is, if everyone was watching a little bit earlier, the guy who's in the back of the shot when we spoke to Fnatic Tex. Then he took down Man City Shells, your teammate. Now he's just taken down FaZe TaS. 3 massive names. He's sitting there. You can see he had a bit of game rage. He's got a hole in the back of his wall there. So he's someone that has passion, I guess. Do you think he can take down the 4th name there in #Tom? 3rd ranked in the world. So much against him right now.
I think he can, obviously, just because you've seen what he's performed. He managed to beat TaS with a well-worked goal here. And the way he defended was something that, in my opinion, is one of the key things to his game. He's very solid defensively. In my opinion anyway, the way how he's able to play a switch and cut lanes manually and force the opposition into mistakes. Like we saw TaS gave away possession quite frequently, and TaS is someone who keeps possession very, very well normally anyway. So for Hammond to do that, to force your opposition into mistakes, means you get back possession, means you're in possession to create a chance. And if he can take the chances, he didn't have too many against TaS, but if he can take the chances against Tom, then he can win. You never know.
Let's just talk about the player who was the goal scorer then as well, Trezeguet of Villa. A lot of the boys are using him. Why is he so good? What makes him such a standout player?
He's got the high agility, the high balance. He's able to turn really quickly on the edge of the box. And in my opinion anyway, for a striker or an attacking midfielder, you need them to have 5-star skills and 5-star weak foot, because the weak foot, you don't need to worry about what side you're going to turn on when you're in that situation. And 5-star skill moves, you can do a drag back into an elastical or a reverse elastical. You basically have the full catalogue of skill moves to use on FIFA 20. So being able to do that and not worrying about what foot to turn on is always going to be beneficial, especially at the top level.
Yeah, and most people as well are using Nick Pope in goal. Well, everyone, I think, so far has. Why have they all gone for him?
He's, in my opinion anyway, he's the best Premier League goalkeeper. Stats-wise, I think maybe Alisson might edge it. He has better stats at this Team of the Year version. But just because Pope, I believe he's 6'7" or 6'8", so he has that stature in goal. And obviously, the taller the goalkeeper, the better, compared to Alisson, who I believe is maybe 6'3" or 6'2". I'm not really sure. But I would say Pope, you see some of the saves he made as well for Tex in that game. His long stature, he's able to collect the ball from crosses, do everything perfect. So he's, in my opinion, the best goalkeeper in the Prem.
Yeah, of course. They're obviously all wanting this ePremier League title. And this game is worth a cool £10,000, because if you make it through to that grand final, the winner gets £20,000 and then the runner-up gets £10,000. There's so much on the line right now. #Tom is up against Hammond. Of course, we mentioned him. He's there. He's in the #HQ. I'm pretty sure that's Essex where they're sitting, and I'm pretty sure #Shuri is probably sitting out of shot there. We just saw him in the Xbox side of things. Do you think those two will now be working together? #Shuri's gone out. Do you think he'll now turn his attention to #Tom?
Absolutely. I've been a teammate with Shuri before, and he's a great guy. Even when things might not go his way, he's always going to be there to fall back on. He's always there, going to be supporting you, always pushing you to that next level. And that's not going to change here. He's going to be pushing Tom, giving him the confidence. And in my opinion anyway, having someone like Shuri beside you is always going to give you that, just that relief, just knowing that there's someone there that's always supporting you.
Yeah, these are 3 of his last goals that you're watching right now, because he did have a convincing win in the semi-finals, 5-0. It was Watford taking on Tottenham. Obviously, Watford no longer in the Premier League for the upcoming season, but this, obviously, of course, is still the FIFA 19-20 season. FIFA 20 they're playing, and, of course, 5-0, dominating from #Tom, but it was to be expected. Some nicely worked goals there. And I just want to go back to the prize money. The fact that we said that Hammond is maybe a player that could really benefit from £10,000. You said when you first got your first kind of prize money, you went and just invested back in yourself, back into the game. Go on, tell us about what you did. Who did you buy? Can you remember?
No, I just remember, obviously, being in that position where maybe you don't have another source of income, maybe you're relying on FIFA at that moment in time, trying to build up yourself in the scene. So winning £5,000 or £10,000 or any amount of money is a great feeling. You're able to reinvest into the future FIFA or that current FIFA, depending on the time frame and when it happens. But it gives you that confidence, and especially for someone like Hammond, maybe he hasn't qualified for any of the major events beforehand. So I would say it's going to be able to give him that boost. Maybe he's able to buy other things that could help his game, maybe fix the wall behind him, you never know. But I think that, in my opinion anyway, from personal experience, when you're playing and when you do win prize money, and you're maybe not used to it, you kind of rest on your laurels a bit, because you go into tournaments thinking, all right, I want to reach this stage because I earn X amount of money. And that isn't the best mindset to have. So maybe his mindset's different than mine, because that's all I cared about at the time. But yeah, I wish him the best of luck.
I'm sure he won't be fixing the wall. I'm sure he will be reinvesting into his game. Let's see if Hammond can do another giant killing in the form of taking down #Tom. This is the PS4 Final coming your way. Time now to hand over to Dan and Mark to take us through this one.
Thank you, Rachel. Yeah, this is going to be another beautiful game, Dan, and another potential giant killing here for Hammond. We've already gone through the list of players that the Chelsea man has managed to take down on his way to this PlayStation 4 final in the ePremier League. And #Tom surely has to be top of that pile, representing Watford here, of course. But if you can knock him off, you know, he's arguably, like Brian was saying, the best PS4 player in the world right now.
Do you know what I'd do if I got through and I won £10,000? I would hire the player I beat to plaster that wall behind me. I feel like
the
that
ultimate FIFA.
Yeah,
like,
just rub extra salt into the wounds. Like, just really get into the mind of your opponent. But this is going to be a great final. I mean, ignoring the wall behind him and all, I think this is a real chance for him to put his name on the map of FIFA esports. He may have already done so just by getting to this console final, but to knock off yet another player who is at the top echelon of FIFA players in #Tom would be a huge accolade for him. And he has the opportunity to do so. Yes, he's going to probably play a little bit defensive because he knows how Tom plays. But if he can get through that first maybe 30, 40 minutes in game, I think he could maybe do something here. Because we heard when Tom had his interview, he said, I've started to be a bit more aggressive at the start of games, and we'll see whether he does that here.
Yeah, looking forward to see if that's something that he brings into this final. And here it is, the PlayStation 4 final is very much underway between Chelsea and Watford. And you can see Shorey in the background there, having been knocked out of the tournament, unfortunately for him, on the other side of the bracket in the Xbox. He's going to be supporting his fellow teammate at # here, and of course Watford, to try and represent the Hornets in the way that he would have wanted to. But early on here, you can see a couple of expressive skill moves coming in from Tom, and maybe just playing a little bit of cat and mouse with his opponent early on.
Playing a slightly higher line, maybe utilising team press a little bit here for Tom. That's going to be the way that he's going to play, attacking in the early stages of the game, just trying to win that ball back, try and gain that goal lead, or 2-goal lead, or a 5-goal lead if you look at the semi-final, because in the second leg he didn't really have to do anything. It was 0-0 in the second leg. It was just those small amount of 5 goals he was able to achieve in the first that got him here into this PlayStation final. For Hammond, however, it was a very different story when he went up against Arsenal and TAS. It was a late goal in the second leg that sent him through with a 1-goal lead. I feel like he's going to need more than just 1 goal if he's going to overturn #Tom here.
Well, here comes Tom forward then. This time we've really seen him be able to get near his opponent's box. That's a beautiful ball into the feet of Bobby Firmino, who plays it off to Riyad Mahrez. And Saint-Maximin working his way in field as well. Pogba gets that one round the corner, and potential here, but again, Hammond defending incredibly well. But like you mentioned, quick pressure from Tom to win that ball back and not allowing him to settle.
Yeah, he really just wants to get this early goal. He knows he's going to be going up against a very defensive side of Hammond. You can see 10 men behind the ball for Hammond, and it means he doesn't really have a quick counter-attacking option just yet. We did see how that changed in the latter stages of his game against TAS. He upped his formation and upped his line a little bit to push those forward players even higher up the pitch, so he did have the option of a counter-attack.
Here comes Hammond then. Only 1 goal separated him and TAS in that semi-final, as Firmino tries that little reverse elastica around David Luiz, but the Arsenal man will make that tackle. This feels a little bit strange to say the Arsenal man for Watford, but, you know, he's doing the job here.
Who also has a # player as well.
Hashtag, who are going to be in their first ever FA Cup game as well next week, which is huge for them. Of course, very different esports side to the playing side, but when we look at the ePremier League and its comparisons to real-life football, always worth mentioning is Tom is going to be through here. Could potentially go for a little cross, but instead just opts to keep possession.
We work back inside, like you said. Here's Pogba. Tries to find that ball into Alan Saint-Maximin. I'm sure that Hashtag United would love to one day be involved in the ePremier League as well.
A hashtag player representing the Hashtag United team. I mean, that's the dream. It's going to be quite a lot of years before that could potentially happen.
For Chelsea and Hammond, this has been a great story so far for them, and the closer you get to that fairy tale, the more real it starts to become and start to feel. But beautiful stuff from Saint-Maximin again. Hammond showing that he's got some skills up his sleeve as well when he gets into that final third and gets around the edge of the box. And now a little bit of quick passing from him is going to open up some spaces. And Dijk will step in. Just as things look dangerous, he's always the man to step in with that tackle.
There was a little bit of possession there, a bit of a spell for Hammond and Chelsea, and Tom did have to utilise the striker drop-back function just to ensure he had enough men to stop the bombardment. He was able to evaluate this situation and regain possession.
Here's Pogba then, maybe a chance to go forward himself, and it's Pogba on the right foot. The Elastico sent the defender to the shops, but again, it's Pope in between the sticks who makes another phenomenal save. He's been a standout player so far in the ePremier League.
Shows how powerful that Elastico is as well. It can completely sell a defender. And especially when you see it combined with the drag back, that has been such a popular combination of skill moves. But at the moment, I think Hammond's going to be more than happy with this. 30 minutes in, the early pressure that maybe Tom was expecting to be able to provide hasn't been able to gift him a goal just yet. And Hammond, for all of his defensive capabilities, has had quite a decent amount of possession as well.
He's working his way forward once more and looking to make something of this possession as well. And like I mentioned earlier, he has looked pretty good when he's got into these attacking areas and looked like he can create something a little bit special as well, the Chelsea man. Fullback and Mane combining here, and Mahrez is back doing some defensive work, and he will win the goal kick here as the ball deflects back off of Sadio Mane here. And will be possession back to Tom.
And in terms of Tom's run to this point, I mean, I wouldn't say he's had the most difficult of tasks in terms of who he's gone up against. I mean, no disrespect to the players he has played and beaten. I'd say his toughest competitor was probably Ethan in the group stages. If you look at players' historical achievements anyway, it was a very comfortable 5-0 victory against Callum. And on paper, this should be another comfortable victory for Tom, and it should be a cross-console final for him, and one step closer to that first ever trophy that has eluded him for some years now. But we know that what's on paper isn't always what happens with the final result. Hammond has already been able to reverse the script once, and I'm sure he'd like to do so again here.
Not just once. Again, that list of players that you mentioned earlier that he's taken down so far in the ePremier League, it's now not the exception. It's kind of the norm, to be honest with you, for Hammond and Chelsea, and I'm sure that Chelsea are lots of fans who are watching right now and absolutely loving what they're seeing from their player. The success that he could potentially bring here. And he's got to deal with Tom once again, and Pogba was a little bit of a catalyst for that first chance that he had. He's stepping forward once more. De Bruyne into Firmino! And sometimes Tom can make it look so simple as Watford now take the lead.
And this is going to be the true test for Hammond now. What happens when he goes a goal down and he can't just sit back and absorb pressure as much? Yes, okay, still plenty of time, still a second leg to come after this. But it does mean that he's going to have to come forward a little bit more, which is going to leave him somewhat more vulnerable at the back. But it was a beautiful move from Tom. And he knew as soon as he was in that space with Firmino, if he just let the ball fly, very likely was going to go into the back of the net.
Well, there's a half-time whistle then, and the goal was just on the stroke of half-time, so Watford 1-2 the good now against Chelsea, and Tom showing why from those statistics as well, that you can see why he's considered by many to be the best PS4 players in the world. No shots on target, no shots at all for Hammond, But he has looked like he could create something in this second half, but this is a position he hasn't found himself in the tournament yet.
Yeah, I mean, he's had a decent amount of possession, so it's not like he's been completely sitting back and absorbing pressure and just allowing Tom to come at him. He's been able to at least play his way into the game. It's just in that final third, Tom has also been quite impressive defensively, and as I said, has been utilising that striker drop back to ensure that he has plenty of men to get behind the ball as well. But now that Hammond is a goal down, I'm expecting a slight change in tempo, maybe a couple of riskier balls, and maybe just a little bit of a change in terms of how high his line is defensively too.
Let's see if the Chelsea man can start a comeback of his own then. Already beaten a lot of big names in the scene, and this is a great start here to the second half. So Maximin, just that reverse elastico again, but made us a little bit overplayed in that situation, and Tom can pick up possession once more, and Tom's so good at controlling the game once he does get that lead down.
He is. He's another one of those players who has developed right in front of our very eyes across the last few years, and FIFA 20 really has been the shining time for him.
Well, Alexander-Arnold is continuing his run. Beautiful passing play here from Tom. Just needs that finishing touch, but Alexander-Arnold has actually pulled across to fill in inside the 18-yard box there to get that tackle in, but it was a great move there from Watford's man.
And again, just that touch inside the box is sometimes enough for the defenders to nick in and take it. Even though Kevin De Bruyne, such an amazing foot item in the game, even he can sometimes have somewhat of a heavy touch. And instead, that's why we usually see skill moves utilised, or a quick pass, or in sometimes a first-time shot.
Masuaki's going to pick the pieces up here for Tom. A little bit of a wayward pass, not quite finding its intended target there for Chelsea's Hammond. Mahrez with a little heel to heel there into Firmino. Another player who's got those 5-star skills to utilise. Kevin De Bruyne now goes back to the fullback, Alexander-Arnold. Tom being patient in his build-up once more, and then you're going to see him inject a little bit of pace into his attack as Mahrez now gets it on that left foot, looks for the finesse towards that far corner. And a good block from the centre-back.
That does say something about Hammond's defence as well, the fact that Tom is kind of resorting to long-range shots as well, just trying to finesse from the edge of the box, seeing if he could try something a little bit different rather than going for the elongated process of breaking Hammond down, because he has had to break down the defence. And yes, he's found himself successfully getting through once, and once might be enough. Who knows? He might only have to win this by a goal, because we haven't really seen any sort of demonstration from Hammond to suggest he is going to be able to get a goal of his own just yet.
Well, a second for Tom here, and the pressure really does go on to Chelsea. But keeping it at just one, like we said, you only need that one chance, and before you know it, we could be heading towards goal once more. So if Hammond needs to keep his head on, he's doing a pretty good job at the moment. Just keep an eye on his player cam as well. Doesn't seem flustered. Doesn't seem to have a touch with the situation that he's found himself in. Just the one goal, and you do concede goals in FIFA, however good you are. We've seen that from everyone so far in the tournament.
Yeah, plenty of time to work with as well. Still another leg to get things going. Tom is actually going to be the one queuing the pause here for a change.
Trying to get round David Luiz, and again, a little bit of a physical challenge, but nothing given by the referee. Here are those changes, Dan.
Yeah, probably just a couple of fresh faces. Son is going to join the fray, and we saw how influential he was for Jambu against Tex. I mean, so many shots that were able to just pass by the keeper, and actually Son could have been the difference maker to send Jambu through to that final.
Yeah.
The 5-star weak foot, so important, and it makes Son the super sub that you need. If you don't know how FIFA works, when you bring on a player, their chemistry is going to be at 5, which means that the chemistry style that you add onto the player isn't going to be as good. So even though it's a 95 rated, he is going to get a lot of boosted stats. He's not going to be as good as he was if you started him in a full chem lineup.
We'll see if he can make the difference here for Tom. We can see if any change has been made on the other side. It does actually look like Aguero's been brought on for Hammond here. As he tries to turn away from Luiz. We'll get a second bite of the cherry there, the Manchester City man. Linking up with Kevin De Bruyne. De Bruyne will just about keep hold of the ball here. Hammond with a little bit of pressure here. Great play and great ball inside, but unfortunately just caught offside at the pivotal moment.
And I'm sure for Hammond's confidence and his belief, I feel like he's going to need an equaliser. Maybe not necessarily in this first leg, but within the first half of the second leg. Because when you talk about pressure, you talk about nerves and whether he looks calm and composed,
as that time starts to dwindle away and you start to realise that you aren't going to have that many chances to go, suddenly things become a bit more difficult.
Here comes Tom then looking to make it more difficult. The heel-to-heel almost bypassed Virgil van Dijk. He really did get a big boost off of that heel-to-heel to try and beat the Liverpool man, but the tackle again by Hammond. Keeping this one close, and that's kind of the aim of the game here for Hammond, right? Head towards that second leg, just keeping it but within one goal, if not equalised.
Aguero has joined the pitch for Hammond. Realistically, he was the difference maker in the game against TAS. Was able to get that space, just pushing the ball away from his feet and finding that cutback to Trezeguet. So maybe Hammond looking to rely on Aguero yet again to see if he can nab a goal and equalise here, but he has left a lot of room on this right-hand side.
And Alexander-Arnold's going to be happy to pick that room up and advance himself. The two Liverpool players combining on that far side here. And for Watford's Tom, he's found his way into the box. Trezeguet again tests the goalkeeper. Pope's going to be equal to it once more.
I mean, that scoop turn is always deadly. And I'd say that a lot of goalkeepers in this game would not save that. I've seen it go in so many times, but Pope has been such a big influence.
Pogba now turning on the edge of the box, gets that ball in, Tom in again, and Tom in for a second now. Quick pass in play, a simple finish from Firmino. And Hammond had to keep this one tight, he had to keep it close, but now there's daylight between the two players.
And we see the signature celebration from Tom as well, just the ring of the phone. As things have gone from bad to worse for Hammond. If he was going to struggle to get back into a game where he's just a goal down, with a 2-goal cushion for Tom now, things increasingly bad for Chelsea. And for Hammond, I mean, he has to try and generate some sort of attack here and get past this back four of Tom. In the final 30, he's been lacking a little bit. And even though I can commend him for his defending, I have to say that Tom has really been able to keep him at bay.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you. I think that Tom's really controlled not only the goal scoring in this game, but the pace of it as well, and the pace that he's allowed Hammond to attack him. But for the Chelsea man, he's going to have to look over to that game between Tex and Jambu and think, whatever Jambu did, I'm going to have to find that kind of form as well going forward, potentially in this second leg as well. But for now, Tom's going forward once more as Mahrez tries to play that ball back inside, but Hammond defends, and now he's got to score here. You feel, just to give himself a bit of belief at the end of this first leg down.
Yeah, if he can get a goal here just before the game finishes, then that's going to be enough really to question Tom as well. Tom will probably be thinking, all right, well, this game isn't done and dusted, whereas at 2-0 going into that second leg, he's going to be feeling very comfortable indeed. It's going to be one last roll of the die, and it's going to be a big ball over the top.
So Maximan's got inside here and does get a touch on it, which forces the defender to send it out for a corner. Going to be taken short here. Trezeguet inside the box. Well defended though by Tom. He'll put that ball out of play, and at the end of the first leg here, it will be #Tom representing Watford. He'll have a 2-goal advantage.
And I think this was really what we said about the Hammond versus TAS matchup. It was all going to come down to that first goal. If TAS had scored first in that semi-final, I think we would probably see TAS in this console final. However, it was Hammond to get that first goal, even though it was quite late in the stages. But with Tom getting these 2 openers in the first leg, I'm a little bit worried for Hammond because I haven't seen enough from him in that first leg to show that he can get 2 goals back against #Tom. But that is also a credit to how well Tom has been defending. He's kind of just been holding his arm out on the forehead of Hammond at the moment, and Hammond just can't get close enough.
These are the 2 goals then from that first leg, and it was Firmino who got the opener right on the stroke of half-time there, and from the second, well, it was the same goal scorer again as Alexander-Arnold picked the ball up from this corner, and it's so dangerous if you can work the ball quickly back into those advanced positions. And you can find that space with so many people still up the pitch, and Firmino with his second there, 2 goals for him, the 5-star week for once again coming into play. But, I mean, Tom's just controlled the game completely there. And for Hammond, I think you raise a really good point here, right? You look at the stats from that first game and you see no shots on target, no shots at all in the game. And for someone who kind of has relied on a play style, which is he gets that first goal, he can then kind of work from that and defend it. It's interesting for me to see if he has a plan B, because we haven't seen a lot of him this year in tournament play. All the top players in the world, they have that plan B, they have that plan C, change of formation, get those players flying forward them and when they're behind. Interesting to see if he has that in the locker as well.
Yeah, he just needs to rattle Tom a little bit, because as soon as Tom got that first goal, you know how much relief is going to be lifted. I mean, he's going to be thinking, okay, finally I've got that goal. I've seen what's happened against TAS. I know that he's going to be playing that game plan of sitting back and defending. The second goal is going to make Tom think, this is done. I've won this game now. He's going to be going into this, speaking to Shuri, saying, all I have to do is play the same game. As long as I don't make any mistakes and open up too much and just offer the game on a plate, then I'm going to be into that cross-console final. Because when we look at what happened with Jambu and how he got back into the game against Tex, it was because Tex was pushing up a little bit too much. And I know Tex credited Jambu for how he played, but Tex allowed Jambu to play that way by pushing up with his fullbacks, by maybe playing a little bit too aggressive. If Tom dominates possession here, dictates the pace, then this is going to be a real struggle for Hammond to get back into the game.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's on kind of pressure onto Hammond now, right? He has to be the one who has to be the player to really put that pressure onto Tom, like you mentioned. We're actually going to go down and get some thoughts from Ryan and Rachel on that first leg, though. What do you think there? Hammond got it all to do.
Yeah, just jump in there, because you were saying to me that you think, like Dan just said, that Hammond needs a plan B. You're loving that he's sticking to what he set out to do. He's sticking with his plan A, but he needs to change things up, surely, now that it's 2-0 down.
Yeah, we saw with the first leg anyway, especially when he went 1 goal down. I thought he would change something then. Because, in my opinion, Tom was sort of dictating the play a bit too much, in my opinion, anyway. But he stuck by his game plan. He's very disciplined, which is something I credit him for. But in this stage now, you're 2 goals down. 90 minutes is still a long time. You can score 2 goals. If it's sort of Jambo, you can score 2 goals in 2 minutes. But against someone like Tom, who still hasn't conceded a goal today, I think he has to start committing a few more plays forward if he wants to bridge this gap.
Yeah, and the boys said no shots on target for him as well. Surely that means you have to change something.
Yeah, and against TAS, I feel like we mentioned it anyway. There was a period, I don't know, maybe around the 70th minute, maybe 65th, in the second leg, he changed something. His players were squeezing up a bit higher up the pitch. His left attacking mid and right attacking mid specifically anyway were higher up than usual. So maybe he changed something then. I'm yet to see anything along those lines anyway, but in my opinion, if he wants to get back in this game, he has to commit a few more plays forward. And
let's quickly talk about #Tom. Impressed again, 2-0 at this stage. He obviously won 5-0 in his semi-final. Yeah. Does he look like he's going to go all the way as it stands?
You think so, definitely, but we also thought that Tex would continue to dominate that second leg against Jambu. So I don't want to speak too early, I don't want to jinx anything, but it's looking like Tom will reach the final where, in my opinion, he should have a lot of confidence to win the second leg, because you're 2 goals up, you haven't conceded a goal, or you haven't even conceded a shot against your opponent hasn't had any chance or any sniff at goals. So I think Tom should be confident, and he's experienced now. He's been in this situation a lot of times where he's reached the latter stage of tournaments. He's playing against someone that maybe is a bit more nervous. He isn't used to being at this stage of a tournament before. So that's always going to give you that boost of confidence. And I think he should, as I said, I don't want to jinx it, but I think he should progress into the grand final.
It can always be a bit more difficult as well, though, because he doesn't really know Hammond's play style. We do now. He's very defensive, of course. And Chelsea are giving loads of support to Hammond. I just had a look on Twitter, and they're really behind their man. But let's just go back to #Tom as well. The fact that we can see #Shuri on his shoulder in the back of shot. He obviously was playing on the Xbox side of things. He's now acting as coach, I'm guessing. How much help can he be?
I think that's just a testimony to how Shuri is as a person, because a lot of people, where you'd be down and out, you'd be demoralised by a large margin anyway, so especially if you're in this tournament, you don't want to lose, and coming in, it's your first game, you lose, and then you're able to pick yourself up and support your teammate is, again, it just shows what a person he is, and it gives Tom that confidence, because as I mentioned, Shuri's, he's got a lot of experience in the scene. He's been here a couple of years now. He knows what it takes to perform at the highest level. And having someone by your side, not just a good player, but also a good friend, is going to give Tom a massive boost of confidence.
And I love the fact as well that Ryan's sitting here going, I absolutely want to go home and play FIFA. Obviously, you're
Who
a
said
pro.
That? I don't think anyone said that.
You're a pro for Man City. You know, we know how good a player you are. And you said, I'm watching these guys, and I just want to go home and grind out the game. Who, though, out of who we've seen, would you like to go and have a game against?
I haven't played FIFA in a long time, so if I stepped in a game against anyone, it could be even Dan Gaskin could be hitting me for 6. You never know. But I haven't played for a while. I just want to, I guess, get back into the swing of things, because just seeing competitive FIFA, it always, for me anyway, I always want to play. I want to be playing, and not being at a tournament like this, it motivates me just to keep pushing, trying to get to the level where I need to be.
Well, Dan, what do you make of that? Even Dan Gaskin, you said it over there.
Did you beat Tom?
I beat Tom last time I played Tom. Ryan, what was the score last time we played, just to double check?
We drew, but...
We drew, so a professional FIFA player with a commentator was a draw. That's all we need to go. We don't need to talk about which teams we used. That's all we have to know. But I think Ryan made a lot of good points, especially as a player.
Especially
who
about
has
your
played,
gameplay.
About my gameplay, and a player who's played for so many different clubs as well. Hashtag United, Man City, Chelsea. He knows the hashtag studio well because he used to be there.
Right, I'm going to let this one go. I'm going to bring it back a little bit to what is actually happening in the ePremier League right now. And the fact that, you know, Tom does have that 2-goal advantage, I think is something huge for him, of course. And, I mean, I'm looking forward a little bit now because, like Ryan said, I think he makes a great point. That first leg cannot be repeated by Hammond. He has to change something, and it's almost a point where he has to change something almost immediately for me, either with a 4-4-2 at the start of this game, get a few more players forward just to put the pressure and maybe ask a few more questions of Tom at the start of this second leg.
Yeah, but Ryan hit the nail on the head. We all saw it in this kind of 60th, 70th minute against TAS. We saw the formation change slightly so that LAM and RAM were so much further up the pitch and the counter-attacking possibility was there. And I wonder whether we're not giving Hammond enough credit here, because we're all kind of giving this as a foregone conclusion. We know how good Tom is, the top 2 PlayStation players in the world realistically. He is one of those. For Hammond, he was in the, well, outside of the top 1,000 when you look at the Global Series ranking points in FIFA 20. But he has beaten TAS, he's beaten Shells, he's beaten Fnatic Harry, amongst some other big names in the FIFA community. I feel like he still does have a chance here, but he has to get the first goal in this second leg. If it goes to 3, I think we chalk it.
Oh, 100%. And just a reminder, he's a PS4 finalist here in the ePremier League as well. So that tag is, even though he's top 1,000, he's showing that he can get it done in tournament play. Maybe just not had the year as far as qualification is concerned. But when he gets to the big stage, it looks like he knows how to perform, and already he's trying to be a little bit more aggressive. A few more players swarming forward early there, Dan, and that's good signs for him, promising stuff.
Yeah, really good signs. I think he needs to at least demonstrate to Tom that he can get behind the back four and he is going to be a threat, because the more confident and comfortable Tom is going into this game, the easier it's going to be.
Well, here's Mahrez then for Tom for all the talk we're giving to Hammond and how he needs to get back into the game. A third here for Tom really would make that difficult for him. Here's Trezeguet, great little player switch there from Tom at the last second to make that block.
You could argue it was Trezeguet there.
Oh, almost.
But from the corner, we always see this consistent pushback, the recycled play, playing to the edge of the box rather than going for a cross, and that's because in FIFA 20 heading isn't really that great, doesn't work out as well as it did in previous iterations of FIFA. So instead they opt to just keep possession and look to break down the defence again.
And here's Pogba then, that's a beautiful ball into the feet of Trezeguet. Little hill to hill from Tom, just trying to work his way into half a yard of space. He's going to get it back here and turn back onto that left foot. Gets the scoop turn and the shot away, but Kante,
what a slide,
gets enough on that to send it out for a corner, but good pressure here from Tom.
And maybe a chance from the corner here for Mahrez. Scoop turn to try and beat the man, but Hammond doing well just to push him far enough away where there's not going to be a shooting opportunity. It's something he has been able to do successfully throughout these games against Tom and FaZe TAS.
That killed him from Kevin De Bruyne, and there's loads of space here for Trezeguet, and you can't afford to give Tom that much room in any area of the pitch on FIFA 20, because he will make you pay. Trezeguet left unmarked. Hammond looks defeated at this point, 3-0 on aggregate. And what has the Chelsea man got? Can he come back in this game?
Yeah, you just saw Van Dijk marching forward there, trying to win the ball back, and I think that was the big mistake from Hammond, just bringing Van Dijk out of position. It left far too much space for Trezeguet in the middle, and we need a quick bounce back now from Hammond as he finds himself 3 down.
Yeah, Trezeguet's in here, and if he can cut it back, Saint-Maximin was waiting just to apply that finishing touch, but Virgil van Dijk had something to say about that, and now Hammond really forced to come forward here. Doesn't have any other option than to just flow forward and try and score a goal. Here is Bobby Firmino. He is going to almost find the back of the net, but sometimes things just don't go your way, and the upright once again denying a player here in the ePremier League.
That was his chance to get back into this, and even though he still has possession, finally dispossessed by Tom. And that's only going to rattle you even more to be that close to getting your first goal. And even though he would still find himself 2 goals down on aggregate, it certainly would give you the belief that you could still get back into things with still plenty of time to play in this second leg.
Well, Alexander-Arnold on this far side will have possession here for Tom. 3 to the good on aggregate, of course, in this game. Hammond needs the ball back here. And Tom's going to just slow the game down here, take a little bit of the sting out of it after a little bit of a period of pressure. It was coming in from Hammond, but here's Bobby Firmino again, turns away from one and almost got away from Van Dijk. In the last second, the tackle was made, and here comes St. Maximin.
And Hammond has to do what Tom was able to do really on the other side, is draw out Van Dijk, ensure that you're going to get a more comfortable time on the ball when you do get into the box, but can't even get past the fullback at this rate, because Tom, similar to what we saw Fnatic Tech's offer, is a little bit of aggression at winning the ball back by pressing up with his back foot. And when Tom's out for blood and Tom's looking for goals, he is also quite equally as scary as Fnatic Tech's.
And Tom's going to win the ball back there after good pressure from Paul Pogba. 10 minutes or so till half-time. You can see that Hammond has queued up a pause already. He knows that he has to make some changes here if he wants to get back into this game. But for Tom, it's starting to look like a case of how many at this point as he works another great opportunity.
Arguably had a little bit more time with KDB there as well. Could have maybe taken a touch, get a little bit closer, look for a little bit of goalkeeper movement to get that fourth. But lovely possession from Tom. A great footballing mind. That's why I think I love watching FIFA, is you can really tell who has that footballing brain when you watch how they play. And I know that FIFA 20 sometimes sucks a little bit out because there is going to be that defensive capability of some people, but marching forward, I see so many players, not just in this tournament, but in other tournaments as well, who just have that footballing brain, and they are a pleasure to watch. They play FIFA like football should be played.
Just a few moments left until half-time. Around 7 in-game minutes. And Tom is the man with the ball at his feet once more. De Bruyne tries to turn away from Masuaku. It will be a free kick here on the edge of the box. And a chance maybe for Tom to go direct. Tries to take it quickly. He will win the ball back here with De Bruyne. Gets it on that left foot, and there is the second in this game for Tom. The trademark celebration once again, and surely Watford are marching towards a final.
And those are the hardest moments to defend. I mean, yes, okay, it goes through David Luiz's legs in the end, but when you lose the ball that quickly after regaining possession, you have to be very quick to make that decision. Those split, minute decisions that can make or break a game, and that's what sets really the difference between the top players of FIFA and an average FIFA player, is they can react so quickly. And to be fair to Hammond, he did react. He tried to get David Luiz in the way, but it was just one of those situations where Tom has found the smallest of gaps between the legs of David Luiz.
And all the stats are in the favour of Tom as well. He's had 66% possession, excuse me. You just saw that stat pop up in the top left-hand side of the screen. So when you're in a situation where you have the lead and you're feeling good, that much possession, 2/3 of the ball at your feet, you're well on your way to having success. Into stoppage time now. Tom, once again, the man with the ball at his feet, just stepping forward, and a third here would extend that lead even more. As Pogba plays in St. Maximin. One Frenchman to another. Trezeguet just wide of the upright. The half-time whistle will go.
That could have been 5 as well if Trezeguet had been able to find the target. Certainly a goal-scoring opportunity, but 32% possession for Hammond, just the one shot. Clearly struggling at this point, and I have to be honest, 4 goals behind on aggregate. This is a formality at this point. I mean, when off camera, when Rachel asked me and Ryan asked me who I thought was going to take this tournament, I was backing Tom. And I think after seeing how he's been playing today, okay, maybe he hasn't had the biggest of opponents, but certainly 2 opponents who could have thrown a spanner in the works. And he has performed well. He's got 9 goals between these 2 games, and now he should be going into a cross-console final in a very confident manner.
Classic Dan Gaskin there.
Oh, I predicted it correctly.
Let me see who gets to the final and then say who I think is going to win.
Look, me and Ryan have had a bit of back and forth, but he'll definitely back me up.
I think it's going to be one of the last 4 players left that will win, Dan. Yeah, whatever. Anyway, back to the game now. And Hammond needs more. He needs to go forward. He needs to show some intent. At this point, if he concedes next, it's game over. But it's game over if he doesn't score next, in my opinion. He needs to flow forward, needs to create chances. Hasn't had a shot on target so far. Just in the first 90 minutes, but in the 45 of this second leg as well. Pressure here from De Bruyne. He gets a little touch on it, but Tom will keep possession. There's going to be an overlapping run here from Alexander-Arnold.
And I'm trying to work out what's more important here for Tom, whether he wants to keep a clean sheet and just go into that cross-console final saying nobody has scored against me yet in today's competition, or whether he wants to make a statement by seeing how many goals he can score getting into that cross-console final. Either way, it is going to be a terrifying factor for whoever does go up against him. Of course, we have in the Xbox final waiting, we've got Tex versus Mark Marley. And Tex and #Tom have faced each other in a final before, and it was that first time that Tom was able to win the PlayStation side in Bucharest. So a potential rematch unless Mike Mully can shake things up.
And space on this far side here for Tom, and he's just looking more and more dangerous every single time he goes forward. St. Maximan's going to beat his man. It's as simple as you like for Trezeguet. And #Tom and Watford. Well, call it now. This one is surely over.
Yeah, and I think you can see from his celebration, that was the goal that solidified everything for him. I think even though I thought it was a foregone conclusion, just being able to get that 5-goal gap just allows him to sit back, relax. He doesn't have to be as switched on. But the thing is, for Tom, he's always switched on.
Wins the ball back almost immediately from the restart. Almost goes through on goal again. And for Hammond, can he find a way through on goal here? Can he find a way to beat the defences of Tom? No, he can't. And now he's just got players flowing forward once again. Tom looking for more. And here's Trezeguet. Out wide now to Kevin De Bruyne. Hammond will win the ball back and maybe a counter-attack opportunity here.
And I really hope that this is the beginning of Hammond kicking something off in terms of his FIFA career. I mean, he's already able to... He achieved $5,000 just by getting here into this console final. He's been able to put his name on the big stage. He's been able to represent one of the biggest clubs in England here in the ePremier League. So if I'm him, I'm saying, right, well, what's stopping me going into FIFA 21, showing what I'm made of and qualifying for some more tournaments?
The one thing that's stopping him right now is the performance of Tom. He's been absolutely superb. Trezeguet twisting and turning, forces another save from the goalkeeper. And you can see somewhat of an exasperated look on the face there of Hammond. Inside the last half an hour now, Trezeguet's had 6 shots in this game for Tom. Well, he's going to go back to the edge of the box once more. It's St. Maximan who's waiting there as Firmino picks up that pass, and Hammond can come forward now.
It'd be nice for him to get a goal, I feel, just to kind of show to the world and even to himself, prove that he can get a goal against Tom. But Tom is looking relentless at this point, probably wanting to put on a show.
Rainbow flick. Here's St. Maximan. Sawaki with the tackle at the last second, but you like to say, Tom, all the tricks of the trade are coming out of the box right now. De Bruyne tries to sneak it in that near post. Easy save for the goalkeeper.
Tom's still pressuring though, and at this point, Hammond can't even get out of his box. Oh, that is not going to be fun. And Tom, who did have a spell alongside Tex, of course, in the E-Nations and the E-Club World Cup. They played alongside one another, and they did learn a lot from each other as well. It wasn't just Tom learning from Tex. I feel like Tex learned a lot from Tom. And that is probably the ideal final when the neutral looks at it, and no discredit against Mark Mully. I would love to see him make a cross-console final as well. It'd be huge for his career. But at the moment, Tom is definitely going to be in that final, and it's just going to be a case of whether Tex can follow suit.
Well, everything's falling Tom's way at the moment. You can see desperate pressure coming in here from Hammond, but once again, Trezeguet's in on goal. Defenders will get back at the last second just to make an interception, but it really has been a professional performance from Tom. He said how he wanted to come out of the gates hot. That didn't happen for him right at the start of that first leg, but ever since, every time he's gone forward, he looks so dangerous. And the thing that always impresses me most about Tom is how simple he makes a lot of these chances look.
Yeah, Tom just flows well. I think he's just a good FIFA player. We saw glimpses of it during FIFA 19, and we can probably go back to 17 and 18 as well. But 19 was when he started to qualify for tournaments. I remember the Paris Invitational, the Paris Games Week FIFA tournament that he qualified for, the PlayStation tournament, right at the start of FIFA 19. I saw his gameplay and I thought, yeah, okay, this is someone who we really need to keep an eye on. And then he wrapped everything up in FIFA 19 with that PlayStation victory in Bucharest at a last chance qualifier. And realistically, FIFA 20 would have been his year. And I'm sure, like most people, the pandemic didn't really go his way. But I think there's a bright future for him.
Well, here's Mahrez then, looking for another one. Firmino gets the rainbow flick out of the back pocket again, but David Luiz puts his big mop of hair on that one. And the ball back almost immediately once more, though. You can see headsets off here for Tom. He knows the game is done. It's just a case of trying to entertain here for everybody watching, all the Watford fans, as well as the hashtag fans who are watching right now. And he's representing your club, and he's doing a pretty damn good job of it as well.
You know, the thing that excites me about like ePremier League and other competitions where we have squad restrictions as well is when we look to the new season and we look to FIFA 21, I think who are going to be some of those players that you can use in the ePremier League? Maybe Messi, perhaps?
Here's Trezeguet. Chance for Hammond, and finally he will get a consolation, a little smile on his face as well. But he does get that goal on the board. And if anything, it's a 100% success rate for him. His first shot on target, first goal. Nice stuff from him, good to see.
Yeah, I mean, I think he probably accepted defeat once that third, even fourth goal went in for Tom. I think he'll just be happy that he's been able to get this far. I mean, it is no easy feat to get to a PlayStation final. Think of all the other amazing PlayStation players that could have been here. £5,000 in his back pocket, and he's gone up against one of the best PlayStation players in the world. Unfortunately for him, he's come up against a very in-form #Tom.
He's been the giant killer, you have to say, in the ePremier League, without a doubt. Fantastic performance from him, and Chelsea fans will certainly be proud of their man. Unfortunately for him, it was one giant too many in the form of #Tom. As we go into stoppage time here, it's been a formality for a while. As the final whistle will go, and #Tom representing Watford will move into the grand final. And hey, you can't argue with it. It was a thoroughly professional performance from him in every single aspect.
Didn't keep a clean sheet though, did he? So I think he should hang his head in shame now. An amazing performance from Tom, and a real credit to Hammond as well. I think he's going to be more than happy with how he performed, and I really hope this is the kickstarter for him. I hope that he can progress now into FIFA 21 and be a player that we are also commentating as we progress into the next iterations of FIFA. But #Tom's got to a cross-console final. He hasn't been able to win a trophy yet.
This is huge.
In FIFA. And the chance is here in the ePremier League.
Some stories like to write themselves, don't they? And this one is certainly got the first few chapters definitely written down in ink. And it's going to be interesting to see who he goes up against. Of course, we've got our Xbox final to get through now. You've got Mark Marley going up against Liverpool's Tex. Obviously, Mark Marley representing Bournemouth. And with all due respect to Mark Marley as well, I really want to see what he can bring to the table against Tex. But if everything goes to form, which we shouldn't get too far ahead of ourselves. You've got two incredibly good friends going up against each other potentially in our final here in Tom and Tex, and that's a mouth-watering affair in itself. And imagine if Tex is the one to stop Tom getting that first win.
Yeah, friends, teammates, two players who have also been in a grand final as well. Like I said,
both E-Lions, both represent England.
They've represented England. They were together on Fnatic. Tom was loaned to Fnatic for the E-Club World Cup. And when we go back to Bucharest in FIFA 19, Tom won the PlayStation side there in that LQE, and he faced Tex in the grand final. So that trophy was denied by Tex, and Tex could deny it again here today. He's the gatekeeper of trophies. If anyone's going to gatekeep,
that's true,
it's probably Tex.
I was going to say, Tex is probably the gatekeeper of trophies for most people involved in FIFA esports. But let's give a huge shout out to Hammond and what he's managed to achieve here, because coming into this tournament, I'm sure a lot of people who even follow competitive FIFA wouldn't have known who he is, but representing Chelsea, a phenomenal performance from him to get this far, to get to a final, to get £5,000 in his back pocket as well. Amazing stuff. And some of the names that he's taken down, like you mentioned a little bit earlier, he can be incredibly proud of himself with that run.
I mean, Shells, Fnatic Harry, FaZe Tass, three of the biggest players that I could name. If you asked me who are top FIFA players and I had to name them off my head, those three would probably be up there.
Okay, well, that's going to do it all for our first final of the day. But don't worry, we've got plenty more to come, because we're going to throw it back over to Rachel and Ryan. What do you make of that game?
Thanks, guys. Well, there we have it. Tom and Watford are the best in the Premier League on the PS4. They're crowned the champions. Still the big one to go, the grand final. Tom now makes it into that. Who will he play? We don't know quite yet. We'll find out shortly. Here are some stats from that matchup. Obviously, Watford taking on Chelsea. You can look there, 5-1, 14 shots there, Ryan to 3. I guess that was where it went wrong. I guess Hammond still playing that defensive style that we know obviously works in some games, but not with a player of such quality like Tom there, does it?
I'd say the stats tell the story. 11 shots on target to 1. It's not something that you want to look back at when you're trying to reflect on the game, but again, he should take, Hammond in this, should take many positives from his run in the tournament. And he done himself proud. He done everyone that he were representing at Chelsea proud as well. So he should take that into the next year of FIFA, and hopefully he can kickstart earlier than he did this year. But for Tom, again, he did concede that goal. Maybe he was hoping to go into the final without conceding a goal, but he's into the grand final. And you'd say, I'm not going to say you never know who can win out of Mark Marley or Tex. So, but if it is Tex that ends up winning that game, he's going to be playing against somebody again who has beaten him in a cross-console final before last year in FIFA 19. So he'd be hoping to win that game.
Yeah, well, Hammond did get that consolation goal right at the end to make it 5-1. Hammond, congratulations on getting to the final here of the EPL. I mean, just take us back to December when you qualified. Did you ever think you were going to be a finalist?
Honestly, no. My aim at the start was just to get out of groups. I just didn't want to come in and get grouped, to be honest. But then as the games went on, I felt more and more comfortable and confident, and I just beat who was in front of me. But unfortunately, in the final, Tom was just too good. Like, there's nothing I could really do. I just felt helpless, if I'm honest. So, yeah.
Yeah, just a question from me, and also I want to say congratulations. You've done fantastically well. You proved that you're a top competitor. But I would say, does this tournament, despite the result anyway, you lost against Tom, but surely the results that you got in this tournament gives you a boost of confidence going into FIFA 21?
Yeah, 100%. You know, my aim is to try and just improve each year. So for me, this is just a start. Like, it's my first competitive season. And I don't think really anyone, even some of my friends, saw me beating some of the names I beat. Yeah. So I was just happy to be in the final, to be honest. So I don't think anyone expected it or saw it coming.
Yeah, and let's just talk about obviously what you kind of walk away with. £5,000. We can see that hole behind you in your bedroom. Yeah. Are you going to get a builder in, sort that out, and then kind of invest in the game? Talk us through what you're going to spend the money on.
No, that's probably the last thing it'll go on, to be honest. I'll invest a bit at the start of FIFA 21, you know, try and get myself a hullet for the first qualifiers, stuff like that, to get the best advantage I can. But yeah, and the rest will go in a savings account, I think.
Talk us about how big a Chelsea fan you are as well. I know you're a lifelong Chelsea fan. Your family are as well. What does it mean to represent them, have that shirt on? And I can see they're tweeting about you kind of non-stop as well on Twitter. That must be great. Yeah, no, it's honestly, it's a great opportunity. Even when I won the qualifiers at Stamford Bridge, I was happy just to represent them no matter the score. But the fact I got to the final, it just makes me even happier, to be honest. Like, it's unbelievable, like being on their Twitter, the Premier League Twitter, everything. It's great, mate. Congratulations. Obviously, you made it through to the finals. You are obviously a runner-up. Go and enjoy that £5,000. And we hope to see you in FIFA 21 with that rude hullet. Thank you. There you go. He's pretty happy with that, wasn't he? Yeah, definitely. He should be happy because he performed well. Despite the result, of course, playing against him when he's on that sort of form is going to be difficult, but he performed well throughout the other games. He done well to get here. He even said his expectation wasn't that high, and the people around him, their expectation also wasn't that high. So to prove the doubters wrong as well is always a good thing, and he should take confidence from it. Yeah, I guess it also gives him confidence that he maybe could be a full-time FIFA player. Exactly. Is at university when he was obviously trying to qualify for this. That's what he said. He's a massive Chelsea fan. I mean, congratulations to them to getting a player into the final, going home with £5,000. If you were him then, now, who would you buy? If you could buy a rude hullet, would you buy that? Who's key that he should have in his squad to make him a better player? I'd say it varies, obviously, FIFA to FIFA, but I'd say there's staples in teams that you need to kickstart your competitive career anyway in qualifiers. I'd say Ruud Gullit, R9 Ronaldo, those two are the key players, in my opinion, the key components, because they're just game changers. So now that he's got the money, he can reinvest to bolster his squad and perhaps give him a better chance of qualifying for other major events. Absolutely. Well, let's talk now to our PS4 champion, Watford's hashtag Tom. Hello, smiling. Hello. Congratulations. Yeah. You must be buzzing after that one.
Yeah. I'm happy with myself. Like, a lot of things that I've been practicing and talking to Shuri about, I've managed to come out and do it. So I'm happy with getting that done. Want to give a shout out to Hammond as well. I think he done really well to get to the final with the players he's beat to get here. It was a good game. But yeah, I'm really happy that I've come out and done exactly what I wanted to do. So yeah, just onto the cross console now. I look forward to it. Yeah, I want to say congratulations again, Tom, PlayStation champion. Yes, right. Yes. You've done brilliantly to get here. And obviously you have your sights set on the trophy, regardless of who you play. So I would say surely you would back yourself to win that trophy, regardless if it's Tex or if it's against Mark Marley. Yeah. Whoever it is, it's another person with hands on a controller, do you know what I mean? Like, it's not an alien playing, it's just all of us playing a game of FIFA. So I don't really mind who I get in the final. Half of me wants Tex to win, because obviously really good mates with him. The other half of me doesn't want to play him in a final. So I'm just going to kick back, sort my Xbox team out, make sure we're all ready for that. And yeah, whoever I play, just bring it on, really. I'm not too bothered. Yeah, I respect that. Will you sit here now and watch the Xbox final? What do you do now? To be honest, what I do now is probably eat some grapes and chill out a bit. I don't really need to watch FIFA. Like, I'm playing it all right at the minute. I'll watch the final. I have an eye on it. I'll keep my eyes on it. But I've already watched Marley play Shuri, and I know how Tex plays, considering the amount of times we played together in the past. So I don't need to do too much scouting or anything. I'll probably just chill out for a bit and then, yeah, be ready when the time comes for the cross console.
And what's this? Grapes like your oranges, your half-time kind of food that gives you a boost?
Yeah, strictly fruit only when I'm playing. I've got to keep it healthy. So, yeah, get them down me and then be ready.
See, even the FIFA players, they look after their body, grapes and fruit. Congratulations, Tom. We'll see you in that grand final. Good luck for that one.
Thank you. Cheers.
There you go, absolutely buzzing. Watford going through, and obviously it's great for Watford because they're no longer a Premier League side when it comes to the Premier League in 2021. So what do you think it will mean for them as well?
It'll be a bit of a weird one, obviously, because they're not going to be competing in the Premier League for actual football reasons next year. But to win the ePremier League is always going to be a massive accomplishment, and Tom's given them huge hopes to do that. He's a fantastic player, and this year he showed that he can become a champion. I think he should have confidence regardless of who he plays against, and I don't want to say who's going to win. I'm not going to say anything, but yeah, hopefully he does well.
He's not going to say anything. He's just going to be quiet for right now because there we have it. We have our PS4 champion. It is #Tom for Watford. But we still have another winner to crown. It's on the Xbox side of things. Will it be Liverpool or will it be Bournemouth? Tex or Mark Marley? Come and join us after the break where we'll find out. Hello and welcome back to the ePremier League Finals 2020. We have seen some excellent FIFA battles already and have a PS4 champ in the form of #Tom and Watford. We're still waiting to find out who will be the Xbox champion. Enjoy Tom in the big one, the grand final later on today. It's getting so exciting. Welcome if you are just joining us. We're still joined by Ryan Pessoa. Ryan, I mean, we've seen some great FIFA already. I'm just going to quickly say, we obviously got the Xbox one coming, but he'd quite like Tex to win and join him there. Why would he say such a thing when he's such a great player?
I feel like he said two sides, to be fair. I feel like he means it on a friendship basis. Of course, you'd want your friends to succeed as well. But I know for a fact that, obviously, if you had a choice to play Tex in a final, you'd rather root against him. But it's the way their relationship is, it's more so on a friendly basis where you'd want him to be successful as well. But when they come up against each other, you know how Tom is, he spoke how he backs himself to beat anybody. So it shouldn't really matter who wins on his part.
Well, let's have a look and see who Tex is going up against. There we go. The semi-finals have already happened. Liverpool there, that is Tex, winning 5-4 over West Ham's Jambu. But you can see the final, Liverpool taking on Bournemouth. There you have it, Mark Marley taking on Fnatic Tex. And in that semi-final there, Bournemouth, they beat Watford 5-2, and that was Mark Marley over #Shorey. So lots of drama happening, but we can see Mark Marley right now. There he is, Scottish chap, sitting there playing for Bournemouth. Quite, I guess, opposite ends of the country there.
Yeah.
We'll have to ask him why he's playing for that club if we get a chance to chat to him a bit later on. But, I mean, he's done, again, so well to get here. Like Hammond, who we just saw on the Xbox side of things, maybe didn't expect him to get here. Already bagged himself 5k, could bag himself 10k if he wins this and makes it through. I mean, how impressed have you been with him? 5-2 over a great player in #Shorey.
Yeah, he's performed fantastically well this whole tournament, and he's also scored 10 goals in his last 2 games. So it's a lot of goals, similar to Tex as well. They both scored 10 goals across their last 2 games. So hopefully it'll be an entertaining affair, end-to-end FIFA, we hope anyway. But I feel like he should be coming in with a lot of confidence, whereas he could be, I guess, observant of how Tex gave up that lead against Jambu. A 3-goal lead to give up on FIFA 20, especially for Tex's standard, it's extremely uncommon. I don't think it's ever happened. So maybe he could use that to push on to maybe think, all right, Tex might be resting on his laurels a little bit. Maybe he's a bit too complacent, so we could maybe pick him apart and gain some confidence if he does go 1 or 2 goals up.
I was going to say, if you saw the Tex that we just saw there against West Ham, you would think you could beat him if you were sitting there as Mark, wouldn't you?
Yeah, of course, but it's easier said than...
Here are his goals, right?
Yes, it's easier said than done. We see Mark scored some fantastic goals here. He's very composed with the drag backs, and he utilizes the skill moves in the right position to create goal-scoring opportunities. But as you mentioned, that this isn't the vintage Tex that we used to be seeing, but Tex sometimes does start slowly in tournaments, and when he kicks on and gets into his groove, into his rhythm, that's when he's unstoppable. But it's down to Mark Marley just to see, can he stop him and can he continue his run of form and his run of sequences in terms of scoring goals? Because we see here a goal with Firmino, and we're also seeing another goal here which buried the game against Shorey. He's very, very smart in the box, and he does the passes very, very well. Decoy pass and Firmino to bury it again. So we'll see. Maybe he could win. I'm not going to say anything, actually. I was going to try and quit it. I'm not going to say anything, but we'll see. I think whoever... Nothing. Forget it.
I love that Ryan tries to give predictions without me even putting him under pressure. He just likes to give his opinion, and then he kind of digs himself a hole and can't get out again. Ryan, it's fine. You don't have to tell me. But I was going to say, just a word, and I guess... how long the season has been, because it started, I guess, way back in kind of October of 2019 when the game comes out, when FIFA 20 comes out. We're now nearly September. It's been such a long season. So how impressed are you that players can, I guess, keep up that level that we've seen throughout all those months?
It's something that's very difficult that maybe a lot of people who aren't invested in esports or who aren't players themselves might not know. But when the season starts in October, obviously everyone gets that buzz. They want to play the new game that's just come out. They want to compete. They want to be the person that sets the trend early. He's the person that wins the trophies, that does well and progresses on towards the end of the season to qualify for the grand finals or playoffs. So when there's been a disruption in the season like we've seen inadvertently because of the pandemic, it's not something that's in our control anyway. So no one really knew if tournaments were going to continue. So to be performing consistently like we've seen some of these players do at the highest level in previous tournaments, not just today, but in other tournaments like the Summer Series or other tournaments throughout the pandemic period. So again, to be at this level this late in the FIFA cycle is very impressive.
Yeah, because FIFA has a global series, if you don't know, that runs, I guess, from about October time to about August time every single year. And Tex, like Ryan just said, he won the first ever event back in October in Bucharest in Romania. So he won the first event of FIFA 20. It looks like he's in with a chance to win the last competitive fixture on FIFA 20. Yeah. I mean, he just won last week the eChampions League, the only second ever one of that. This is only the second ever Premier League. That would be something else, wouldn't it? Yeah, definitely. And I know it's something that he'd want to do. He's very competitive. He'd want to make sure that he wins the ePremier League back-to-back. He wants to be the person where he's the only champion of the ePremier League. And I'm sure it's something that is going to be on his mind for sure. Again, he mentioned that he was a bit rocked after that game. But I just feel like Tex is an opponent. He's been at these stages frequently before. He's always in the latter stages of tournaments. So he has the experience. He's able to put that game behind him and just try and beat Mark Marley, which it's not going to be an easy game because he's a very tough opponent to play against. Absolutely. Well, it is time for that final. It's time for the Xbox final. It's Liverpool taking on Bournemouth. Fnatic Tex taking on Mark Marley. It's time for your casters, Dan and Mark. And before I do so, Ryan won't give a prediction. Who are you backing, boys?
I don't know. What a kind of Ryan? Come on, give us a prediction.
Come on, Ryan.
Come on, Ryan.
Come on,
We're
Ryan.
refusing to start the game until you give us a prediction.
Come on, Ryan.
One word. So we at one.
It depends who scores first. That's what I'm saying.
No, don't worry about it. The game started. Here we go. It is the Xbox Finals of the ePremier League. Shout out to Ryan. He's doing a fantastic job so far over on the analyst desk. Commentated with him a lot recently as well, and I've got to say he hates the idea of jinxing a player. So I can get behind what he's saying here. He doesn't want to give a prediction. However, Ryan, still weak from you.
It's because he knows that the commentator curse, it exists, and we certainly can pave the way for a lot of these players with just a mere simple prediction. But as we get into this then, the Xbox Final, Liverpool versus Bournemouth. Of course, Tex, a heavy favourite here, not just because he is the reigning ePremier League champion, but just the history of this young man, what he's been able to achieve in the past few years since he started competing in FIFA. But for Mark Marley, I mean, he definitely has a chance here. When you look at his results as of late and what he's achieved in this tournament, I definitely think that if he can get that first goal that we are seeing from Ryan with his really terrible prediction, then maybe, just maybe, he can upset here.
To be fair, he hasn't given us a prediction, so it can't be terrible. I mean, you know what? The more I think about it, the smarter it is from Ryan. I'm going to start doing that myself. But early on here, it's been back and forth between the two players, and Mark Marley has been pretty aggressive on that right-hand side, trying to get in behind, but it will be Tex now, of course, in the Liverpool kit on the attack. Sadio Mane on this far side. As De Bruyne now steps forward, just slowing the pace down a little bit here, Tex. And I'm excited to see what Mark Marley can do. And I'm sure he's excited to play against Texa on a stage like this as well, and see if he can really match his skills as he almost finds his way in behind there. As Maximan was just looking for that ball in behind for Rashford. Well defended by the Bournemouth man.
And it's one of those things, isn't it? If you can beat Tex, that is usually remembered when we go back in statistics and we get to the big tournaments. We kind of focus on the players who have been able to take down Tex in a competitive fixture. So if you can add your name to that list, then that is just going to be a positive for getting your name out there and being shown as a top player indeed. I mean, already getting to the Xbox Final is huge here for Mark Marley, but if he can get to a cross-console final, guarantee himself £10,000, then I'm sure he can set himself up nicely for FIFA 21.
Oh, 100%. And I'm sure that on the other things, Tex has got that little bit of extra spice right now. The fact that he could have a potential matchup against his former teammate, I should say, Fnatic, who, of course, picked it up Tom on loan. And a good friend of his as well will certainly be wanting to play that game himself. So Tex definitely has the motivation that he needs to succeed in this game. But 20 minutes gone so far, no shots in anger from either player, as Tex is now going to be stepping forward himself as De Bruyne, a little half drag back there, and finally gets that ball into Trezeguet. Now there's the Elastico, and there's the finish. Alisson in between the sticks, though. He'll make a pretty comfortable save. A little bit of lack of shot power there from Trezeguet to beat the goalkeeper.
Once that Elastico is gone, the player's got no chance, and this is what Tex can do. So much damage on the edge of the box when he's got the skill moves.
So Maximan
doesn't have the skill moves with Van Dijk, though.
The exchanges with Van Dijk, like I was saying, and you're completely right. No skill moves to really cause too much damage there with Virgil van Dijk. He does his work at the other end of the pitch.
I do wonder how much that's going to change going into FIFA 21. Whether like skill move chaining is going to be somewhat different. Of course, it was reduced to about 2 skill moves you can chain together here in FIFA 20, which was, I feel, off the back of the abuse of the La Croqueta in FIFA 19. And the fact you could do it about 84 million times to get past an entire team. Maybe we'll find a middle ground going into for 21, and I think that's really going to benefit a player like Tex, who does love to generate those skill moves. Oh, there we go. Just dive on that one. Safety.
We've seen headers from Pope. There's been a little conversation about how tall Pope is between Ryan and Dan in the break as well. Dan's convinced he's 6'3".
Well, no.
Wait.
Whoa.
I'm going to give you credit.
Okay.
I'm going to give you some credit. Ryan, quite rightly, said no, he's 6'7" in FIFA. So if anyone actually knows how tall Pope is in real life, which we believe to be 6'3", not 6'7", let us know. Do the hashtag ePremier League.
I think there is just a lot of incorrect information on the internet.
It's a mystery.
Wikipedia says he's 6'3". There's a couple of footballing websites that say he's 6'3". But if you look at a picture of him stood next to Jordan Pickford, he looks huge.
Stood next to a measuring stick. He's 6'3". Anyway, that will go out of play there. Unfortunately from Tex. No, again, apart from that one shot that we've had so far, I'm pretty close between these two players. Mark Marley hasn't really been able to get inside that 18-yard box with any kind of danger behind it so far, but speaking of getting in behind in danger, here's Alan St-Maximin. Goes back inside now to Kante. Mark Marley, the Bournemouth man, starting to look a little bit dangerous here, starting to flow, starting to put a few passes together, but just as I say that, he gives the ball away, but De Bruyne will pick it back up for him here.
Quite special, I'd say, for Marley to qualify twice in a row for Bournemouth. I mean, of course, Tex did the same thing for Liverpool, but we did see a few players kind of shift things around, trying to avoid other pros with who they wanted to qualify for. A lot of people, of course, would go for the team that they support, but others just wanted to get that qualification spot. They wanted to get into the ePremier League, but Mark Marley, a staple now under Bournemouth.
Here's Mane dropping deep and combining, and Mark Marley's in on goal here, and he might get the first goal of the game! And he has indeed! Mark Marley of Bournemouth and Bobby Firmino has broken the deadlock here in the Xbox Final, and it's the underdog who has the lead here.
And as Ryan mentioned on the desk, it's been 10 goals for Marley in his last 2 games in this tournament, beating Fierce Cat, Everton 5-2, and then a 5-2 victory against Watford and Shorey as well. I mean, even before that, he beat Gorilla 4-2. Gorilla, who was representing Sheffield United, and Saya from Man City 5-0. Mark Marley has been a goal-scoring machine in this tournament, and he's taken the lead here against the reigning champion.
Amazing stuff from him. And a very well-worked chance as well, but here comes Tex again. He's got a 1v1 here with David Luiz, who couldn't get near him, but again, it's Alisson in between the posts here for Mark Marley that keeps that clean sheet intact, but promising signs here for Tex.
Well, the half-time whistle goes. Promising signs doesn't give you a lead, though. In fact, it's going to be Mark Marley who will have the lead here for Bournemouth and maybe gets his little pinky toe into that cross-console final. But it's certainly a long way to go yet. When you look at possession, Tex has had the majority. They've both only had 2 shots on goal. But when you look at the game, I mean, as a whole, they both have looked like they could be scoring, but quite rightly, Mark Marley trying to expose these fullbacks that Tex does consistently get aggressive with, and the over-the-top through balls. I mean, it's not just Tex. I mean, in general, the over-the-top through ball on the wings is one of the best ways to try and penetrate a defence in FIFA 20. We know that. But Tex does kind of offer it out sometimes with how aggressive he can get.
So then, second half underway here in our first leg of our Xbox Finals, and it's Mark Marley and Bournemouth, who are not only up by 1 here, but right at the start of this second half, almost in on goal again. St-Maximin has to get back and do some defensive work, and a lot of Newcastle fans absolutely love that man, but not known for tracking back and doing that hard work the other end of the pitch. And for Tex now, his back's against the wall a little bit down.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be too concerned at the moment. One thing I've always credited Tex for is his ability to get back into a game in the second leg. He usually assesses his opponent in the first leg, and if he isn't able to get the lead, he changes things up very quickly. He's one of the best players in the world at adapting to any scenario that is put in front of him.
Well, here's Rashford then, and Tex looking for that equaliser. Kante back into Rashford, tries to dink it in first time to find Bobby Firmino in the middle of the box, but well defended there by Mark Marley.
And we really are seeing in this tournament the influence of the 5-star weak foot and how important it has been throughout FIFA 20. And it's not just going to be FIFA 20, it was the same in FIFA 19 and similar games beforehand, but I imagine in FIFA 21 it'll be quite similar too. Just having that person who can shoot on either foot makes it so much more difficult to defend because you don't know where to usher the player. In real life, if you're going up against a player who's left-footed, you're going to usher them onto the right foot naturally. But in FIFA, if you have someone who can just shoot on both foots, it becomes very difficult to try and manipulate them in that way. And West Firmino who got the first goal for Mark Marley, and even though things have slowed down a little bit for him ever since, I'm sure he'll be more than happy the further he gets into this game, and he is winning the ball back in dangerous areas, Mark.
Yeah, really playing well so far in this Xbox Final. Really not showing any signs of intimidation playing against Liverpool's Tex. All the achievements that he has under his belt, Mark Marley's matching him, if not bettering him at this point in the game. Van Dijk's going to be doing the defensive work once more here for Tex, and a chance for him to go forward. We're on the hour mark here in this first leg as well. Tex trailing 1-0.
And the thing is, as FIFA esports develops, and I mean as esports develops in general, in comparison to real sports, there will be a time where we look back at historical events in FIFA esports and who was able to achieve what and win what trophies. If Tex was able to get the E-Champions League Invitational, plus the ePremier League, plus a FUT Champions Cup, it would be written down as such an incredible season for any sort of player. And when we have that conversation of who's the best ever to do it, I mean, that would be a year to remember for Fnatic's Tex.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. I think it's a year to remember already for him. A little bit like every year has been since he's been involved in FIFA esports. Trezeguet now, beautiful stuff here from Mark Marley, though, showing Tex that he's not the only player who has some skills up his sleeve, but Tex defends well. And now looks to counter. Saint-Maximin slows it down once more. Tex will build again.
Yeah, Tex could have countered there, but Mark Marley did pretty well to quickly retreat his players on the pitch and ensure there wasn't going to be any sort of easy through ball for Fnatic Tex. There's going to be a pause now just to reassess things for both players, and it's probably just going to be a little chat for Fnatic Tex with his teammate Fnatic Harry, who is off screen. Even though Harry does like to be in the limelight, it would seem like today he knows that it is Tex's day and not his.
Matsuaku on this near side. Good ball as Heung-min Son is on the pitch now for Tex. He was a difference maker in the semi-finals, and he will win a throw in here on this near side as Mane will collect those pieces and fight to keep the ball at his feet as well. Tex starting to look a little bit more dangerous now. Kante, Mark Marley having to be extremely careful in what players he has under his control. Trezeguet now onto that left foot, little drag back from him. Oh, it's magic from Tex. He only needed half a yard, and it's Trezeguet who finds the equaliser.
Doesn't sell just one player, but both defenders. He opts to go left, offered up just enough to say, I'm probably going to strike this on my left foot, but then the last-minute decision to go for yet another drag back. And it was enough just to get past both Virgil van Dijk and David Luiz, which is no easy feat to get past one of them, let alone both. And Tex now right back into this game, and Mark Marley was able to enjoy the sweet taste of a lead for a decent amount of time. And things restored here now at 1-1.
Yeah, been a really interesting game, a fascinating game between the two players. Both given as good as they're getting. I think the scoreline's a fair reflection of what we've seen so far, and that ball down the line is a fantastic one here from Tex. As Mane will chase and keep possession. Saint-Maximin crunching into the tackle, but Tex will keep possession once again.
As we get into the final stages of this first leg, just to remind everyone, there are 2 legs and potentially golden goal if you can't split the difference after both. Tex does seem like he's in the ascendancy right now, looking very confident on the ball indeed.
Kante out wide, you see the attempted first-time ball. Mahrez will get it back, and oh! Son almost made the difference once more, but just couldn't find the target. Big chance though.
And I'd say that is the biggest difference with the restrictions, it being just Premier League players rather than the usual unrestricted players. R9 probably would have put that away. And you're going to be punished for making those tiny little mistakes.
Speaking of mistakes, here's Saint-Maximin. He's inside the box here for Mark Marley. Goes for the shot across goal, David Luiz. And Tex has a very cool head in that position. Scary moments there, and again, Mark Marley. The Bournemouth man reminding us of just how good he is.
Yeah, Tex did very well, even though he made that slight mistake and allowed Saint-Maximin to run through. He also forced the shot out of Saint-Maximin. He restricted the amount of possibilities where Mark Marley couldn't really play a pass across goal because Tex had covered it well with the defenders, and he knew that it had to be a shot, so then he positioned his fullback to ensure it wasn't going to be an easy one.
He's in behind again here, Mark Marley, in the last knockings of this first leg. Mino, little fake shot away from David Luiz, who's miles out of position, and that's going to give the space here to Kante, into Trezeguet, but he gets back into position to make that block, David Luiz, and now it's Tex, who can come forward again in the last moments of this game.
Lovely over the top through ball. Van Dijk should be able to get there to stop things, though.
He's going to get there ahead of his man, though. Great ball inside here from Tex, Trezeguet. Little drag back from him. Can Tex pull something off at the end of this game? He wins the corner.
What does Tex have to offer from the corner? That's the real question, though.
David Luiz on the edge of the box, into Son on that left foot. It's going to fall. Alisson manages to get a good punch on it, and all the pressure for Tex at the end of the game. But when the full-time whistle blows, as it has done now, Still 1-1 between these two. What a first leg that was.
And both of them doing really well to get in behind defenders. We're seeing a very back and forth game. We're not seeing the usual just one player sitting back, defending, absorbing pressure. It's an exciting game of FIFA to watch. And that's because they're both going for these lofted through balls on the wings, and both of them trying to win the ball back in dangerous areas. They want to win the ball back on the halfway line in the other side's half, because they know how influential that can be. If you can get that ball in dangerous positions, you're more likely to get a counter-attack. And when you're going up against a player like Tex, you need to take any advantage you can. And that does mean winning the ball back early, and the defence isn't going to be as strong.
No, one thing that's impressed me so far is, and I mean this in the biggest compliment in the world, is I'm seeing a lot of Tex gameplay in what I'm seeing from Mark Marley. The way that he's defending, he's being very aggressive. He's also being very creative on the edge of the box. We've seen a few skill moves from him, a few elasticos, that sort of stuff. And that's the biggest compliment I can give him, right? You know, we talk about the plaudits to Tex, but to recreate that is more difficult than it seems, right?
And to do it against Tex as well, to have that confidence to go for those skill moves, because if he doesn't do it, he's going to find himself just getting skilled on, and then he's going to suffer, and he'll probably find himself several goals behind. Instead, he's learned from, well, Tex's gameplay or other skillers' gameplay, and he's more than confident to do so in a game where he is the underdog.
So 1-1 then after our first leg. I'm just going to ask Ryan now what his thoughts are on that first leg, because it was a tight one between the two players.
Why don't you predict the second leg for us, Ryan?
I'll say whoever scores first in the second leg will win. So, it was definitely a tightly contested game. I'd say there were equal amount of chances for both players, but I feel like Mark Marley had a chance where, again, with Danby, you kind of overcomplicate the situation because you don't think you're going to get that much space against the likes of Tex. And we see it here on the 87th minute with Firmino. He's worked really, really well here, and he's passed it into Kante. And I think here he could have passed it to Trezeguet, but then he overcomplicated it and it worked to the edge of the box, and he was kind of forced to take the shot there because so many players ended up running back into position for Tex. But I'd say it's an even game. There's all to play for, 1-1 apiece. And again, as I said, whoever scores first will definitely have the lead. It sounds like Michael Owen, but whoever scores first will progress on into the game.
Wasn't it? Whoever gets a goal is going to win the game. I mean, they've both got a goal now, so they're both technically able to win the game. But did you, I guess, expect Tex to go down 1-0 coming into this one?
It kind of depends which Tex shows up, because if it's the Tex in the second leg against Jambu, then definitely I'd expect him to concede a goal. But if it's the Tex in the first leg where he's, I guess, in the flow of things, not necessarily no. But again, we saw Mark Marley, he's able to create chances, able to get goal-scoring opportunities off. Now, it's just, can he shut Tex from I guess, scoring himself, which is always going to be a difficult thing to do.
And have more confidence in himself.
Exactly, that's the thing. You have to be confident. That's the key at the top level. Being confident, it separates you from everyone else. And we see Tex, his confidence has never dropped since he won his first event. And again, it's a key factor in competing.
Yeah, and these are the two goals that you saw, because that first leg did finish 2-0. That was Mark Marley's there, of course, for Bournemouth with Robert Firmino. Obviously, a Liverpool player himself, but he's using him in his team, rightly so. And now this is going to be the Tex equaliser there. Nicely worked around the box, and a Trezeguet goal there. Obviously, the Villa player, and I guess two players that everyone's using as well.
Yep.
Who, I guess, would you rate more highly? I mean, everyone's using both of them, but Firmino, Trezeguet, why are they such key players?
Trezeguet has to be the marquee player in the team just because he offers a lot more pace than Firmino, especially if you're going to use him in strike. It depends on the position, of course, but I would say Trezeguet, just because he offers that pace, he's probably got higher agility. Both players do have 5-star skills and 5-star weak foot on that specific card. But I'd say Trezeguet, you've seen the amount of goals he scored as well, so he's definitely going to be the more important player, I think, in the team. OK,
we talk about confidence. We speak, Marley has to obviously believe in himself now, but should he change anything up going into the second leg?
I wouldn't if I was him, no. I'd stick to what's been going well, what's been, I guess, the foundation of why he's in this position in the first place. He's done well to get here. He needs to stick by what he's doing. Maybe there'll be a position in the game where he has to tweak a few things, maybe go a bit defensive or go a bit offensive if he goes a goal behind. But as it stands, it's all to play for. This is a situation where if I was him, I'd just do the exact same thing again and just hope maybe something falls into place for him to score.
Yeah, and we obviously can speak about Tex, the fact that, you know, he might struggle because he's using different players. You think about who he usually uses throughout the whole series. He'd probably use different players from all different leagues around the world. But right now, he's got to use just Premier League players. How difficult is that?
It's extremely difficult, I'll be honest, just because you're kind of used to the fact where in your midfield, there's Ruud Gullit. That's always going to be there. And you see him in the camera now, just very chilled out. But for me personally, I find it difficult transitioning from using one certain player just because you're used to the things that they do, you're used to their dribbling animations or their shooting animations, or how quick they turn, or how much power even you have to press on the shoot button when you're about to take a shot. Those little things, they do come into it, but it's just about practice. If you've been spending a lot of time with these Premier League cards in the game, because they probably knew that this tournament was happening for a couple of weeks, so you do have a lot of time to practice with those certain players. And we see Mark Malia. I feel like he's a very chilled character. I never really see any emotion when he concedes or when he scores, but again, I feel like he must feel some sort of confidence going into this second leg. Yeah, we speak about obviously the different teams they have to play with. How hard is it, I guess, as well, at this stage in the season to find a pro player to practice against? Because you always see people tweeting out, like, anyone want to have a game? Maybe everyone's kind of picked a different game up at this stage of the competition. Yeah, it happens, especially with our season, because as we mentioned, no one really knew what's going to happen, because the pandemic did stutter and did stunt a lot of competitions from commencing. So it's difficult to say. I know that it's definitely going to be hard to find pro players to practice against. I, for one, I know I haven't played in a while, I'll be honest, like, there's a lot of dust. But again, it all depends on the person. Some people practice better against friends who aren't competitive players, or some people practice better when they're actually in the situation, so they don't really need any premeditated practice. So again, it kind of differs on the person. Has anyone called you out for a practice game? Oh no, they know not to. Not because I'm telling you, if someone played me now, I'm not joking, Dan Gaskin could genuinely give me a serious challenge. Like, I'm not joking. Well, it's reset now, isn't it, going into the second leg? He's kind of downplaying, again, his FIFA ability. This guy is very good, as we mentioned. He is a pro player for Manchester City. He used to be, obviously, a hashtag boy as well. We can just speak about them and, I guess, how great they are as a club. What was it like when you used to be part of that setup? Yeah, I remember it was a fantastic accomplishment for me to be signed by Hashtag United in the first place. And speaking to Spencer Owen, he's a fantastic person as well. And they offer so much support. The people they always bring in the right people, basically, the right players, not even just on the esports side of things, but even on the football side of things. All the players that are there, it's a closely knit group. Their personalities all, I guess, work with each other. You can see that with Tom, when Harry was there, when they had Shuri. And when I was there as well, we had Aggies for periods of time. We had Boras, we had Honey Badger, Dreamer, Ethan, the list goes on. I feel like I've mentioned everyone. I'm not sure. I don't want to miss anyone out. But yeah, it's a fantastically... it's a close group of not just players, but a close group of friends. And you can see, as I mentioned previously with Shuri, supporting Tom after being eliminated. Yeah, if you don't know what Ryan was going on about, they are some great players in the FIFA world there. He is talking maybe complete nonsense to some of you, but I do say they are great players. But we obviously just can go back to what has been happening. If you are just joining us now, we have already crowned our PS4 champion, and he is Hashtag Tom Watford. We can see a few goals from him now and see how he made it through to the grand finals, the cross-console final, where you have to play on the Xbox and the PlayStation a little bit later. This was one of his goals in his first matchup in the semi-finals. It was 5-0 to him, and then he went and scored 5-1 as well to make it through to those grand finals. We're still waiting to see who he'll be playing against. Will it be his mate in the form of Fnatic Techs, his teammate as well? He played with him in the E-Lion setup for England, and he's played with him in the E-Club World Cup as well. So they're kind of mates on and off the pitch, and he said he kind of wants him to go all the way so he gets to play with him. Or will it be the underdog, Mark Marley from Bournemouth? As we are obviously kind of broadcasting from all over the place, there's a few things going on, so we're just waiting to get back into that second leg of that game. I think we can go to it right now. Dan and Mark, okay, this is getting pretty tense. It's time for the second leg. Guys, I mean, how are you feeling? Sitting up there on your perch, right at the other end of the studio.
Hi, we can see you down there. We're ready. Don't worry, we got this.
I'm still offended, if I'm completely honest.
Right, I mean, one of my favourite things that's happened in this entire show is the phrase "even Dan Gaskin."
Even Dan Gaskin.
I'm happy.
I mean, Rachel's saying that he's downplaying his performance. I am a credible competitor. Thank you.
To say, I'll be honest, I've seen Dan beat quite a few players in the scene, I'll be honest. He does have his fair share of I'm going to call it upsets, I'll be honest. There are upsets, but he's got a couple wins.
It's called the Dan Gaskin list, all right? We have Rafsu and we've got Hashtag Tom. They're on the list, and that's all that matters.
I'm not going to get my list out because there are some names on there. I'm not going to say that as well. And I go under the radar in Weekend League. I don't call anyone out. I just send them like that. GG on Twitter. Do you know what I mean? That the worst thing you can do. Anyway, let's talk about the game that we have in front of us right now, because we've got the second half, of course, of our second leg, of our Xbox final here, and it's tied up at 1-1 between these two players. You have Liverpool's Tex, and you have, of course, Mark Marley representing Bournemouth here, and an incredibly tight first leg here. But something we haven't mentioned, Dan, is how good Tex is at adapting to a player which maybe he hasn't seen too much previously in those second legs, and how he can really exploit some weaknesses he found.
I mean, a lot of people will just watch a game of FIFA and think that a player is just going to play their normal game of FIFA and that's how they'll approach it. Tex doesn't. He dissects his opponent and he will try and analyse what they do. He finds out where their weaknesses are and then he will exploit those weaknesses. But I have to credit Mark Marley. He's done his research as well. He knows where those areas of weakness are for Tex, and that's why he's been consistently going down the wings and trying to take advantage of the aggression of Tex with his fullbacks.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there with the Elastico from St. Maximin as well. Just to buy himself half a yard, the defender did get back just in time to make that more difficult than it maybe could have been at one point there. But Mark Marley again showing confidence here against Tex, and I think that's something that's huge for players. Sometimes players, like you mentioned earlier, might play the name instead of the player in front of them, and Mark Marley is showing no respect here as he steps forward once again. Lots of skill moves coming in from him, and a chance to strike it with De Bruyne, and the last second Tex gets the block in, but a great passage of play there for the Bournemouth man.
I mean, early stages would suggest that both of them are going at each other once again. Neither are sitting back and just allowing pressure to be built upon them and hoping to get that counter-attack. Mark Marley not as afraid of the situation and the occasion that he's been presented with here.
Well, Rashford goes back inside here to Kante. De Bruyne back to the Frenchman. Tex again building on the edge of the box. You can see there will be an advantage here, which Tex will decide to just let run down and take himself. So free kick for Tex. Takes this one short by the looks of things. A little run off the ball. De Bruyne takes the shot from distance, maybe looking for a little bit of fortune to go his way. And St. Maximin again will do incredibly well here for Mark Marley.
How many times did you see David Luiz with his back turned, and it often gets blocked by him? Such a huge figure, him and Van Dijk. Very difficult to get past. But I respect that from Tex, just going for a little bit of a long distance shot. Sometimes they do find their way into the top corner. We actually saw him do it in the Champions League Invitational.
Well, great ball down the line here from Tex. We'll find St. Maximin tries to work that ball through. A little pinhole in the defence. Cut out initially, and Rashford now will drop deep into Trezeguet. The goal scorer from the first leg here for Tex. Here's Sadio Mane. Beautiful stuff from him. A fake shot did give him a little bit of space, but again, well recovered there by Mark Marley defensively. Really holding up strong here.
Tex has amped up the pressure ever so slightly, trying to speed up this game and maybe unnerve Mark Marley ever so slightly. The slower the game, any player is going to be a little bit more comfortable. They get more time to think, more time to breathe. But I think Tex trying to restrict those times where Mark Marley can sit back and assess the situation. Instead, he's taking the game to him here and pressing with consistent amount of players, usually at least a couple surrounding those yellow shirts. And Tex has done very well to gain possession yet again.
A great tackle in the fullback position to win that ball back, as Mane now will find Trezeguet. Waiting for that little run in behind from Rashford, maybe just to create some space to work that ball into. But here's Trezeguet once more. A couple of heel-to-heels from him. The Villa man trying to unlock the padlock here of the defence of Mark Marley, but again, holding strong.
Yeah, he's done well to stop the barrage that Tex had to offer in the first 20 minutes. It was kind of chance after chance, and I think that happens when you survive that first chance, you play the ball out and you dispossess yourself with just a stupid pass. You can be so quick to rush and try and get the ball back and make a little mistake, but Mark Marley has done very well to stay calm here.
Well, De Bruyne gets the ball into Robert Firmino here. And Bobby goes back to Kante, and there's the ball into Trezeguet. Tries to feed that ball back. Should be easily dealt with here by Tex, but a little bit of a risky moment there for Tex, but again, just holds on so well.
Tex not able to find that ball through to the fullbacks, and instead Mark Marley gets to do exactly what Tex wanted to do.
He's got the ball inside here to Trezeguet as well, and he's turned his man. And Trezeguet will give Mark Marley the lead once more. 2-1 now on aggregate. Is the upset and the Cinderella story still alive here?
Ryan Pessoa's head is ticking now, saying, well, that's the first goal. Surely that means that Mark Marley on his way to a cross-console final. But we know, and he knows, that Tex never rolls over and shows his belly. If anything, as soon as Tex goes a goal down, it almost ignites something in his own stomach. But Mark Marley really has shown that he can hang with the greatest of FIFA players here.
That's a great ball into Trezeguet, the goal scorer, causing all sorts of problems, but Tex does well, not just to win that ball, but keep it in play as well. And now there's a counter-attack opportunity here for Tex on the far side. It's that ball back inside to Trezeguet. On the way out now, the switch of play to Alexander-Arnold. Rashford dropping deep to link up with Kante. Now the question is, can Tex work his way forward? Can he find one of those little pockets of space? Defended well.
Yeah, Mark Marley just congesting the middle of the park, really. So many of his players get very tight every time Tex attacks. He's almost encouraging Tex to go down the wing and saying, all right, well, what do you have to offer once you do get to the edge of that box? And it is a dangerous plan against Tex, who does have the ability to utilise those skill moves to get past not one, but usually 2 or 3 defenders. He has a goal lead, and we're almost at half-time of this second leg. And if you would ask a player to hold on to a goal lead for 45 minutes, 9 times out of 10, they'd probably say it's doable.
Well, here's Tex then, on the stroke of half-time. This will be the last attack, but Kante will cut the ball out. And maybe there's just a few seconds left here for Mark Marley to actually turn this one around. David Luiz will get it. And that will be the half-time whistle on 45 minutes in-game. Stands between Mark Marley, representing Bournemouth Football Club, from going into our grand final of the ePremier League. And Fnatic Tex, he needs to score now.
And I don't think we'll ever forget last season's ePremier League, where Tex found himself behind in this exact time.
2 goals behind with 3 minutes to go, it was.
In the final. And then he was able to bring things back and get into that cross-console final and then go on to win things with a Calvert-Lewin header at the back post.
Oh, I'm going to ask quickly, very quickly, Ryan. I hope you're feeling confident, mate. Are you feeling confident about this, Mark Marley? He's got that first goal?
No comment.
No, I think...
No comment again. No comment again. All right, we'll leave it there because we're into our second leg straight away.
No, wasn't it?
As Masuaku is going to be the man on the ball here, and De Bruyne will spread the play. And you can see the changes already coming in at half-time here. Rashford off the pitch and Heung-min Son immediately on it.
Can I do that every time you ask me a question? Can I just say no comment? Does it work like that?
Legally, it's pretty solid, I'm not going to lie.
I mean, it means that you'd never lose the prediction that sometimes is played on these broadcasts. But in this second leg now, it's all to do for Tex, and I think we're going to see maybe how Mark Marley deals with nerves and being ahead. I'm sure he would have thought about the situation of being behind and trying to get back into a game, but how many players would expect to be ahead against Tex in a console final?
I can't imagine there'll be too big of a list of players. Heung-min Son now trying to turn away. There's a ball inside, and there's Trezeguet. Oh, it was almost craftier than some PVA glue and some glitter, but he gets the ball back into the box now to Son. Here's Trezeguet! It's 2-2.
PVA glue and glitter is a fantastic combination, and that is a fantastic goal. As soon as he was presented with the second opportunity there to go at Mark Marley's defence, Tex is always going to take advantage of it. Mark Marley just felt looked a little bit flustered as soon as he wasn't able to win the ball back after the initial tackle. Went to ground with David Luiz, so he was always going to be a man down in defence, in the box. By the time David Luiz has got to his feet, Tex had already been able to play that ball round and get the ball in the back of the net. 2-2, all square.
And the concern here for Mark Marley is how many times you have to be in the lead against Tex to win a game. He's been up twice out. And if he wants to win it, he'll have to go up a third time. Whereas for Tex, he hasn't been in the lead so far in this game. But if he does get into that position, you feel like he has what it takes to see it out. For Mark Marley. Pressure back on his shoulders now. Can he respond?
Is the pressure on his shoulders, though? That's the real question, because he's still tying. I mean, I feel like if he was behind, he'd probably start to feel the pressure a bit, but he can bide his time. He can take this to golden goal if he needs to. That's where we would go if everything was tied up after 90 minutes. He's still having a decent amount of possession, still looking confident on the ball. And the way things have been going, he has been the one who has been taking the advantage each time. If he can consistently do that, in theory, he would win this final.
Well, inside the last half hour of this game then. Still all tied up. Again, now gets away from his man, a chance to strike it. Stops up. Oh, it's beautiful from Mark Marley. And that's a goal worthy of winning any game of FIFA 20. Roberto Firmino, the goal scorer. And he goes into the lead for the third time now against Tex.
Yet again finds a way, does Mark Marley. And again, it was where Tex had thought he'd probably wrestled possession back, but Mark having a second chance at the attack, settling the defender completely, and there was so much space for the oncoming runner.
Well, here's Tex again into Trezeguet. Can he make the most of this opportunity? This is where he's so dangerous. This is where he'll twist and he'll turn, but he can't get through the wall of Mark Marley's defence. And now the Bournemouth man can come forward, but Tex steps in. And now it's Liverpool's turn to attack again.
Yeah, Tex is going to look to try and generate very quick attacks here to try and get back at Mark Marley before this game runs away from him. Because the further and further that clock ticks down, Mark Marley is going to feel more inclined to hold on to the ball and restrict the chances for Tex. Tex knows he needs something pretty soon before this gets out of hand.
Well, he's going to be the super sub this year. Last year, as you mentioned, Dominic Calvert-Lewin was that man at the back post. And a similar situation to what we find ourselves in right now is that Tex is one goal down with 20 minutes left in game. For Mark Marley, he can taste victory at this point. He can taste a cross-console final here in the ePremier League. And I'm sure that every single Bournemouth fan who's watching right now will be hoping that he can take down the Titan of Liverpool too.
He would double his money as well. Already secured £5,000, $10,000 just for getting to the final. But I'm sure that the money's not on either of these players' minds right now. It's more about fighting for that badge, playing for the club. Tex trying to go for back-to-back ePremier League championships. And he's only got now 18 minutes in-game plus added on time to do so, but such good defending from Mark Marley.
And Mahrez is away as well, not just winning the ball back, he's maybe looking for more here, looking to finish this game off. Mahrez into Trezeguet! Oh, he's up by 2! And the underdog surely has 1 foot in the final now. Tex is reeling.
Tex, he was able to get the initial tackle, it bounced back to Marley, and then Mark took full advantage of that. An excellent play into space, finding the oncoming runner. And the finish, simple as you like once you get into an area like that. But he has a 2-goal advantage now. This is not good news for Tex. This is not good news for Liverpool. Even though we have seen Tex come back in this kind of situation, Mark Marley has not looked like the player who will let 2 goals go in quick succession. Tex has to go all out now. 15 minutes. To be able to try and retain the ePremier League title. Otherwise, we are going to see a new winner.
Well, history has a funny way of repeating itself sometimes. And for Tex, as you said, he's been in this position before. Same place last year against Diogo. Only had a few moments left to turn the game on its head. And he managed to do so, but Mark Marley has been superb. Absolutely superb. In this Xbox final. But he's only been superb so far. There's still time left in this game for Tex. As Son turns onto that right foot, and he's got one back again! 10 minutes left, and Tex managed to pull it back. He only needs the 1 goal.
Absolute magic. Pull a rabbit out of the hat after that one, because Tex, he has that ability to pull a goal out of nowhere. And this is going to put so much pressure onto Mark Marley now. I think he would have been somewhat confident with the 2-goal cushion. But just the 1 goal and still 8 minutes of regular time plus added on time. Still a possibility here for Tex.
Could get another one here though. Mark Marley has worked his way in on goal. And Trezeguet is going to restore that lead. And for everything good that Tex had done at the other end, Mark Marley has had an answer to everything.
The composure of Mark Marley to consistently put another goal on the board and make things harder and harder each time for Tex is absolutely incredible. And with possession now back in the hands of the Bournemouth man, he can eat away at this clock, he can run away with this time, and he can get himself even closer to a cross-console final, potentially eliminating here the reigning ePremier League champion.
Tex needs 2 goals in 3 minutes. He needs to score with this attack. He will win the ball back with the offside. However, this needs to go in. Kevin De Bruyne will step in, though, for Bournemouth and Mark Marley. And if you wanted the fairy tale to continue here in the ePremier League, we're doing so just now, as Bournemouth and Mark Marley are just moments away from knocking out the defending champion in Liverpool's Tex. All down the line here for Tex. Maybe, just maybe, there's something else left in this game. Gets the ball inside to Son, almost gets the ball across, but surely that has to be it. And what a result! Mark Marley, the man on your screen representing Bournemouth in the ePremier League, has made it to the grand final, knocking out the defending champion in Tex.
We're going to have a new ePremier League champion. Tex just not able to do enough at this time, this season for Liverpool. But I'm sure if there were to be another ePremier League, he'll be back wanting to represent Liverpool yet again. But Bournemouth in the final for Mark Marley against Watford with #Tom. Not necessarily the two clubs you'd expect in the grand final, but certainly two players who deserve to be there.
And something for fans of both clubs to get behind as well. If you're watching right now, you know a Watford fan or a Bournemouth fan, then they should be watching right now because your boys are being represented in the grand final of the ePremier League. But remember the name, Mark Marley. What a performance. It's not like he was lucky in those two games against Tex. He beat Tex, and he beat him well.
Every time that Tex was able to get a goal back and you thought that's going to be where Mark Marley was going to crumble, I was thinking, okay, this is happening again. Tex is going to do the same thing where he preys on some poor innocent soul. But no, Mark Marley responding every single time with a goal from the get-go just to consistently put Tex back to a two cushion. And honestly, I think just hats off to him because the way he performed, like how confident he was on the ball, like not afraid to do skill moves, took the game to Tex. He wasn't scared of the situation whatsoever. I've seen so many players go up against Tex and just try and defend and hope to get on the counter-attack. Not at all. He was attacking Tex, and I love that.
I think that was the one thing that stood out for me within 15 minutes. The game starting was the fact that Mark Marley was going, I'm going to beat Tex. I'm not going to try and survive against Tex like a lot of people do. I'm out here to beat him, and he beat him, he did. But you're completely right. There was that one moment there. Tex pulled it back. It was a scary moment, but Mark Marley kept his composure, kept it together, and will be in our grand finals. I mean, what a result. Rachel, Ryan, unbelievable.
Wow, what an upset. Gosh, that was such an upset. I don't think anyone predicted that. This guy doesn't tell us what he predicts anymore, so we don't know where Ryan's going to go. But Mark Marley of Bournemouth going through to that grand final, taking on #Tom. Let's have a look at a couple of stats from that fixture. It was Liverpool taking on Bournemouth. You can see their shots similar, shots on target similar. Liverpool, I guess, had a few more chances in the form of Tex, but why do you think Mark Marley came out on top, Ryan?
I feel like he was very clinical, and congratulations to him, of course, and commiserations to Tex. But I think it's probably the three of the goals that Mark Marley scored were phenomenal goals. So he took his chances, he was very clinical, but in all honesty, the stats are very, very similar. You could say it could have gone either way, and yeah, Mark Marley came out on top.
We'll get a chance to speak to both players, hopefully, in a short while. But what do you think Tex did wrong, Ryan?
I don't think he done much wrong, in all honesty. It's of course, he didn't play to the level that Tex is known for playing at, and that's not really a disservice to him. He's a fantastic player all the time. He's probably regarded as the #1 player in the world. But as Jambu even said, even though it's not him playing, he said, when you're at your A game, you're playing your game, and it's your day, anything can happen, and it's definitely been Mark Marley's day.
It has indeed. We can talk to Tex now and just speak to him about that final there. Tex, commiserations, but congratulations on making the final. Just tell us about Marley and how good a player he was just then.
GG's to Marley, to be honest. Like, played really well. Good luck in the final. Obviously, I'm quite disappointed with like how it went. But like, I thought I'd be more annoyed than I was. I'm actually sound. So yeah, but good luck to Marley in the final.
I don't want to keep you too long because obviously it's not a nice feeling, but I'd say there are obviously positives to take from this year, like resoundingly #1 in the world, and you've done fantastic, even last week in that tournament. So obviously, what would you say are the main key things to take on onto next season?
To be honest, Ryan, it's been a very, very good year for me. Obviously, I was first in the leaderboard by 1.5K points. I've won the joint most tournaments, so yeah, it's been another good year for me. If you offer me before the Champions League to get to the final in ePrem and win Champions League, honestly, I would have taken it.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, obviously it's a bit unfortunate, but like, big up Thomas Lees, my brother. I hope he wins, and yeah, hopefully next year I can win a few more tournaments and come first year again.
I was going to ask you that, Tex. Are you going to sit around now and watch Tom and see if he can go all the way?
100%. Like, if I was annoyed, I probably wouldn't. But like, I'm not as bothered as I thought I was going to be. So like, I want to sit, watch Tom, support the guy, give him a few WhatsApp messages. Yeah, big up Thomas Lees, get his trophy, he deserves one.
Absolutely. And what do you do now? Obviously, it is the end of the season. I guess it's probably your last competition. Is it just a chance to have a rest and reset, ready for FIFA 21?
Well, I've been resting the whole summer, to be honest, Rachel. Like, I turn on the game, I turn on FIFA the day I have a tournament, and then I'm off it until the next day I have a tournament. So I was just going to do that again. Obviously, FIFA 21's coming up. I'll grind out at the start and then like lift off from where I left off, which is number 1 in the world.
Classic answer there, Tex. Thank you for being so honest as usual, and congratulations making it through to the final. And yeah, go and sit back and enjoy watching the big one, the cross-console final.
Cheers.
Thank you so much. Gosh, he's always so honest, isn't he?
Yeah,
he said he wasn't too unhappy again with losing. Maybe it's because he has had such an excellent year. Like we just said, he won the first tournament all the way back in October, and he won just last week the Champions League as well. So not too bad for a player to get to another final.
Exactly.
To end his season. But let's just go back to Marley. What an upset. Scottish player coming in, playing in the Premier League, representing Bournemouth, a club that unfortunately have been relegated. They're still in it because obviously this is FIFA 19, FIFA 20 season, the Premier League season, I should say. For him to get to the final, now taking on #Tom.
Yeah.
No one would have predicted that.
Yep, so we'll see a new winner of the ePremier League. And also, both of these players is their first chance to, or Tom's second chance anyway, to win a trophy. They're both in the grand finals. And I say it's up for grabs. It could go either way because previous or prior to the game, you wouldn't have resoundingly said that Mark Marley would defeat Tex. And again, it would be unfair to go against him again to say he's going to lose against Tom without really seeing the game. So, yeah, you never know. Anything can happen. Well,
this is the giant killer of all giant killings. Here we go. We can talk to him right now. It's Mark Marley. Congratulations. You just won the Xbox side of the competition for Bournemouth. How are you feeling?
Yeah. Well, I mean, first of all, I say GG's to Tex, also, like, what a legend. But yeah, over the moon. It was something when we qualified for the ePremier League before that was also cancelled that we looked at possibly maybe going far in. But to win the Xbox side, I mean, it's just amazing.
Yeah, congratulations, Mark Marley. I would say I want to ask a question, or maybe two questions. What would you say worked for you in that game? What would you think, or what would you say was the key for you to defeat Tex? And I was also say, before the tournament started, would you say that, or would you envision yourself being in this situation?
Yeah, well, I think during the whole tournament, I've had a very good turnover ratio. I think my press has been pretty good. So I think if we could try and nullify Tex as much as you can, because he's always going to get chances.
Yeah.
So I think that worked. And I always believe in my boys going forward. As I said earlier, we've scored quite a lot of goals. So, I was confident going into it that we could cause the upset. And for the second one, as I said, everyone, like my close friends and family, knew that we were going down to London to try and win the full thing. So, it was annoying that the golf season was cancelled because we were in a good spot and a playoff spot as well. But yeah, I was always confident that we could go far in this competition, definitely.
Yeah, I respect that. Congratulations again, and we'll see. Well, hopefully you do well in the final as well.
Yeah, just quickly before you go, Mark, I know you want to kind of prep for that one. How are you going to, I guess, now change your game, if at all, when you go up against #Tom? I mean, he's a great player, isn't he? Third in the world on the PS4 side of things.
Yeah, well, obviously we've never played because I'm Xbox and he's PlayStation, so I have no idea how it's going to go. I was going to try and play my game. Also, Tom's a great player and he's had an unbelievable year, if you could talk properly. Well, we look forward to it. There's absolutely nothing to lose.
Not at all. We can't wait to see you in that grand final. We will let you go because it is just moments away, of course. But congratulations once again. You are our Xbox champion.
Thanks, Richard. Thank you.
He's so cool as well. I was talking about Tex being cool. But he just said, Tom's had a great year. He has as well. And we kind of, I guess, mustn't forget he actually did make a major in Bucharest at the beginning of the year. So this guy, you know, is a top quality player. And I think there he finished top 16. He got €1,000. So, you know, he's not a kind of a non-familiar face to the scene. People do know who he is.
Yeah, definitely. And I'd say a lot more people will be aware of how good he is now because he's shown he can compete with the best. He's defeated Tex and he's in the grand final. And again, there's something to mention which he spoke on briefly, is that he's never played Tom before. They play on different consoles, but I don't know him personally. I'm not sure how much he's played on PlayStation before, but I know for Tom, he streams a lot. He plays both consoles, so maybe that will give him the slight advantage. You never really know, but yeah.
Well, there we have it. We have our two console champions, but coming up after the break, it is the big one. It is the grand final to see who is going to be crowned the ePremier League champion for 2020. Will it be #Tom for Watford or Mark Marley for Bournemouth? Please do come back and join us and find out. Welcome back to the Gfinity Arena in London for the ePremier League Finals 2020. That is the trophy, and we started the day with 8 competitors. And now we are down to our final 2. #Tom there on your screen and Mark Marley. Only one, though, or we crown the 2020 champion and head home £2,000 richer. I mean, that is nice for anybody, I'm sure. Ryan, we've had such a great day so far. We're now down to our final 2. Like I just mentioned, Mark, underdog, coming out in the final. Who would have thought it? Not me, not you.
Yeah. Well, he's defeated Tex, again, someone who I regarded as probably the favourite coming into this tournament, especially after his recent success in the eChampions League Invitational. But it wasn't meant to be, and that's credit to Mark Marley. Fantastic performance, and he scored some sublime goals, if I must say myself anyway. So can he do the same thing against #Tom? He mentioned that he's playing against him on PlayStation for one leg anyway. And he scored some, as I mentioned, some brilliant goals here. He's very composed and very clinical on the edge of the box. And you saw here that a lot of the times he dragged the player out or dragged the defender out of the box to open up space for an in-rushing attacker. And that's how he scored a lot of his goals. And I believe Firmino and Trezeguet were probably his key men in the matchup against Tex.
Yeah, we can see a couple more of his goals. He obviously did score 5 then the last one. It just shows, Ryan, what a positive mental attitude can do. That's what he kind of put it down to, didn't he? His mental attitude and his belief that he could go on and beat Tex, who is the best player by far, I'm going to say, in the world on the Xbox side of things. Yeah,
definitely. And it's something that for me personally, I've realised how important the mental aspect of the game is. Of course, you can have the utmost level of ability in terms of playing FIFA, but what separates the top tier players is the mentality going into tournaments. And sometimes you can go in disheartened maybe from a previous experience at another tournament, or maybe you're just not playing well into it, or you lose your first game and then your head drops and then that's it, tournament's over. But for these guys, when they perform at the top level, especially Vortex, throughout the past couple of years, even if he loses a game, it doesn't mean anything. He bounces back and he doesn't let that, I guess, it's not really a detrimental thing towards his progression in the tournament. So it's a testament to these type of players who progress well in tournaments.
Lots of FIFA players are realising this, aren't they? And they're getting coaches, and some of them have psychologists, a big kind of backroom team around them, like they do, obviously, in the real football world as well. But we just mentioned Mark Marley is the Xbox champion. Hashtag Tom is the PS4 champion. He's going to be facing Mark Marley. It's Watford taking on Bournemouth. Unfortunately, it's two Premier League sides that did get relegated this season, so we unfortunately won't be seeing them in the upcoming Premier League season. But we're going to go to the PS4 console first. That is obviously Tom's preferred console. Do you think that will be an advantage for him?
I'd say so, yes. It's probably a situation where Tom would be thinking, all right, I'm starting off with my favourite console. This is the time for me to start my dominance, just to try and get a foothold in the game, just across the two legs, sorry. And for Mark Marley, as I said, I'm not really sure how much he's played on PlayStation, especially competitively. And in the gameplay, there's not much of a difference, but it's just the familiarity with the controller. When your analog sticks are in a different position, it's harder to offside trap because the D-pad's in a different position as well. So just those small sort of intricacies, it does affect how you play. So I'd say the advantage will be with Tom in the first leg.
Yeah, we talk about that, don't we? Because one of the kind of standout players in FIFA this year is Olito, a Swedish player. I know kind of he said that the difference between last year when he wasn't as good and this year, FIFA 20, was the fact that he played weekend league, so 30 games on PS4 and on Xbox. Do you think that's what the top level players have to do?
I'd say so, yes. I remember there's also another competitor called Megabit. He represents in Germany. He told me years ago he would play both consoles. And at that time, it was very unfamiliar because not a lot of people had time to, especially when there was that many games and we had qualifiers on the weekends as well. But it just goes to show how important it is and how important it is to be ahead of the curve, especially at the start of the year. You want to get to grips with the game, and when you're able to play 2 weekend leagues, so 60 games across the Friday to Sunday when the weekend league does last, it helps you get a better understanding of the new mechanics.
But Mark Marley sounds like he's a smart player. Surely he would have been playing on both consoles?
You'd assume so, of course, especially at this level. But again, I don't want to say he has been or hasn't been just because I'm not really aware of that. But I know for a fact that Tom has been playing on both consoles.
Yeah, guys, Dan and Mark, I'm going to come over to you now and say, obviously playing on both consoles is key to going all the way in this competition, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, 100%. You know, we're at a point now in FIFA esports where if you want to become a major champion, you're going to have to play a game on Xbox and PlayStation. So I think it goes without saying, you need to be playing on both consoles.
Yeah, Ryan, do you think you'd beat me on both consoles? I'm just kidding. We've got past that point. But you're right. I mean, like, a different controller actually changes quite a lot. I mean, the PlayStation controller compared to the Xbox controller is a little bit more beefy. That is the only real difference in a cross-console final. But as long as you've played with that controller a few times, you shouldn't struggle.
Oh, you would hope not. Anyway, I think it's got to that point, as I say, where both players should be experienced. And to be honest, you kind of only got you to blame at this point if you're looking to compete in FIFA esports and, you know, you're putting yourself in these games and you know you're going to qualify for tournaments. You got to put that time in, right? You got to get that other console. You got to put, you know, the hours in that you are on one to the other to make sure that you don't put yourself at a disadvantage should you come to that cross-console final.
To be fair, most players at this point are playing like 60 games of FIFA each weekend, 30 on PlayStation, 30 on Xbox. Not only because they want to practice in case they get that cross-console final, but one team might become better if you get better rewards after that weekend league, for example, and people just love playing FIFA. They just want to continuously grind the game to improve it and get to that point where they can get into a grand final and compete here. £20,000 for the winner. And of course, the crown, being the ePremier League champion and getting that trophy as well. It could be that first ever trophy for both of these competitors, actually. I mean, I know we were saying for Tom, he's kind of always been the bridesmaid, hasn't got that trophy yet, but what a story this would be for Mark Marley.
Yeah, it would be the ultimate fairy tale story, right? It was just coming out of nowhere, and you know, he, as you say, he qualified for an event earlier in the year, but apart from we haven't really heard too much from him. But I mean, he's already taken down Tex. If you take down Tex, you can be anyone. It's as simple as that. You really do put yourself in a position to arguably be one of the favourites now. And if you win the ePremier League, having beaten Tex and Tom, best Xbox player in the world, best PlayStation 4 player in the world, no one can argue with it.
Well, yeah, Okay, fair enough. I mean, if you look at it that way, absolutely. I think in the cross-console final, though, for Tom, if he's starting on PlayStation here and he can assert his dominance and get these like early goals, like he likes to play aggressive. He even said in an interview, "I'd like to get out of the blocks early, try and assert my dominance over my opponent, because if I can get a 2 or 3 goal lead, it's going to be very difficult for them to get back into the game." However, Mark Marley, what he did very well against Tex was ensured that he kept that lead. He got a goal. He then conceded. He made sure he went up every single time. He didn't allow Tex to go ahead whatsoever. Because if he had, he might have found himself not getting to this grand final.
That's very, very true. We're looking forward to the game. We're going to throw it back to Rachel now to build it up a little bit more before we do kick off the action. So over to you.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, well, I think now we can actually speak to #Tom. I'm really excited to actually chat to Ryan and just kind of get his thoughts on that last game, because I think he, like us, would have expected Fnatic Tex to be the guy he was facing. It's not. It's Mark Marley from Bournemouth. I want to see his reaction to that before we even get into it. Tom, how surprised are you of what's kind of unfolded tonight? And did you expect your mate, Fnatic Tex, the E-Lion with you, to go out?
Obviously, I'm surprised, but I watched Mark play Shuri, and I knew he was a very good player then. Second he played him, like me and Shuri were full of compliments saying how good he was. So, yeah, obviously I'm surprised because, you know, Tex is the best player in the world. You're really expecting to lose a game at FIFA. So, yeah, it comes as a shock, but I was prepared to play either of them. I didn't just think, oh, straight final against me and Tex. I didn't think it was a final against me and Mark. So, yeah, all I can do is play what's in front of me. But, yeah, I'm gutted for Tex because I think it would have been a great way to, like, end the ePrem. Obviously, the two E-Lions playing against each other. But, yeah, I look forward to the game against Mark. And he definitely deserves his opportunity to be here.
Yeah, definitely. And, again, we spoke before. Congratulations for being here. But
yes,
would you
Ryan. Yes.
Would you say that you have the advantage going into the first leg specifically anyway, just because it's on your favourite console?
No. Every game of FIFA, no matter who you're playing, at the start, in my head, there's no advantage. Like, I could play my mum at FIFA, and at the start of the game, we're equal, right? At the minute 0, we are equal. So, no. PlayStation, Xbox, I don't feel any difference on, like, who's advantage, who's not. So, no, I'm not trying not to focus on that as well. I don't want to, like, prioritise PlayStation, be like, oh, my God, I have to win on PlayStation because I'm rubbish on Xbox. I feel comfortable on both controllers, so I'm just treating it even playing field.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
I'd love to see that game, though, you against your mum. That would be one for the TV. We'll have to try and sort that out. No, but Tom, I was going to ask you, have you had a chance to speak to Tex yet? I know you guys are good mates. Has he messaged you at all?
Yeah, we've been going back and forth all day, really, like messaging each other, half hoping we both won and half hoping we've lost, because obviously I want to play him as he's my best mate, but I'm also aware of how good he is, so I don't want to play him. But he just messaged me now. He said, like, good luck. This is your chance to win the trophy you deserve, the season you've had. So hopefully we can finish FIFA 20 the way I want to. And, yeah, Tex is supportive. He's been messaging me, and he's a very, very good mate at times like this. Yeah, and what would it mean as well, do you think, to Watford to have you as the champion, considering what happened to them this season? Yeah, most people watching are probably a bit surprised, right? Watford player in the final, considering what happened in football. But yeah, hopefully we can get the win, bring the club some joy, and all will be good. Yeah, good luck, mate. We'll see you in a minute, I'm sure. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. Right, I want to just actually talk a little bit about how this kind of starts. If people are sitting at home going, I really want to be here, like we mentioned at the beginning of the show, it started all the way back in December. Like, if they want to be here next year, I'm sure they will be, how do they go about qualifying? Well, for the ePremier League, the qualification system is quite straightforward in the sense of it. So they have the Premier League website. Anyway, a person can select whichever team they would like to represent. And from then on, you're entered into a ladder system where you pretty much have an unlimited, not an unlimited amount of time, or unlimited amount of games you can play within a set period of time. I think it's around about a month. I think it's around about that time anyway. So you basically get ranked based on how many games you win, so you end up getting points towards your progression in the ladder. And the top 8 players go into a tournament to represent that selected club, and then obviously the winner of that does represent that club on that specific console. So it's quite straightforward. It is a long process, but it's worth doing if you want to reach this level. Yeah, it is a long process. You made it sound quite long there, but you've been through it, so you know that's why I thought I'd ask you. So, you know, it is worth, obviously, guys at home, if you're watching and you want to be here, having a chance, obviously, being crowned the Premier League champion on this great tournament that we've put on here, and take home some pretty hard-earned cash as well. And exactly. You know what to do now. Check out the Premier League website. Tom there looked pretty confident going into this, and I love how he's still bantering with Tex, and they're kind of giving
each other words of encouragement.
Yeah.
You would expect him to go the way, wouldn't you?
I'm not, I'm not saying anything, as I said. I don't want to jinx it, but
no comments. No comments.
No, you'd expect him to, obviously, because of how high ranked he is and how well he's performed in this tournament as well as throughout the year. So you'd expect him to win this, but again, you wouldn't have expected Mark Marley to beat Tech. So I don't know. I'm not going to say anything. You know, I'm just saying.
No, I didn't think you would. That's what
whoever wins. That's it.
Did you hear that, guys? Whoever wins, Mark and Dan. Is that what you're saying as well?
I mean, deep dive analysis from Ryan.
Very superstitious.
That's why we love him.
He's also got his socks are the same pair every single time. He daren't put different socks on. Odd socks would be the worst thing you could do. He wears the same pair of underpants every time he plays a game of FIFA as well, I've heard.
ePremier League trophy. We're going to get Ryan Pessoa's fence that he can sit on as well for the next time that we're here. But yeah, I think one thing that is interesting is the point that you both brought up, which is the fact that we have both Watford and Bournemouth, both clubs who unfortunately won't be playing in the Premier League next year. However, what a way for their fans to get behind their club, right? A last hurrah here with the two players that have managed to drag their club through to this final here and have an opportunity to put a trophy in the cabinet. It's got to be good. If you're a Watford fan right now and you're a Bournemouth fan, I'm sure you're loving life.
You'd think so. I mean, this is a chance to have a final hurrah indeed before you get that championship football next season, and then maybe you can get promoted and get into the Premier League in 2 seasons' time. But I'm very impressed with what both of these players have had to do, Rachel, and we'll see whether we can see one of them just step up and win this grand final.
Well, that's our fantastic thoughts on that. I'm going to throw it back to Rachel, though. Just wondering if Ryan still has a prediction. We will get one out of him, by the way. Even if it's with 20 seconds left in the last game, if someone's 5-0 up, we'll get a prediction out of Ryan, I promise you that.
I feel like we're being a little bit nasty now, though, aren't we? We're kind of throwing Ryan under the bus. So I'll let him take a breather. I'll let you guys home take a breather, because obviously we are setting up for this cross-console final, so it does take a little bit of time. But do come back when we'll have the big one. It is a grand final. Of course, it's Watford taking on Bournemouth. Hashtag Tom taking on Mark Marley, who is going to be crowned the ePremier League champion of 2020. Come back and find out. Welcome back to the ePremier League Finals 2020. We're just moments away from seeing out of these two players, #Tom and Mark Marley, Watford and Bournemouth, who is going to be crowned the champion and take home that very cool £20,000. The runner-up, though, goes home with £10,000, and not too bad either. And you can see on that graphic behind us how many goals they have each scored to date. They are 10 apiece. But I can read it for you. It is 10 apiece. So it's even Stevens, really, if we're looking at stats on the goals scored, Ryan. But do you think it is, based on what you have seen, even in terms of their play style, I guess, and what we have seen from them?
I'd say so, yeah. I'd say it's a testament just to I guess, emphasize how well they've been attacking. They've both scored 10 goals, which is a lot of goals at this level, especially when you're playing top competitors. And you said the winner gets £20,000 as well. I mean, the loser goes home with £10,000, which isn't an amount to turn your nose up at. But again, they're both aiming just to win that trophy. I'd say, in all honesty, as a player, the trophy's kind of more important at this stage anyway than the extra prize money. So it's kind of like, if you gave, in my opinion, if you gave me a choice where I would win £10,000 or I'd win a trophy, I'd choose a trophy.
And I guess, who do you think the trophy would benefit the most? Someone like Tom, who has never won a trophy, but then someone like Mark, who is, I'm not saying really new, but newer to the scene. He's only kind of been in Bucharest for one major last year, FIFA 19.
That's a difficult one. I'd say it's beneficial to both of these competitors, but I'd say for Mark Marley anyway, because it's pretty much, it's one of the first few major competitions he's been in. He hasn't been in as many as Tom or as many as Tex or other competitors, but if he won this tournament, it shows that it might give him that boost of confidence just to show, all right, I can make this my actual profession. This is something I can focus on. I've won a trophy, which not a lot of people can say they've done, so it's a major accomplishment. But for Tom, again, he's searching for that trophy. That has eluded him. He's been a fantastic competitor across the last couple of years, and I'd say, in my opinion, again, one of the best players, I think the best player on PlayStation, but he is missing that trophy just to put it in the history books, to say that he's won a trophy beforehand, and I feel like maybe today's the day.
Yeah, maybe, and obviously now he's not going to go up against his mate, Fnatic Tex. Tex was, of course, the reigning EPL champion. He took the first ever trophy when we had our first competition this time last year, so we kind of thought he might be the one to beat in this competition, but it wasn't to be. But let's just go back to #Tom, and talk a little bit more about him. We've seen him. He looks kind of confident. He's also, I guess, can we say, got an advantage, the fact that he's got a coach sitting behind him, feeding in his ear, actually next to him, where I know Marley has someone, but not actually in the same kind of room as him, does he?
Yeah, I'd say it's an advantage, but for Tom, he'd probably say nothing is an advantage. We saw his mentality is very strong. He's very determined, and he's very focused on the task at hand. There's nothing that really will sway him off of his game. He knows what it takes anyway to be at this level. So I personally think it is an advantage. Just having someone next to you just to push you on. Sometimes your head might drop a little bit, and it's not something that you really see if you won't be able to see it anyway. If in Mark Marley's case, he's on probably a call with Adam Ryan, but for his case, he's got Shuri next to him, a player that has progressed far in tournaments and has been on the latter stages for many a year now. So I guess having someone like that, who's also a good friend of yours, is always going to be beneficial.
Let's talk about a few players they both might be using in the game as well. We've seen a few that everyone are using. Who are you expecting? The likes of Trezeguet again, Van Dijk at the back. What do you think? Yeah,
I don't think anyone wouldn't change anything. I don't think they need to. They're in this position for a reason. And to change something, a recipe that's working, is just kind of a recipe for disaster. You want to stick to what's been working well. So I would say we're going to see the likes of the Summer Heat Trezeguet. We're going to see probably Summer Heat Pogba as well, Summer Heat David Luiz. Van Dijk's also been a staple in all teams pretty much since the game's been released. If you don't have Van Dijk, then what are you doing? Because he's so good defensively. Who else is there? And left back, I'm not really sure who they've been using. I haven't paid attention in that aspect, but I know that Mark Marley's been using St. Maximin as well, who's a favourite player since, I think it's his foot birthday card. So that's been out for several months now. He's got the five-star combo. So again, it's probably going to be seeing the same teams that they used in the previous rounds.
Yeah, I guess it's the whole kind of saying, if it isn't fit, it isn't broken. Let's get it out. Isn't broken, then it doesn't need to be fixed, of course. But we are getting ever closer to that final. It is two teams we've mentioned again that are now relegated from the Premier League. It's Watford taking on Bournemouth. And for those two teams as well, I should think they're really excited to be in this situation when they are going to be playing Championship football next year. They'll be wanting, obviously, to get a result here and say, you know what, we were in the Premier League last year. These two guys have been representing us and they've done such great things for us on the virtual pitch.
Exactly, and it's a positive thing to take for the clubs as well, because being involved in the competition, you've got all the Premier League sides and they're vying for the trophy. And the trophy is going to be going to a side that has been relegated for this season, because obviously the tournament's been postponed from when it was supposed to commence. But it's unfortunate that it won't be able to be retained next year, but hopefully the next time they come up in the Premier League, then they'll have representatives who can also challenge for the title as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we did mention again that it started all the way back in December. And then when we went to the qualifiers as well, it was 40 players. You had 2 from each club. And then we started today with just 8 players from 7 Premier League clubs. We're now down to 2. Watford and Bournemouth. We can look actually at #Tom's team right now, who he's been using in this competition and who we're sure he will use in this big grand final there. Everyone, haven't they, Ryan, has used Nick Pope in goal, because you said, I think, in game he's 6'7", but then Dan told us he thinks about 6'3" in real life, so don't know who's right here, not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure how tall Nick Pope is, but maybe next to Dan he might look a bit taller than you think. But I know that on the game, I'm pretty sure if you check his in-game, he's 6'7", but in person, I have no idea.
Yeah, let's have a look at the team and let's just talk us through it. Most people, again, have been using Trent Alexander-Arnold, haven't they? Right back, is that someone that you would use? Yeah,
personally, I feel like this side is identical to what I would use. You could maybe, for me anyway, I do prefer Wan-Bissaka in right back, just defensively, but it depends how you play. If you want to be more offensive, then definitely Trent, because he's got the passing range, he's got the dribbling as well, and he's more responsive whilst you're playing with him on the ball. So I'd say this is pretty much an identical squad to what I'd use, and I like the choice of Mahrez as well. He's not on full chemistry, but he has the skill moves as well. He's a very effective player out wide, so again, I wouldn't really change much in any of these squads.
Yeah, and obviously you've got a 99 rated De Bruyne in the middle there. I mean, obviously he's been such a standout player and the real thing this year as well. Sorry about that, we're just going to a share play on the screen. You know, technical difficulties happen when you're broadcasting from around the country. Yeah, talk about those two again. You've got Van Dijk 99, you have Kevin De Bruyne 99.
Yeah, I'd say for me anyway, De Bruyne, best midfielder in the game. Like, there's across the last couple of years, or since Ruud Gullit came into FIFA, I know we're not able to use icons in this tournament, but I don't think there's been a card that is anywhere near that level. But for me, I don't know what it is about that De Bruyne card. He offers everything, defensively, offensively. The 5-star weak foot, he's extremely smooth on the ball, his shooting, the list could go on. So I'd say De Bruyne, for me, again, personally, is the best midfielder in the game.
Anyone he didn't have in that team you would have thought he would have had?
Not really, no. I say, again, the staples are in there. The main players, like Van Dijk, again, he's always going to be in the team. You could maybe say, again, it's mainly the fullbacks and the wingers that can be changed. I think Trezeguet has to play because of the 5-star and the attributes he comes with. Left back, could say it could be Masuaku, it could be Robertson. Same way with the right back, could be Trent, could be Wan-Bissaka. Right wing, you could try and fit Morris and Maximin in, or you could have one or the other and then try and put in maybe Aubameyang, Richarlison, Son. There's different attackers. It's just personal preference on who you're used to.
Yeah, and just tell us a bit more about Tom's style of play. How do you think he will go into this one tactically?
I'd say, again, with Tom, don't change what hasn't... What's the saying? Sorry, don't fix what hasn't been broken. That's it.
We get there in the end. It's been a long evening, guys.
Yeah, I'd say he's going to go in with the same tactics, the same setup. He knows what he does well. He knows what, if the time comes where he has to go offensive or a bit more defensive, he'll be able to make that adjustment. But I feel like he should just go in with the same custom tactics, the same formation, everything just the same. And that goes the same way for Mark Marley. There's nothing that needs to be changed, especially you've just come off of a victory against Tex. Why do you need to change anything? Just see what happens, see what works, and then if there is a situation or an occurrence in the game you feel like you have to change something, then they're more accustomed to do so.
I mean, this would be an upset for the books. I mean, he's just taken down, Mark Marley, this is, taking down #1 in the world on the Xbox. And I spoke to him after that epic victory, and I said, you know, have you played, Tom? He was like, well, no, because I don't play PlayStation players. And that is actually something that I was going to say. He should be playing PlayStation players, shouldn't he? We were talking about that a little while ago. If he's to be the best in the world, he needs to play on both consoles. So why hasn't he been playing PlayStation players?
Only he can answer that, I'll be honest. But I'd say that's something that, in my opinion, I'm a huge fan of in the FIFA scene. I like the aspect of playing someone on the other console. It kind of builds up a rivalry. I remember years ago, or I don't know when I think there was like a period of time where PlayStation players didn't win a major trophy for a long time. So it kind of builds up that rivalry. It's something that's different from other esports, and I like that. And for Mark Marley, again, it's something that he probably has had some sort of experience. Adam Ryan is a PlayStation player, so he's probably been able to play against him a few times, and he's also a competitive player, so it's good practice. But again, Tom's been able to play both, but neither of these players have represented themselves on the opposite console. It's all just been Tom on PlayStation and Mark Marley on Xbox. So it's just, it can go either way, basically.
Yeah, you keep mentioning his coach there, Dan Ryan. How much help can he be in-game? Does he get to talk to him whilst he's playing FIFA, or is it just when there's kind of, I guess, the half-time or between two legs?
That's kind of up to the person. Some people like to have a coach to intervene whilst the game's going on. Some people leave it to half-time or even after the game. For me personally, I like it when I don't know. I'd say previously, I used to like it just having no interruption whatsoever, just play my own game. I'm able to understand what I've done wrong myself rather than having a coach to do it. But it's also good to have that set of eyes, which is something that I've understood more and more as the years or as my career's progressed, that it's important to have someone that's able to notice things and little intricacies that your opponent does and that you do that you might not notice. So I'd say for him, it's best just to have someone that can intervene as soon as possible.
And to surprise, maybe to give you some snacks, like we said, that hashtag Tom was, he was eating some grapes before his final. He said that was his kind of boosting food to get him up for this final. I guess, you know, we talk about that as well. With people who aren't familiar to the FIFA scene, these players take it very seriously, don't they? They kind of look after now every aspect of the game. It is a full-time job. They can make money for it. Like we said, the winner of this is going to win £20,000. The runner-up is going to win £10,000. And then the guys that made the finals, they took home £5,000 as well. But it is now time to get into this big one. It is the cross-console grand final. We are just moments away from finding out who is going to be the ePremier League champion for 2020. Mark and Dan, I'm so excited to hand it over to you and for you to commentate through this one.
Thank you so much, Rachel. And yes, it is indeed almost time to get into our grand final, the cross-console final between the two players who have fought tooth and nail to get here, Dan. It is, of course, Watford versus Bournemouth. It's Tom versus Mark Marley. Two players, one of which I think we definitely would have said is a favourite coming into this, and another one certainly not. So congratulations to Mark Marley for making it this far, and congratulations to Tom as well for making it this far. And two clubs involved as well, like previously mentioned, who haven't had too much to write home about this year. Sorry, fans of Watford and Bournemouth, but now there is finally something for them to cheer for, and it is, of course, the players representing them right now in the final of the ePremier League.
It's all right. When they saw the ePremier League was happening, they all probably went, oh, we're not in that anymore. But no, you've still got hope, because this is the end of the ePremier League of FIFA 20, of the 1920 season. And, I mean, both of these players have scored a lot of goals. That's what I'm very excited for in this final. They've both scored 10 today, where we saw, 5-2, 5-1 victories for both of them. And I feel like that means that this could be a very open and attacking game. Certainly if we're going to see hashtag Tom go for his method of the early strategy of pressing, trying to win the ball back in those dangerous areas, trying to get those early goals. If Mark Marley responds and plays like he did against Tex, then we could see a very end-to-end kind of game of FIFA, and we won't get that kind of defensive style that we've seen some other players play, which means an exciting game.
Yeah, I think it'll be the opposite. I have to be honest with you. I mean, everything you were saying, right, makes perfect logical sense, and I completely get where you're going from. Both scored loads of goals, both look really good going forward, but it's a final, right? It's the grand final, and I do think that comes into it sometimes. I think players will be a little bit more conservative with that possession. They won't take that extra risk until maybe we get to that second leg, where they want to both feel that they're still in the game. They don't want to throw the game away in that first leg. So I think it's going to be an interesting balance of styles in this grand final.
So it's going to be like the Bayern versus PSG factor, is what you're saying?
Yeah, quite possibly.
When all the pundits were saying, oh, this is going to be a goal-scoring bonanza, and then it was 1-0.
Well, one of us will be right. That's the beautiful thing about this, isn't it? So that's what we're building up to. But, I mean, and what are your opinions on this final? I mean, Mark Marley's obviously done an incredible job just taking down Liverpool's Tex, the defending champion, in the previous round in the Xbox final. He's going up against Tom. We can see Mark on our screen right now. He's obviously looking forward to getting into this game and getting into the final. But how do you see this one going? Do you think it's going to be Tom who kind of walks away with it, or do you think that Mark Marley is going to complete this Cinderella story and be lifting that trophy?
I think that everything points towards hashtag Tom, but Ryan touched on something earlier. When you watch Mark play and you look at his player cam, very calm. doesn't seem to be too nervous. Although I'm looking at him now, there is a lot of vibration happening. He is literally shaking on that chair, and I mean, you see it when you're at a theme park in roller coasters.
Nervous energy, isn't
legs.
it?
Yeah, a little bit of nervous energy, which can be a good thing, but it also can be a detriment as well. Because sometimes if you're a little bit nervous, you might make a couple of mistakes here or there. But I think as long as he is calm in game, there's no reason why he couldn't take this to Tom. And I'd expect Tom to win basically because he does have that experience, but he hasn't been able to find a trophy just yet, and that might make him nervous.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that both players are probably just looking forward to getting into the game as we have a look at both Tom and his teammate Shorey behind, both in the Watford yellow and black there, ready to get going as well. Just a couple of things they have to get set up, of course, with the cross-console nature of this final, hence why we have this little bit of a delay. But having a teammate alongside you, always a good thing, is now we get some Shorey cam, and he'll be probably a little bit disappointed with his performance today, but he's there to support his teammate once again. And Tom, like, this is everything he could have wanted, right? The whole season, he's been phenomenal. He's been incredible, but he hasn't had that win. Final event, FIFA 20, this is his opportunity. He's made it this far in the grand finals against a player, with all due respect, of course, to Mark Marley, who he probably would have said, I will happily play in this grand final. If Tom doesn't do it now, will he ever do it?
Yes, I think that Tom is going to have a very bright future with how he's played and how he's progressed throughout FIFA 20, but I think he does have the chance to do it now. I think he needs to do it now, otherwise it might elude him for a little bit longer, because when it comes back to FUT Champions Cups in FIFA 21, you're suddenly going to get Tex, Dasari, Nicholas Razek, all these previous champions who are going to be thirsty to get those trophies again. And you look at this ePremier League trophy as well, the Shield, like, it's a really nice trophy to have behind you. And you saw what Ryan, or you heard what Ryan said, sometimes the trophy means more than the money. Even though £20,000 would be amazing for Tom, he knows that that trophy can be a big difference. Putting that in the hashtag HQ or at home, wherever he wants to have it stored, that's going to be something that can really change your life going forward, because you can then say, I am a champion. Whether that is extending the hashtag contract, you can say, hey, I won the Premier League. Can't question that at all, whether it's moving on to a different team in the future or whatnot. You have that accolade, you have that sense of achievement now. And you could say the same about Mark Marley. Like, we're talking about kind of, Tom hasn't been able to get that trophy. Neither has Mark Marley, by the way.
What a kickoff it would be for Mark Marley, right? To announce yourself in the way, like you said, he's qualified for one of the major tournaments before, just the one, but that was the first step for him, right? The first step for any player who wants to compete in FIFA is you know, getting those results, getting into those online qualifiers and getting yourself into a tournament. He did that, and now he finds himself in our grand finals here. This is the last game that we will have before we crown our ePremier League champions. It's hashtag Tom of Watford going up against Mark Marley of Bournemouth. And as I say, the last game before we crown a champion. Who's it going to be?
Yeah, big thank you to everyone for bearing with us, of course, when we are playing remotely, and these players just sometimes take a little bit extra longer to get connected and get going. But we can get into this grand final now. 2 legs of FIFA, and if we don't separate the two teams after 180 minutes, it will go to golden goal, a continuous golden goal as well. It's not just 30 minutes and then penalty. It is golden goal until we find a winner here. Both of these players look absolutely dominant today.
Well, here's Tom then. He's looking dangerous already in this game. Bobby Firmino twisting and turning. He's going to go back to Paul Pogba. All around the corner now. Trezeguet once again with that 5-star weak foot, but there's a 5-star tackle there from Virgil van Dijk, and Mark Marley now can spring forward.
And spring forward is something he was able to consistently do against Tex. He would win that ball back. He knew he could penetrate Tex's defence by heading down those wings. However, hashtag Tom is not Tex, and hashtag Tom may not offer up the same sort of vulnerability that Tex did in those areas. And Tom has won the ball back in the middle of the park, and if Tom can dictate the pace of this game, I feel like that is really going to help him try and progress towards lifting that first trophy.
I like the pick of Bobby Firmino in that cam position as well, because he does have those defensive stats that kind of go under the radar a little bit. He can help win the ball back. He does have high work rates as well to just track back and fill in those gaps and help out those midfielders when you don't have possession. You could see the example of it there from Tom, having won that ball back, but now he's going to be more utilised in that offensive end of the pitch. Unfortunately for him, he can't connect those pieces, and it's going to be Mark Marley now in possession of this right-hand side.
I mean, if this was months ago and back in March when the final should have been, we might have been seeing Scream Firmino instead, and that certainly would have been a more defensive item rather than the summer heat one that we're seeing here today. But in the early stages, it has just been a little bit of a back and forth.
And don't get too confused by the fact you see hashtag Shorey above the Bournemouth colours. Of course, that is just the way that Marley is going to be playing against Tom here. It's very much still going to be Mark Marley.
And Tom now on this far side, representing Watford, of course, in this final. I'm sure there's lots of Watford fans watching at home right now who's supporting their man and sending some positivity over on Twitter. Show your support. It's Tom now. Pogba turns back inside. That's a beautiful ball back inside. Quick passing now from Tom round the corner into Bobby Firmino. Turns onto that left foot. Fake shot from Tom! And quicker than a hiccup, he's into the lead here in our grand finals.
And just being able to beat Van Dijk like that. You don't see it very often. Van Dijk usually just such a brick wall in defence, but when you get presented with that opportunity, you have to take your chance. And Tom has done just that, as he has been able to do all day today. That's 11 goals he's now scored in today's competition. And certainly puts himself in a great place now to try and build from this, because when we look at how Mark Marley played against Tex, it was always Mark Marley taking the lead, always putting Tex on that back foot. Tom has done just that to Mark now, and we have to see how he will respond to going behind.
Well, Tom just looks like he's oozing confidence right now, and this quick passing is causing Mark Marley all sorts of problems. De Bruyne in for the second, but he just scuffed his shot. I think the pressure from the defender was just enough to make that awkward, but again, he's just flowing forward at the moment. He looks ruthless when he goes into that final third.
Yeah, I think Mark needs to be very careful as soon as he loses possession. Needs to be very quick to retreat back to defence and ensure there's enough bodies there to stop Tom being able to comfortably play through balls. Because Tom certainly has a keen eye for being able to pick out an on-running striker. Very good at reading the game is Tom, and I'll bring us back to that point I made earlier about some people just have those footballing brains, and you can see it when Tom's going forward. He's always looking like 1 or 2 passes ahead of where he actually is.
Well, Tom now looking to go forward once more. First half has just flown by here. We're already half an hour into this game. Firmino dropping deep once again, just to be that man to connect the pieces from defence into attack. And Mark Marley can't get the ball off Tom here, and that's a hell of a through ball into Riyad Mahrez. Little hill to hill from the Algerian, back inside now to Firmino. Finally, Mark Marley will get a touch of the ball, but this has been all Tom so far in this first half.
It's been all Tom, but the more he pushes up, he is going to leave himself somewhat vulnerable to the counter-attack, but Mark not able to make too much of it just yet, but that through ball is going to be a very dangerous one.
There's space in the middle as well, as Firmino will just hold the ball up and give Tom enough time to get back and get into some sort of defensive shape, but a bit of space here once again. Luis steps out, just the right time there for Tom.
And now Tom just controlling the ball in the middle of the park, waiting for his left attacking midfielder and right attacking midfielder to join the attack, make those runs down the wing, and then you can try and play that penetrating through ball. But as neither player made that run, he just opts to recycle the play, switching from right to left, trying to generate as much space as possible in the pitch, trying to manipulate the pitch in a way that gives him the best advantage and the best opportunity to try and get that final ball through. It's very difficult, I want to reiterate that, to get through a defence in FIFA 20. A lot of these formations are set up to kind of sit back, absorb pressure before you then go on the break. But both of these players have found a way to do that today. They have been able to break through defences consistently.
2 minutes.
The last attack of the half here will go to the Bournemouth man, Mark Marley. Tries the reverse elastico. Kevin De Bruyne having absolutely none of it, though. And now it's actually going to be, having won the ball so high up the pitch, a chance for Tom to go forward. But at half-time here in our grand finals of the ePremier League, it's Watford that lead by a 1-0.
A 1-0 and a deserved goal as well. Really well worked by Tom, and on the other side for Mark Marley, only 40% possession and no shots yet. Hasn't been able to get through the back line of hashtag Tom, which shows that defensively he's been switched on. Every single time Mark's tried to play a ball, whether it be down the wing or through the middle, Tom has always had at least one player, if not 2 players there to try and intercept the pass, cutting those passing lanes very successfully.
And I feel like if Tom can build on this, get a second, maybe even a third going into that second leg, which is going to be on the Xbox, which is Mark Marley's familiar console, he's setting himself up for a fantastic possibility of winning this trophy.
Yeah, I completely agree with you here. As you say, it is, of course, Tom's preferred console that we have started on here, the PlayStation 4. So Mark Marley, I think even if it was 1-0 at the end of this game, wouldn't be too disappointed with that as a result. We're back underway here, as you can see, in our grand finals. Still that goal lead here for #Tom representing Watford. And we have possession from the restart here, so a chance to go forward for the first time in this second half.
Early possession again for #Tom means that he can continue to pile on the pressure to Mark Marley. The more he has of the ball and the less chances Mark has, the less confidence he's going to be able to actually follow through with when he does get the ball. Tom almost just finding a little way through there. Mark does have to be very careful, because I feel if you go 2 goals down, things get a little bit difficult and very different. We need to see the Mark Marley that was able to consistently go a goal up against Tex.
Maybe a chance here for him to just try and feel his way into the game. He hasn't really had too much to speak of as yet in our grand final, but the important thing is, like I mentioned a little bit earlier, even if you're not having the game completely going your way and you're not playing your best, keeping that scoreline close is so vital, and that's exactly what he's managed to do so far. Still down by 1, of course, but it is only 1 goal on his away console. There's a run down the line here, which is going to be out of find of Riyad Mahrez, who's just about managed to get away from the attentions of the fullback, and a chance here for Tom to maybe look for that second goal. Feeds that ball inside, tries to turn back, but Kevin De Bruyne getting back into position to defend.
Ryan did also bring up a good point on the desk of this kind of PlayStation versus Xbox situation where it was always Xbox winning every single major. It wasn't until Nicholas won a trophy on the PlayStation, and then of course Mo Alba won the FIFA eWorld Cup. Tom would join a list of very few PlayStation champions in cross-console finals if he were to find a victory here today.
So pause being cued here by Tom. Probably just some fresh legs on the pitch as Mark Marley starting to feel his way into the game a little bit more now, has had a little bit more possession. As Kante turns that ball into Trezeguet, who's been an absolute superstar for him now, and just a little sighter at goal there for Mark Marley, as it fell onto that right foot of Alan Saint-Maximin, but couldn't make the most of that chance.
Yeah, once you get into those areas with Saint-Maximin, I mean, realistically, he's a player you want to play on the wing and be able to cut the ball back. Like, shooting is okay for him, but he's not going to have the same kind of strengths that we see from some of the other strikers that are available. And in the end, it was just a little bit lackluster, but at least more positive for Mark. At least he's getting to that final third in and around the box. That's where he needs to be. But Tom has been able to keep him away from those areas quite consistently through this game.
So you can see that a change at the top left-hand side of your screen there will be Son on the pitch for Saint-Maximin, and that was a change for #Tom. As now he goes forward once more with Mahrez. Kante making that interception, which he's known for on FIFA. Always in the right place at the right time, N'Golo Kante.
He's just one of those players that will chase after you like a little terrier. Always there or thereabouts, a massive nuisance on the football pitch. For #Tom, he's still dictating the pace of this game. He looks very calm, looks very confident. Knows that he just has to bide his time. Keep possession in the middle of the park. Wait for Mark Marley to just send one of his players a little bit too aggressively. But actually, Mark here has regained possession, and it's exactly what he needs. He needs a counter-attack.
He does have that counter-attack opportunity. Tom's doing a really good job of marking those passing lanes, though, and it's Masuaku who gets that tackle in for him. A huge amount of credit to the manual defending from the Watford man. Goes back inside here, will win the throw-in on the far side. And just a reminder, if this game is tied up at the end of the 2 legs, we do go to a continuous golden goal situation, so no penalties. The ball has to find the back of the net as Tom almost finds his way inside that 18-yard box once more.
It very much could end up that way if we are able to see Mark Marley get back on the score sheet, because if he does, I feel like we could see goal upon goal here. Just needs to get that belief back in and that confidence once again. Because when you go a long period of time without scoring, you start to doubt yourself a little bit and you get a little bit more nervous in front of goal. Not that Mark Marley has particularly had much chances in front of goal so far, but maybe this could be one of them.
Firmino's going to feed the ball inside the box. Trezeguet gets away from his man, but can't beat the outstretched Pope in between the sticks. A big chance there for Mark Marley, and a wake-up call for Watford's Tom. And Kante now trying to keep that pressure on, right? This wave of momentum. David Luiz in somewhat of a nosebleed up in that position, but trying to contribute to the attack. But Tom has held on here, and most importantly, will have possession back.
That certainly just will keep Tom on his toes a little bit. He knows how quickly this game can turn on its head. Has to ensure he just stays focused. It was a really good opportunity, and he knows full well that we could be all up and equalised at this point. And Tom is going to cue a pause just to make a couple of changes, I would have thought. Get some fresh legs onto the pitch, but yet again, more than happy to play the ball around the pitch and look to bide his time and then penetrate at the right time. As soon as there's that little pocket of space that's presented by the oncoming defenders, he's going to take it.
Here's Trezeguet dropping deep once more, and Tom probably got one eye on the clock as well. 83 minutes on it, and would love to have the final attack of this game. Here's Pogba, little heel to heel from him, tries to squeeze it round the corner. And again, Masuaku in position to make that tackle. The West Ham fullback really has been contributing positively for both players in this game.
A lot of pressure, though, from Tom. 4 yellow shirts just trying to surround the Bournemouth kit at the moment. Not working out, though, so he has to retreat, he has to drop back and try and ensure there's not going to be any tomfoolery here. We're not going to see any sort of through ball that is able to get Mark Marley straight back into this game with a blink of an eye. And I wonder whether Mark is just going to hold on to possession here for the final attack of this first leg, or whether he's just going to try and go for broke whenever he sees a chance.
Here's Saint-Maximin right at the final knock-ins of this first leg then for Bournemouth and for Mark Marley. You can hear the announcer saying they're into stoppage time now. Trezeguet has to deal with the attentions of Van Dijk. Ball into the box here for Mark Marley. Turns away from one, almost gets away from Van Dijk as well, but Tom does superbly well there to defend in the last moments, and that will be the last moments of our first leg. He will take a 1-0 advantage into the second leg.
Yeah, and you just saw the power of Van Dijk there consistently as a defender on both sides, really. Just being in the right place at the right time, so strong, pushing everyone off the ball. A decent lead for Tom. I think he'll actually be a bit annoyed that he wasn't further ahead with how he was playing and how he was controlling the game in the early stages of that leg. But Mark started to get back into things towards the second leg. I mean, you look at the first, he had 40% in the first half of possession, wasn't able to get a shot at all. And then he just upped the pace a little bit. He tried to inject a little bit of energy into the team. He was finding a lot more space on the wings and actually came very close to equalising with Trezeguet. Tom kind of, I don't know whether he was just shouting to himself, shouting to Shuri who was behind him, but he knows that could have been an equaliser, and it was his fault. Like, mistake at the back, and if it wasn't for Pope, probably would have been 1-1.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it was an incredibly tight first leg that we've seen between the two players. Nothing short of what you would expect in a grand final, right, of the ePremier League. But I think one thing that, even though it is 1-0 to Tom, of course it is, and we need to give him the credit that's due for getting that lead to take it into the second leg here. I think Mark Marley's going to be completely fine with that. I think if you would have said, you're going to be 1-0 going down on the PlayStation onto your preferred console now on the second leg, I think he would have gone, I'm not too bothered with that, to be honest with you. I'm quite happy to then try and make that lead up, and with how confident he's been on Xbox, you can see him back quite comfortably here.
And even though Tom says it doesn't matter what console you're playing on, it's the same game and no one has an advantage, I really feel like a controller can make a big difference. I mean, sometimes people have custom controllers so that they can go onto the other console and it's a bit more familiar with what they're playing with, and sometimes it's going to be very similar sensitivity, but with muscle memory and how it all works, the change of just the height of an analog stick or the press of a button, how much you actually have to push it down to shoot, can make a big difference. So I feel like it does depend whether they've got custom controllers or not with how comfortable they're going to be. And of course, it comes down to how much practice they actually have. Are they going to be playing in both weekend leagues? Are they consistently playing on PlayStation and Xbox? You'd expect both players at this point they would have, but I do think there is a little bit of a difference there.
I think I've been thoroughly impressed with Mark Marley in that first game, even though we should be also giving a lot of credit to Tom and the fact that he did manage to find that way through the defence. I think one thing that always impresses me is Mark Marley seems to have this switch, right? When he goes forward, it all looks very kind of, a slow tempo, but then he gets the ball and all of a sudden you can see this he just sees something. He just sees a couple of passes ahead, and all of a sudden it's like one pass, two passes inside that box. And he's managing to isolate one-on-ones with that centre-back a few times. Now, Tom's done very well to defend that, but to get into those positions is where you create your goals. Then it's just that little bit of magic that he's missing.
I think for the majority of players, when you're going up against them, you want to try and play as fast as possible so that it's very difficult for them to try and predict where you're going to go. Be unpredictable. Players have done pretty well with that in the first leg.
I'd have to agree with you. Let's see what Rachel and Ryan think of it, though. It is, of course, 1-0 to Watford. And Tom, what do you make of the first game?
Yeah, I mean, what a tight fixture we thought it would be. Obviously, we were on Tom's preferred console first up, the PS4. And we're just going to continue the debate, guys, with what you were saying about the different consoles. And Dan there was saying it might just be like a tiny difference in the analog stick height. But you, Ryan, were saying it's a massive difference when it comes to these fine margins.
Yeah, I agree with Dan. I feel like the difference is quite big, in my opinion, anyway, just from experience, where I played Xbox the majority of my life, and transitioning over to PlayStation, just the positioning of the left analog stick mainly is like, I remember I couldn't play consistently like long periods of time during the day just because I would get like pain on my thumb, just because I'm not used to having my thumb in that position to dribble with. So that's why I feel like the difference comes. That's why, as Dan mentioned, people do use custom controllers, they use whatever it is, just to try and get the playing field back to what they used to. But it does come with practice. Again, now I'm more comfortable on PlayStation. I feel like they're the same because I played so long. So it's all down to how often you play, how much practice you've I guess, had on either console.
Yeah, well, of course, we have got Tom. He is leading this grand final 1-0. Let's have a look at that goal and exactly how he got the lead. Ryan, if you just talk us through this one.
Yeah, it's a brilliant goal. We've seen with Tom here. You could say he's a bit fortunate with the fake shot, but again, he's anticipated the movement from Mark Marley, who tried to cut the lane manually with Van Dijk. So the fact that he's got the fake shot off and managed to get a shot off at goal with Firmino, it's a testament to how well he's performing in the final third. And I'd say it's probably a fair result. Maybe Mark Marley did have a few opportunities, and I think it was with Trezeguet he had a chance to perhaps equalise, but it wasn't meant to be. And I'd say, in all honesty, I'd probably say, despite Tom leading 1-0, probably Mark Marley might be a bit happy with that result. I know no one goes into a game wanting to lose or to be happy to be losing a game, but considering it's on your least favourite console and it's only a 1-goal deficit to, in my opinion, the best player in the world, or the best player on PlayStation at this moment in time, I think it's a positive position to be in.
Well, let's have a look at that Mark Marley chance with Trezeguet, as you mentioned there. This is it, sorry. Ryan, what's he doing well here?
For me, it's just the way, it's a typical FIFA 20 chance here. He works onto the edge of the box, and he's done well to fashion a chance because the way Tom's been defending throughout the game, specifically anyway. For Tom, in that sense, he dragged players out, but the way Mark Marley earned the space in the middle of the park, he dragged players out with Wan-Bissaka, causing Tom to have to switch players to run and try and cover the lane that he thought he was going to pass into, but he made another pass, and then there was a lot of room on the edge of the box. You could say, I guess, more time, sometimes that much time isn't good for you because you overthink stuff. He managed to get the shot off anyway. It could have, again, hindsight is a wonderful thing. I could say he could have done this, done that, and it could have led to a goal, but I feel like he done a lot there that could have led to an opportunity. I'm not sure if Tom moved the goalkeeper or not, but it was a good save, and again, it's a positive sign for Mark Marley.
It is indeed. It's always easy to analyse when we're sitting here.
Very easy.
But we do have a chance now to speak to Mark Marley. He is standing by in between these two legs. Obviously, we're switching consoles now, Mark, to your favoured one, the Xbox. But not too bad, only being 1-0 down on the PS4, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, because it was a bit of a shaky start. So I think in the second half, I tried to just slow it down, and if we could nick a goal, that'd be brilliant. But I think it was all about just keeping it to 1 and then try to take him on the Xbox.
Yeah, a question as well. I try to avoid assumptions because we haven't spoken about it, but how often have you played on PlayStation? Have you had any sort of experience? Because I know your coach, Adam Ryan, is a PlayStation player primarily himself, so maybe do you have any games to play with him beforehand?
Yeah, so during the entire year, I've been playing 60 games, so I have been playing Weekend League on PlayStation, but I've never played a tournament on it, so it was a bit different to step that level up on the console, but
yeah.
I think I've done okay in the end.
Is Dan managing to give you any tips and advice whilst we just wait to get onto the Xbox console? I know you're in kind of communication with him.
Yeah, so we speak at half time and at the end of the game. So we've had a few words, and we'll just wait until this second leg starts now.
I was just reading some facts as well, Mark. You started playing FIFA at 6 years old. I mean, that was quite a few years ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, look, it was, you know, also grew up loving football and playing FIFA against my brother and stuff. So yeah, start at a young age, but also been competing for maybe a year and a half, 2 years now, but also never managed to reach this level yet.
Absolutely. Well, you're in the grand final. We won't take any more of your time. We know you want to get back in the zone, focus on the task ahead of you. So thank you very much for chatting to us and good luck in the second leg. There we go.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's so nice, actually, to get them kind of out of the zone, because that is it. You know, they are focusing. This is a lot at stake here. £20,000 up for grabs. He doesn't want to chat to us for too long, and he wasn't giving too much away there, like we'd expect. He doesn't want to give all his tactics away, does he?
No, of course not. I feel like when you have this sort of break, I don't know if it's beneficial in some places. For me, I like to get into a game straight away. Like, I play the first leg, advance straight through the replays, invite you to the second leg, kickstart. That's how I like to play. But some people, maybe this break sort of benefits them in their game style. They're able to take a step back, to be able to monitor things, or even in this period of time, having a coach is useful. Maybe he's recorded the game and he's chopped up key moments. You're able to look at it, because you do have like we'll say maybe 5 to 10 minutes, I say, between the legs. So maybe that could help you. But for me, again, I like to just snappy, quick, in and out. That's just how I am.
He was good at the interview, though. Could you have spoken so well in between a grand final kind of first and second leg? Would you have liked to have been spoken to?
No, absolutely not. I'll be honest. That's a credit to him, though. You see how calm he is. And I wonder, I don't know, if that's me and I'm playing in a game and I'm 1-0 down, you have like I have a massive dive around my waist. You can't really see it there, because you never know. But for me, I'd be petrified going into that second leg. But again, he's very calm. Whether he scores or concedes, he's just a calm character, and I really do respect it.
Yeah, and you can see that scarf hanging up behind him there. That does mean he's been to one of these major FIFA events. We mentioned it. It was back in November. He went to Bucharest. He finished top 16 there on that competition. That meant he took home €1,000. So he is, you know, familiar face in the FIFA community. People do know of him. Representing Bournemouth today, he is in to the big one. He knocked out the best player in the world by far on the Xbox Tex. No one saw that coming. I really want to go on Twitch and just see what the chat is like, because I'm sure it's kicking off over there, don't you think, Ryan?
Yeah, and he mentioned how he was in positions, or in a great position, to qualify for the playoffs this year. And unfortunately, the pandemic did happen, so it stunted the season and it inevitably caused it to be suspended. But I'd say there's definitely positives to take into the next season. You've ranked, I believe he was in the 40th or 50th?
45th, yeah.
45th ranked in the world, and he would have had this tournament to build up some points towards the playoff competition. But again, it's confidence, in my opinion, which is a major, major thing which separates the top players. So going into this tournament, not just did he advanced to the latter stages, he also knocked out a fantastic opponent. He also beat Shuri as well, another top player. So if he manages to overcome this deficit and beat Tom, then his confidence must be through the roof.